But I see it in you, so we gon' walk it out. Ooh, mountains. We gon' walk it out. And mountains. And I'll rise like the day. I'll rise unafraid. I'll rise up, and I do it 1,000 times again. And I'll rise up, I like the waves. I'll rise up, in spite of the ache. I'll rise up, and I do it 1,000 times again. The silence is in quiet, and it feels like it's getting hard to breathe. And I know you feel like dying, but I promise we would take the world to its feet. Mountains, bring it to its feet. Mountains. And I'll rise like the day. I'll rise unafraid. I'll rise up, and I do it 1,000 times again. All we need is hope, and for that we have each other, and for that we have each other. Yeah, we will rise, we will rise, we will rise. Oh, we'll rise. I'll rise up, rise like the day. I'll rise up, in spite of the ache. I will rise 1,000 times again. And we'll rise up, I like the waves. We'll rise up, in spite of the ache. We'll rise up, and we'll do it 1,000 times again.
Good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon. How is everybody doing today on this wonderful Wednesday here in July as we come to the end of July? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Take a seat because we're going to get into it today. Boy, yesterday was a great show, wasn't it? Boy, we had a lot of twists and turns on yesterday's show, but I definitely appreciate everybody who came in and enjoyed, and joined the conversation. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Tap, tap, tap that screen so we can push this out to the For You page as we continue to build the most inclusive space here on TikTok where everybody is welcome. Everybody. Democrats, socialists, neocons, MAGA, Republican, Democrats, libertarians, independents. It doesn't matter what you are. Come on in and enjoy the conversation. You see what's on the back there? Sonya Massyv, unalived by Sheriff's Deputy Sean P. Grayson in Illinois, Springfield, Illinois. Wow. If you guys have seen the video, you see how horrific that video is. I have Mr.Denali XXL. Come on, guys. Come on, tap that screen. Mr.Denali XXL has been doing some investigative journalism today, I tell you, which is one of the reasons why I'm not here a little bit earlier. I have been going through it, trying to get the evidence. Got on the phone with some other creators, and they were saying some things, and I was looking at some things. I mean, I've looked at that video now at least 18 times. It's about maybe 35 seconds, which is of the encounter. I'm not really interested in all the other parts of the video. To me, the only thing that matters is once she leaves from trying to get her paperwork, to the point she gets into the kitchen next to that silverish, I don't know silverish pot, one of those older pots that, got all kind of things on it. But she also had she picked up some red mittens, pot holder, and I think she had a white pot holder in the other hand. And, she's getting that pot, and you saw what happened. He said what he was going to do, and he carried it out. There's some controversy on whether or not she threw the water at the boiling water at the deputy. I've been looking under the rocks. I've been looking, and I haven't seen that. I haven't seen it just yet. I'm still looking, but I don't see anything at this particular point. He has been since fired and arrested. Sean P. Grayson, that's his name. Sonya Massyv, her father is there. You see her father there, along with her. Is a mother of two. Was taken away from her family by this officer. It's amazing that she called for help because she heard something outside. They checked, didn't see anything, and it ensued inside, asking for ID and all these other kind of things. And next thing you know, she has three fatal shots to her body, her face, head, and it's just a complete, utter tragedy. And people always ask, why does this always happen to us? We have talked about it on this channel about what's implicit bias. Implicit bias. I will read the definition here in a second. Implicit bias. I think it has something to do. You saw when we talked about Airman Fortin down in Florida coming to the door with his Second Amendment, and 3 seconds later, boom, 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 boom. 6 ammunition shots into his body. And you know what they said to him when he was down on the ground? This is an airman, E4 class airman. Nicole, how you doing? Drop your weapon, they say. I'm like, whoa, the dude is already down. What do you mean, drop the weapon? We've seen it so many times. Trayvon Martin, not unalived by an officer, but someone who wanted to be an officer. George Zimmerman, who never made it and was a neighborhood watch, not even a security guard, coming from the store to some Skittles. We've seen that. We've seen, we know about driving while black. Now we can't even boil water in our own homes. So it's a lot going on and a lot of emotions. Yes, he's a former officer now, a former deputy. He's been arrested, and, the evidence is going to come out. I have slowed it down. I have frame by frame. She had a lot of things on the counter, which made it a little bit hard to see. But, from what I could see, she was at the stove. She pulled a red pot holder, and she had a white pot holder, kind of grayish pot holder. I guess the pot was kind of grayish, not silver, like a dark gray kind of thing. And, he says something about the water, and she says, I rebuke that. I don't know if she said rebuke you or just rebuke that, because he was making some reference to the water, and I guess he didn't want to get hit with the water. And she's, I rebuke that in the name of Jesus. He said it twice. And he says, hey, F that. I will, put two in your face. Two in your face. And she's like, whoa. And then she's like, I'm sorry. And she has her hands up. She has her hands up. And he begins to unload on her. What's going on, Keith? What's going on, Mr. Edwin? Good to see you guys. He puts three in her. Drop the pot, something. She went down to, I guess, brace for what she thought might be coming. Scared in her own home when she called them to help her because she felt in danger by something that she heard outside. I think so, Nicole. I would agree with that. So that's what happened. I don't see anything where she threw any water or anything like that, or even threatened and made any threatening gesture to him. He moves back, which I'm not sure why he did that, and then he comes forward again and comes around the little island there. And she says, oh, I'm sorry, and then drops down. And you see the red pot holder up in the, not up in the air, but it's elevated because she's like, whoa, this is turning serious. Hey, Big T, how you doing, sir? Good to see you. She's like, this is something serious. She says, I'm sorry. She says, I'm sorry, and then he goes ahead and puts 3 into her. Beautiful woman, mother of 2. You know, I understand she has some mental health challenges, but I didn't see anything in that video that said anything about any mental health challenges with her. And people ask, why do these things happen to us? You know, implicit bias. We talked about it before in the show, and I'm going to read the definition again of implicit bias. Okay? Excuse me. Implicit bias includes the subconscious feelings, attitudes, prejudices, and stereotypes an individual has developed due to prior influences and imprints throughout their lives. Individuals are unaware that subconscious perceptions instead of facts and observations affect their decision making. That's a key word, in my opinion, decision making. He's not a painter. He's not a chef. He's not a mechanic. He's not an HVAC tech. He's not a barber. He's an officer who we have given the authority to unalive at his judgment, detain at his judgment and evidence, arrest, take away your freedom, and judge whether or not he should unalive you based on his judgments. Think about that for 1 second, ladies and gentlemen. Observations. Okay, here it is. This is for me. Subconscious perceptions instead of facts, and observations that affect their decision making. I would say that if you're an officer, more than anything else, and maybe, doctors too, I guess, in emergency situations, but definitely an officer, because the officer has the ability and the authority that we give them to take your life. Think about that. To take your life. Someone who they encounter, and sometimes with the implicit bias, it doesn't have to resort to facts. It could be things that they have experienced in their lives that has nothing to do with you. Implicit bias. Officers should, I don't know what they can do, but there should be something that prevents them, because they need to be as perfect as possible, because they have the ability, the legal right to take your life. And they have that get out of jail free card. We've heard it many times on the show from officers, former officers, people who have gone through the police academy training. I was in fear of my life. Most reasonable people hear that from a police officer, and they're going to give them the benefit of the doubt because we give them the authority to protect us, to come when things are problematic. They're running towards danger when most of us, unless it has to do with our families, are running away from danger. So we give them great responsibility. With that great power should come great responsibility for them. They should be at the highest because they have the opportunity and the right, the legal right, to take your life. They don't have time to all the time think and process and marinate. No, they've got to make split-second decisions because they want to get home to their families as well. And we all can understand that. And I'm by no stretch do I say that's an easy job. It is not. Again, they are running towards danger when most of us are running away from danger unless our family members, our loved ones are involved. We're pointing out the danger. It's over there. Go get it. Go handle it. Where we are going the other way. Unless in this day and time, people got their cameras and they want to catch something. But reasonable people generally are going away from the danger. They are not going towards it. But they have got to be better as far as making decisions. I'm not sure what that means. And then you throw in the fact with the FBI saying in their investigation says that white supremacists, triple K, white nationalists, whatever you want to use, are infiltrating the law enforcement ranks to carry out their goals. That's right, Vanessa. He has said that he would like to give police officers full immunity, which I think is dangerous. But they gave him limited immunity during his presidential duties. But anyway, so they got to be better. They have to be better because they have the ability to take a person's life. They have to be better, in my opinion. They have to be better. They have to be. Because they have fatal consequences when they do make mistakes. And they should be held accountable for the mistakes that they make. That's my opinion. Where was the man for her to call? Where was the... I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't even know. I don't know. Listen... I think that if a woman has a husband, boyfriend, whatever the situation may be, something's going on, she should definitely probably call the police first and her man second. I don't know. But, they, as police officers, they got to be better. They have to be better. Guys, come on, let's tap the screen. Appreciate the tap so far. Let's go ahead and share this out. Let me do my job, share it out. Let me lead by example. Boy, my hair, I got to get a haircut. And let's get this going. Yes, man, I tell you, it was a great show yesterday with a lot of different places. I really appreciate everybody who showed up and lent their voice to this subject. We all have opinions on this. They're all over the place because this young woman, this beautiful young woman, is no longer here with us. That officer, Sean P. Grayson, took her away from her children, took her away from her dad. As you see, her dad is on the backdrop right here. In a split second. I mean, what a tragedy. I mean, complete tragedy. He spoke into existence what he was going to do. I find it interesting that he stepped back and then went forward. You understand what I'm saying? I don't get it. Like, she called for help. She called because she heard something outside and she was alarmed and frightened or whatever. And she did what most people would do. Daddy-O says, do not call the police. That's his thing. Fine, whatever. But that's why they came. They're inside, and next thing you know, he's fearful of some hot water that she was boiling prior to them getting there. I don't get it. I don't understand it. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. Too many times we've seen this. Too many times we've seen this happen. Things like this. Too many times. And once is too many, in my opinion. 100%. Absolutely. That's right, Vanessa and Nicole. Absolutely. I could not agree more. It is such a tragedy. Such a tragedy. And it's such a tragedy. And I'm really, really sad when I saw it. I mean, yeah, I mean, I'm not sure about her marital status or her boyfriend status. I don't know, Mr. Benny. I don't know. But this is such a tragedy for this family, and I hope that they get justice. Look at that beautiful woman right there. Beautiful black woman. And this officer, deputy, former deputy, took her away from her children over some water. Yes, scalding hot water. I don't think anybody wants to get that thrown at them. I don't know why he thought that was going to happen. I don't know why it escalated to such a degree. I think like Miss Nicole was saying, I rebuke, this turning into a fire. That's just something that religious people do. I rebuke that in the name of Jesus. Okay, fine. I mean, we've all heard that. Those are not threatening words. Those are not words. I'm going to throw hot water on you. Watch out. He had an opportunity. I mean, it wasn't a Second Amendment. It wasn't a knife. It was hot water. You back out of there. I mean, if that's what you thought. She did say sorry and had her hands in the air at one point. Wow. Yes. There you go. Absolutely. Unapologetically. Absolutely. Evil, sometimes you feel it, right? I think she was. I guess, maybe she had, some people do that to clean the drain, let some hot water get down there. I mean, it's her home. She can boil water if she wants to. I would agree with that. I mean, listen, I don't want to get burned with boiling hot water either. But he had an opportunity to step back, because he did step back and then he went forward. Absolutely, he did. I don't know if he thought that she had she was going through a mental crisis at that time, and what is that? Maybe that cop was a disturbance and he accepted the call. I mean, listen, there's a lot of different theories as far as why he did what he did. It definitely, in my opinion, it just wasn't. So it's a real tragedy. This woman is no longer here. This woman is no longer. And taken away from her children and her dad and her family with such a beautiful smile. And, Sonya Massyv, no more here because of a deputy in Illinois, Sean P. Grayson. And it's very sad, very sad, very sad. We've seen this many times. And, everybody's, police officers have to do I know they have a tough job. I know it's tough. I do, and I don't want to be a police officer. And I salute the ones that attempt to do the best job they can do. But I think we look at some of these things. This one right here, in my opinion, was completely avoidable. I don't know. It's just sad. That's all I can say. I see her dad, and I'm just like, wow. That's really, really sad. But, hopefully her family will get justice, her children, and all those kind of things like that. I'm still looking at the video. I tell you, I was on the phone with One Live Mike, and I'm like, bro, I'm doing investigative journalism now because I'm looking at this video and I'm freezing. I'm freezing and slow mowing and everything else, trying to see what people say they're seeing as far as her throwing the water. And I tell you, I did a lot this morning trying to unpack this thing to make sure that I'm being responsible with the little piece of platform that I have, not to put out misinformation or anything like that. Very, very tragic. Very, very tragic. Listen, everybody, continue to tap the screen. Go ahead. Let's get up to that first goal of 12.5K. Let's go ahead and share the live. Make sure we're sharing the live so we can continue to grow into being the most inclusive space here on TikTok. So yeah, that's a tragedy. Very, 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 very tragedy. I'm looking at the video. I keep looking, and I'm trying to find what people saying they're seeing as far as her throwing the water. I don't know. I didn't see it. Well, listen, I don't know. I mean, July 6th, so we're talking about, what's yesterday? I think this released, I think it was released last week, if I'm not mistaken. Because I first got it last Thursday, I think. I got it last Thursday or something to that effect. So I think, 10 days or so, I guess they released it after that. I mean, maybe it should be released immediately. I don't know. Those aren't my, those are above my pay grade as far as when they release, when they don't release. But if they released it, I would probably say 10 days after. I don't know if they tried to cover it up unapologetically. I don't see any evidence of that. Unless you have some evidence, please bring it forward. I'd love to look at it. But I don't see any evidence of any kind of cover up. I mean, listen, I know in today's time we want everything released immediately. But, I don't see anything that it looks like they tried to cover this up. I don't see any evidence of that. So I'm going to go with that until I see something different. Then we got Biden and Harris, or Harris and Trump, trying to consolidate, trying to make sure that she gets that nomination. I've already said what I think about Harris. I'm getting hit a lot in the head for saying what I'm saying about Harris, but that's what I think about Harris. I think that about Harris. I don't think she's qualified. I think she needs to, I'm just not a fan. I don't know what her core beliefs are. It's just problematic for me. I also think it's very telling that Obama has not come out to endorse her yet. He seems to be asking for an open process. I've had my Democratic friends say, oh, well, she's raised $100 million. Listen, if money was the deciding factor, Michael Bloomberg would be president because he's got more money than anybody. He's worth $16 billion. $500 million is nothing for him. He's like, nothing to see or keep it moving. So that's a busy night out for him to spend $500 million. But anyway, Harris is problematic. Harris, I think she's a challenging candidate. She doesn't do. I don't think she speaks well. I don't know what her identity is, her core, or any of that. And I'm listening to find out more about her, but I haven't found out anything at this particular point in time. I'm hoping that Bashir or Shapiro or Hakeem Jeffries, somebody goes in and attempts to get into this and make it more of a competition where it's not just her stepping up and Joe Biden anointing her. Well, I think that when she gives speeches, I don't really hear a lot. She was an awful candidate. She only got 1% of the vote in California, whatever it is, when she was running for president. I don't know what her core values are. I don't know what's her identity. This question of whether or not she was saying she was black all the time. I heard Asian. I heard Indian. I've never heard her say that she was black or anything like that. I agree, Miss Tanji. Nobody knows. Nobody knows the trouble I see. So I don't know. Someone can come up and tell me what her identity is. No one was able to verbalize that for me yesterday. I've asked many times, what's her identity? And I heard a bunch of stuff. Nothing about the question I asked. So I don't know. I think she's problematic. I don't think at this particular point in time that she can beat Donald J. Trump. He seems to be worried about her. You know, listen, she's fresh, she's new. People, younger people are taking a look at her. I just don't think that she should be, anywhere near the ticket. That's my opinion. I'm a little bit of a political prognosticator after I said that Joe Biden was going to leave, and he left the race. Good for him. Joe Biden left the race, and that's excellent for him. I'm so happy that he's out of the race. Joe Biden, I appreciate his service, but his time was up. The only thing that's undefeated that I know about is Father Time. It takes everyone out at some point in time. Father Time. He was stumbling and bumbling. He was a mess. And the Democrats are trying to run the clock out. Hurry up. Come on, November. Come on. The clock can't go any faster than the clock does. So I'm happy that he's retired. He's gonna, I guess he's semi-retired. He's gonna stay on until January, and do his job, and then he'll ride off into the sunset. Him, Jill, and Hunter, ride off into the sunset. I assume he's got to give a speech at the DNC. He is the sitting president. Obama, along with Michelle, First Lady Obama, I guess. So yeah, I'm happy he's gone. Gotta go. Well, listen, Mary, I don't know if we're going to say listen, did he work for the American people? I believe that Joe Biden has a good heart and he means well. He did some good things, but his time is up. His time is up. Time is up. He's got to go. Time to go. Bye. See you next time. I appreciate your service, but everybody's time comes, and his time has come. That's what I think. So hope he's fine with the COVID thing. And then there was rumors that he wasn't alive. I was like, oh yeah. Stop with the conspiracy theories, please. He said, I don't work for you. Did he say? I don't know. Come on, Mary. He's a good public servant. You can disagree with his policies. I don't think that Joe Biden means trying to do harm to the country. I believe I believe he is a patriot. So listen, we can disagree with the service and what he did, and you have a different opinion on how issues, challenges in the country should be handled. But listen, he did win the presidency, and he had the right to do it how he wanted to do it. The same way if Trump wins, he's going to do it his way. Same way if the Democratic side wins, they're going to do it their way. Absolutely. Listen, this is only politics. And guess what? We all have one vote. Stop it. Of course you're my friend, 100%. You know you're my friend. Miss Mary and Miss Tanji's. And, Miss Mary, did you hear my new percentage? I released my new percentage yesterday. I released it yesterday. So, you didn't hear it? Oh my goodness. Yeah. It set TikTok on fire. It set TikTok on fire. I got some very interesting DMs. I tell you, this percentage thing is taking on it's like a snowball running down the hill. It is at this particular point 51% for Trump. So I crossed over the 50% threshold. 51%. 5-1. We got a little ways. Listen, we're inching towards 85 plus, but right now it's 51% that the chances of me voting for Donald J. Trump. 51%. So Take that. There you go. Put that in your peace pipe and smoke it. No, it doesn't. No. What do you mean? That's all it takes. Yeah, Mary, come on. I got a long way. I got a short. I'm closer to the 85 plus. 51%. Nicole, that's gross. Oh, come on, Nicole. 51%. So that's where I'm at on the Trump train. I could vote for Trump 51%. 51 percentile. So there you go. All right. Let's go ahead and share the live out. Let's continue to do that. Louisiana local news is in the building. Louisiana local news is in the building. I went on his live this morning when I got in. I got in pretty late. Ay, ay, ay. I mean, I think I got in like, I don't know, 2:33 or something like that. 2:33. And Denali woke me up this morning at 7 or something like that. I was tired. Then I started doing my investigative journalism, looking at this video, trying to find this pot that they're saying she threw water out. I still haven't found it. It's crazy. But, hey, you know, that's the deal. I want to make sure I'm giving out actual factual information and everything like that. So I appreciate you coming on. Louisiana local news is in the building. Louisiana local news is in the building. He had a very heated exchange yesterday with Duke. They were going at it. I didn't know all that was going on. Mr. Rowe did come to Duke's rescue, or gave him some support. I guess is support. Mr. Ronald Barnett is in the building. My good friend out there in California. What's going on, brother? How you doing? What's going on? Let's do it. Let's see what we got up here. We want to do 12.5 likes per hour. Let me put up a good gift goal. Let's knock this gift goal out as I talk about. Let's see if we can knock out. Let's see if we can knock out 2 per hour. 12.5 goal. 12.5 likes per hour. And 2 gift goals per hour. Let's see if we can do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. We had some great conversations, Ron, on the border. You do? You want to come on up, Ron? Let me get my good friend Ron up here. Let's get Ron up here. Let's see if we can get a conversation going on the border. Cause I know with the border, and they the border, the border. What's going on, brother? How you doing?
I'm well, brother. I'm well, brother. How about you this morning here on the West Coast?
I am doing well. I'm a little tired, a little bit, because I got in late this morning, but I'm gonna push through. I got my tea, got my water, and I'm ready to go. I'm ready to rock and roll. We had a great show yesterday.
Oh man, I'm sorry I missed. I'm sorry I missed your show yesterday. I was swamped in the office, but I've got some free time this AM. It's just shy of noon here, and if I could be a voice, I am here, ready, willing, and able.
Yeah, we were talking about the border, and I tell you, you know, the open border, closed border. We did the research. There's 2.1 million immigration cases in immigration court. 687,000 of them are asylum seekers. But people saying the border's open, people saying the border's closed. I mean, this debate never ends. This debate on whether or not the border's open or is it closed. If everybody remembers, Mr. Ron, he wrote a screenplay about a young man he met from Honduras, and it is in they're scouting locations and things like that. It has been greenlit. That's entertainment business lingo. It's been greenlit, so that means it's on the fast track or a track to come to a theater near you. All right. So, Mr. Ron, they're talking about the borders open. What say you?
Well, I'll have you folks know that the border is indeed open. There is, in fact, a caravan of about anywhere between 1,500 and 2,500 individuals coming from Central America right now as we speak.
Now, tell them what border you're near.
I'm near the San Ysidro border here, near the Tijuana San Ysidro southern border of Mexico and the United States.
Okay.
Just outside of San Diego, California.
Right. Okay.
I'm here in Los Angeles, which is about an hour away from that location.
And I'm sure you've been there many times.
Oh, many times. It's a frequent location, and we have really nice beaches in the area.
Mm-hmm.
It's a really nice area to go to for extracurricular activities like dining and,
Mm-hmm.
beaching, things of that nature. So,
Okay. Excellent.
but these places of discussion are just embedded with your everyday migrant roaming the streets at a very high rate. Um, these towns that I speak of that were once attractions are just border towns now, on the other side of the border.
There it
And
is.
in a lot of cases, you've got these people that they've let go that have no direction or anything. They're just roaming the streets looking for work.
Mm.
And you see a high infiltration of that, specifically in that area. But that has also trickled over into the metropolitan area of Los Angeles, where there's an abundance of migrant looking individuals. I hold my hands up in the quotes, migrant looking individuals walking around the cities and the downtown areas near the bus stations and, the train stations. And it's quite frightful.
Mm.
It looks like they're just nomads with no direction. And there's an overabundance of it happening here in Los Angeles and like San Diego and, the border towns of Mexico here in Los Angeles.
Right. Okay. So they come through the border, you see them, and these people are not being checked. Is that what you're telling us today?
It doesn't appear that they've been checked. I mean, like I said, if they were checked, it seems like they would have direction or a scheme of things or a program or, some direction. These people all look like nomads and they're just wondering about the land.
Got it. Okay. How many you saying? You thinking estimation?
I don't know, hundreds of thousands, man. Just every nook and crevice and cranny of the downtown areas and specifically the San Diego area are just infiltrated with migrants.
I wonder what is the end goal. So I guess what you're saying, they're coming in and they're looking for work. They don't find the work. Are they being taken care of in the San Diego region or that border? I mean, are they? I mean,
Well, I mean,
how are they going day by day? What's going on?
they've set up these soup kitchens to kind of feed the individuals. You see a lot of porta potties along the streets to actually get these folks their, I don't know, sanitary needs, along with these portable wash stations and things of that nature, are all set up in these
Will, hang on one
areas.
second. Will is saying LAX to San Diego was my route. This guy is lying. Mr. Will, if you are able, come on up and let's have the conversation. Let's not throw out derogatory things from the peanut gallery. Stop yapping, hit the button, and come on up, Mr. Will.
What I would
Yeah.
like to say is the migrants that live in my city are purchasing houses, property, improving the property. They have
I'm,
their own businesses.
I'm not speaking about
like putting,
migrants. I'm talking
like,
about the people just infiltrating the border,
and
people who
those
haven't
that
been
I'm sure the people
established.
that
Give me
I'm
a second,
looking
Miss
at.
Sylvia. Miss Sylvia, Let's
I,
let Ron.
I'm not speaking about migrants. I'm not opposed to migrants. I'm speaking about the people who are coming across the border without documentation,
Well,
who are just let go in the cities. I mean, not established individuals. Certainly, I have friends that are established migrants. In
I
fact, the
don't.
story that I wrote is an individual who's seeking asylum right now. He's 8, 9 years into the process of a 10-year process of asylum.
Okay.
So
So what I'm just simply saying, you're making it seem like the migrants are coming over the border, which I think is a false narrative that you're
Hang
sending.
on a
And
second, Miss Sylvia. When last time you've been to San Diego?
I have never been to San Diego, but I have relatives that live there
I got you, but how can you say it's a false narrative? He's
because my
telling you what.
relatives that
Hang
have
on
lived
one
there
second,
all
Miss
their
Sylvia.
life.
Miss Sylvia.
Okay.
The
What's the
man
argument?
lives in LA, near LA. He said he frequents over there a lot. He's
Okay.
telling you what he's seeing.
So all I can do is call my relatives who live in San Diego,
Hold
who
on, can you get
lived
him on the
there
phone right
all
now?
their lives, and the
Can you
ones
get him
that
on the
live in
phone, Miss
LA
Sylvia?
that say that this is not true.
Miss Sylvia, can you get them on the phone now?
No, they're at their work. They're at
Okay.
jobs. I'm only on my lunch
Hang on.
break.
We don't listen.
About
We're
30
not having secondhand information. We're having a guy, Mr.
Okay.
Ron, who
Okay.
lives there.
Okay. So I'm just telling you where I live. It's not happening here. So I
I
doubt
got
it
you,
would be
but we're
happening.
not talking about. I don't think Kansas City is a big
Well,
mecca.
Kansas City is about 1,400 miles or maybe less than that from a border. So if there are anybody crossing the border to that degree, Kansas City, straight out of Texas, next door to Oklahoma, would be one place they would come to because this is straight up the
Well, we
road.
know. We said we already said that they're there. You already said that, but Ron is giving his experience being in LA in a border town.
Okay, well, okay.
Let's give him an opportunity. He's also wrote a screenplay about a young man from Honduras who has been here, what, Ron, 10 years? 8 years?
8 years seeking asylum on a 10-year scenario. It takes approximately 10 years to actually go through the entire process of asylum.
Yeah, he's giving his experience, what he's writing about from this young man who, correct me if I'm wrong, Ron, when he came here, he came through an open border.
He came through an open border, was caught at the border right on the other side of Houston, Texas.
And you say he's from British Honduras?
He's from Villa Nueva, Honduras.
Because my family had a young lady that worked for our family business that was from British Honduras, and she was a black woman. And so I'm going to assume that he's a black man. And most people coming from black countries have a problem with getting into the United States. That's nothing new.
No, he's a white Latino man, and he's from Villa Nuevas, Honduras.
Okay.
He's a white Latino male.
Okay.
All
So
right?
Yeah.
why is he taking 7 years to get asylum? Do you know anything particular about his case that's taking him so long?
Typically, that's what the standard process is of back and forth court procedures, typically lasting about 10 years to complete. I know that I just talked with Jeffrey just a day or so ago,
Mhm.
and he told me that they extended his court case another 2 years. So I'm assuming after the end of this 2 years would be his 10-year time frame. At that point, they'll just go ahead and give him citizenship or whatever process they do after this 10-mark frame. He will have exceeded his 10 years at that point.
So then they're not treating him unfairly. They're really treating him the way they normally do asylum seekers. And then in 10 years, he's already got his citizenship by way of default of them pushing out his court case. Is that what I'm to understand?
Perhaps, absolutely, perhaps.
Okay, so then it did him a justice. He has not been done an injustice.
Okay, we got it. Okay, in your town is not happening. How about what you're telling me? That's a false narrative. How about if I said that to you? How would you feel?
No, what I'm saying is he told me
I
about
mean,
his
the question
friend.
is, you said something, and I said that's a false narrative, Miss Sylvia. What would you say to that?
If I told you something and you told me it was a false narrative and you said it was a false narrative because you have relatives that live in the town and you
I don't care about your relatives. We don't. First of all, I asked you if you can get, ma'am, Miss Sylvia. I asked you if you can get the relatives, and you did. You said you can't do it. We
I
got
said,
a
'cause
man right
you're
here
at
who
work
lives
just
there.
like I'm at work. And if I wasn't on my 30-minute lunch, I wouldn't be up on your platform. I'm on
Well,
lunch. That's the only reason I can talk
listen.
to you
We're
right
gonna
now.
we're gonna listen to Ron, and I think that Mr. Will had some questions from Mr. Ron because Mr. Will said that was his route, and he said that Mr. Ron is lying, and I'd like to for Mr. Will to explain why are you saying that Mr. Ron is lying, Mr. Will.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you just great, sir.
Okay. I'm over 2 years retired from Amtrak, so my route was LA to San Diego. Okay. I had drove there to LA from where I live, I'm say in California, and I take a train as a conductor to San Diego. Now, I did that for about 5 days a week. And I worked in and out of San Diego from San Diego to LA for 6 days a week throughout my tour of duty for Amtrak. There are all different type of races live in San Diego and Los Angeles. Now he's saying that he can look at a person and know he's a immigrant or
I don't think he
somebody that
said that. I don't think he said that.
something like
He
that.
said that he's gone to the border and he sees them coming across the border. He says the town is full of people kind of wandering
Can I
aimlessly.
interject?
Yeah, go
I
ahead,
didn't
Mr.
even
Ron.
say that. I didn't
Oh,
say that either. I said I've seen an
oh shit.
influx of migrant looking
Mm-hmm.
individuals
Okay.
Looking
flooding these
individuals.
points of entry. I mean, we know what migrants look like, Mr. Will.
Well, how do they look like? I don't know. You tell me.
Well, first of all,
Like you? Do they look like you?
most of them are in tattered.
Do they look like you?
Mr. Will, let him
Yes, sir.
finish.
Go
And
ahead.
then you'll
Hey,
be able
look,
to.
and
But,
first of all, I'd like to get a point across. I'm not here to debate
Why don't you show
or
your face so we can see how you
argue.
look?
sir, listen, let me explain one thing to you, Mr. Will. I don't know you, okay, but I do know Mr.
I don't know
Ron.
you either.
If you pushed the button to come up here because you had a lot to
You
say in the
asked me to
comments.
come up here,
Do
sir.
not, sir, do not insult my guest that I asked to come here.
Do not
Don't do
insult
that.
me because you asked me to come on your
Don't
show and
do it
I'm
because you were
here.
yapping in the comments is why I asked
I'm
you to
not
come
yep,
up.
I'm speaking
You know you were
freely.
yapping in the comments.
I
That's
am
what you were
speaking
doing.
freely.
You be quiet because I'm
If you
not
don't want
talking to
me,
you
don't
right
ask me.
now. You just be quiet. You sit there and you wait until I'm ready to talk to you. You're not
And
going to come
Mr.
up here and insult my guest. That's what you're not going to do, or you can leave. It's your choice. Mr. Ron,
and
please
Mr.
continue.
Mr. Will has called me out to be a liar. I'd like to know when his last tour of duty was with Amtrak, first and
He said
foremost,
two
because
years ago.
it's okay. Well, a whole hell of a lot has changed in the last 2 years, Mr. Will.
Yapping.
And I'd be surprised if you've been in these parts in the last 2 years, my friend. I'm not here to lie about anything. I don't have anything to gain, my friend. I tell what I see. Um, I'm not. This isn't monetary for me. I just tell what I see. Simple as that.
You can come up. I'm going to allow you to come up from mute, Mr. Will. I'm going to allow you to come up from mute. You are muted, sir. You have to hit the microphone to come off of mute because we cannot hear you. Hit the microphone, sir, and then that way you don't see the line through the microphone, and then we'll be able to hear you. Please, we want to hear from you right now.
No, you don't, because you just insulted me with your words and you muted me for
Would you
listening
like
to
to
what I have
stay,
to say.
sir? Would you
I'm
like
a
to stay?
very
Yes or
courteous
no?
man.
Would you like to stay?
You asked me to
Yes
come on
or
your
no,
show?
sir? The
Not
question
really,
is, sir,
because you
would you
cut me
like to stay?
off,
The
and
question is
that's
yes
not
or
a good
no.
host.
Would you like to? Don't tell me what I am.
Don't tell
You
me
came
what I
into
am.
this room. I didn't invite you in this room.
You
I did
asked
invite
me.
you
Look
up,
at your history. You
sir.
asked me to come
I
on, and I
don't
showed up.
care. I
Now
don't.
ask me to leave, and I go. No problem. Have
I'm
a
going
good
to put
day.
you on mute. I'm going to put you on mute. You just be quiet. How about that? You sit there and you wait until I'm ready to talk to you. You got a lot to say. Yapping in the comment, then you come yapping up on the panel. Don't insult my guest. Ask him to turn his camera on and everything like that. You just sit there and you wait. Finish, Mr. Ron, because I'm going to let him sit there. Mr. Ron? Mr. Ron. Oh, he's gone now, Mr. Ron.
No,
He doesn't have a
no.
lot to.
Well, I was
He
gonna
left.
say I was trying to appease this Mr. Will to
Nah, he
show
doesn't
my
deserve it. He's going to come
face.
up here and insult you. That's
Yeah,
not.
call
That's
me
not
a
out of the norm.
liar.
Well, Mr.
Yeah, I
Rudd,
don't
I
have
feel
anything to
sorry
gain
for you
about
all in
lying about anything
California.
I see going on at the border towns and what I see in the city that I've been born and raised in. You know, I don't have any gain. I'm not. This is
I
not monetary for me. I just tell what I see. That's
Well,
all.
I'm sorry to hear that. I feel sorry for you guys that live there in California. It seems like it's a miserable place due to what's going on. So, what are you all going to do to solve your misery?
Well, let me just share this with you folks. As a result of what's been happening over the last 30 years here in Los Angeles with this border infiltration, what happens is when these folks get over here, everything is given to them in terms of their social needs. They get free education, free housing, free whatever. And they end up taking advantage of these scenarios. Now, with the situation going on like that for the last 30 years, um, you have a situation where you end up where these people come in and they assume the jobs because they've gotten the necessary education. You've got people that have been here for many, many years and they either retire out of the system or, you know, they're just, you know, what have you. But what happens is you have this influx of people that have gotten these educations and this free education and so forth or what have you, then they go ahead and they assume these positions. And what inadvertently happens is when these people assume these positions, then they're only going to look out for their own kind. And I don't mean to be political with this, but this has been my experience.
Can you explain to us, which California has some of the largest population in the United States, one of the largest states with the most electoral votes, how have you guys allowed your state to be overcome by what you call these immigrants, and where you all are giving out all of your tax dollars to the immigrants and not funding your own selves with anything? How did that happen?
Well, that comes from, I would say, a systematic approach and programming. You know, this is a really deep factor. This is a really deep measure, but it's all stems from programming, demographic programming, geographic programming, and so forth and so on. Okay. Inadvertently throughout the whole ordeal, what happens is with this influx of individuals coming here, when you now have the Latino population being the majority, then when you go into any situation, you can into any establishment here in Los Angeles, and behind that counter is a Latino, whether it is a local fast food restaurant, whether it's a local doctor's office, whether it is the the post office, I'll remain, it's a little integrated, but any entity that you go to in the city of Los Angeles behind the counter is a Latina.
Well, let me
Okay.
ask this. Prior to that Latino being behind the counter, who was behind the counter?
There was a variation of integration uh, before this past 30 years.
But I'm asking.
White
When
and black folk were in these positions prior to this influx of Latinos coming over the
no,
border.
I would beg to say it was the Muslims or Palestinians or people that like that, at least in the major
Not here in
cities like
Los Angeles, ma'am. Not here in
Chicago.
Los Angeles.
I'm talking about where I'm from in Chicago. That's
Okay,
who in the 80s
right.
at the businesses. It wasn't Latinos.
Mm-hmm.
Latinos are someone you see now in the 2000s
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
taking
Okay.
over.
Okay.
But
Miss
prior to
Sylvia. Miss
that,
Sylvia. We're not
it
gonna.
was it
I
was
don't want to
Mr.
turn this, Miss
Patel.
Sylvia. I don't want to turn this into the Sylvia show as it can
No, I'm
sometimes.
not trying to make it to Sylvia. So
Right, you
I'm
are because you've been talking a lot. I know you're on your lunch break. You got a lot to get out, but we got other people in the panel. We
okay. Go ahead.
understand what you're saying. It's not happening in your town. The people in your town are doing just great, and I appreciate
I didn't
that.
say that. What I was asking him, since he's saying immigrants are
No, but
being
you're
used,
asking that there's other people. You're
but
not the only. It's not a one-on-one between you and Mr. Ron. Please let other people join in. Mr. Duke, what you got to say?
I want to say that Mr. Rob, if I'm saying
Ron.
it right, is Ron is absolutely true. What is happening there in California is exactly how he's saying it's happening here in Texas. But see, if it doesn't happen in your state, well, then what they're saying is that it's not happening. See, when
Mm-hmm.
it's not when it's blizzarding and cold and a lot of snow in Chicago, and it's not snowing down here in Texas and Houston. When it when it's not snowing down here in Houston, then it's to us it's not snowing. So we don't feel the cold in December when it's 70 and 80 degrees down here while it's minus 30 degrees up there in Chicago. We cannot say to people in Chicago it is not wintertime. But when we say that there's something happening down here in Texas, the people in Chicago and New York saying, no, it's not happening. It's just amazing to me. Yes, what he's saying is exactly how it goes. That's what's happening. And now what it was is it was a slow trickle back in the 70s and 80s that we said we're going to be compassionate to the people that are coming here. Okay, they came here, they seeked asylum, and what has happened is that they are smart. They said, well, there are jobs that we'll do that they won't do. And we allowed that because a lot of our people didn't want to do it. I remember when black folks used to own concrete trucks, concrete companies, pave roads, build houses, cut grass. We used to do it all. We built our own neighborhoods. You go to a construction site nowadays, you don't see no black folks building nothing. They won't even allow you on these sites or construction sites
Is it
unless you.
are black men applying for those type jobs?
I myself have applied for those jobs, ma'am. They have told me. Well, I have brought a Latino friend with me to DHL right out here in Pasadena to go to one of these jobs. I went in there. I said, boss man, who was Latino, I got the credentials. Here's my resume. Are you bilingual? No, I'm not. I'm looking for someone who's bilingual. My friend, the position is filled. It's now closed. My friend goes right in there, who's Hispanic, goes in there, comes out with the job.
Is your friend bilingual?
Yes.
That's why he got the job. They had
Miss
one
Sylvia,
Ma'am,
job open.
ma'am, how many black folks do you know are bilingual?
I know several. My
okay.
granddaughter, for one, speaks 5 languages.
You know what, Miss Sylvia? You got an excuse
I ain't
for
got no
just about
excuse.
everything that's going on here. So there's no problem with migration. There's no problem here in Texas or California, right?
Listen, I'm not saying we don't have a problem, Dark Vader. My family lives in Texas, okay? Right there in Arlington,
You
Waxahachie.
got a lot of family that lives a lot of places, but I'm talking about you, right? You, ma'am. I'm saying you're in Chicago, right?
I'm in Kansas City,
You're in
Missouri.
Kansas City.
Missouri.
I've been to Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri. I've seen it.
That's
Kansas City.
Kansas.
I've seen Kansas City, Kansas City, Missouri. I've seen all that, ma'am. Y'all don't have no problem like we have it in Texas.
We have an immigrant problem. It's basically a
Ma'am,
Latino
you do
problem.
not have
But
a
what I am
problem that we
saying,
have like we have it here in Texas.
but wait a minute,
You
that's
don't
their
have that problem.
But Darth Vader, you can't even compare Texas. That's their original land in the first place. That's where you're gonna see them.
Wait.
So
That's
let
their.
me.
Wait a
So
minute.
what
Hold
I
on. Wait a minute.
understand
Wait a
to you
minute.
is
Hold
this:
on.
the
Hold on.
immigrants
That's
that are at
their. Wait.
least migrating to the
Miss
west.
Miss
I
Sylvia.
don't
Miss
see.
Sylvia. Miss Sylvia. That's their original land in the first place. Wow, a place called Kansas that's named after Native Americans. Amazing. All of this is somebody else's land originally. But the Lone Star State is a part of the United States of America. There's laws. There are borders. In every country that you go to in the world, there's a border. You just can't walk in and say, I'm here. I want to work. You can't do it. Let me answer this call.
All right, dude. All right.
Be back, Mr. Denali. I got to answer the call.
All right, buddy. Mr. Thank you. Mr. W, you got anything on this, sir?
Hey man, that was very interesting. I was looking at that from a perspective because everything that was on there that was said, somehow based on the fact that I've been on this planet for a while and have kids, I saw a direct uh, correlation between education between different systems. And to clarify that, I have a brother who lived in Ohio. He has three kids, two girls and a boy. Two girls, they're the oldest, and the boy, the youngest. And I also have three kids in that same constellation, about roughly in the same age category. And when I compare them, my kids, except for one, were all born in Europe. The first one was born in Chicago, in Evanston, Illinois, and grew up and went to school in Europe. They all have their degrees. And my oldest is a doctor. On my brother's side in Ohio, his oldest is about the same age as my daughter, about 32, 33. Is just now barely getting her bachelor's completed. And the other two, and one of them jumping around in, I think, the junior college system for a while. And the young man, I don't know what he's doing. But anyway, they have met. They have actually met. And that was an interesting engagement. And basically what I got out of it was there was really no conversation. It was mostly quiet. And once in a while, a question would pop up. It would get answered. And that was it. That went on for about 30 minutes or so during that visit, and that was the end of it. And I saw a difference between education right there. So what I heard in that conversation going on with some of you guys on the panel pointed out to me that America definitely has an educational problem. And a direct example was when he made the comment about the job where the guy went in to get a job, and he was bilingual at least. He got the job, but he didn't get it, but he wasn't bilingual. Okay, well, see, I'm aware of that. That's very, it happens all the time. I speak multiple languages, and I know it was easy for me to do a lot of things just because of that. So education is the key, and that depends upon how the people vote and who they vote in the office. That's why this coming election
Goodness.
is extremely important. And Mr. Denali,
Yes,
I'll
sir.
close it at that. I'll close it at that.
All right. Thank you so much. Mr. Rowe, what you got, brother?
Hello, Mr. Denali and the rest of the folks that's on the panel. The only thing that I can add is I don't see an immigration problem in Louisiana. I'm with Duke. It's my understanding in Texas, Texas is run by the immigration problem, so I can understand that. I do have some friends and they tell me and that's all they have there in Texas. So I can feel Duke concerned. Although Duke have left, he'll probably be back. I know the undocumented folks, I can't say in what states they're just overrun, but I know they are needed to do several jobs that other people are not fulfilling. Yesterday, as I was driving, I saw about 12 of them on one roof. I don't know if every one of them was legal, but they was doing the job that needed to get done to help folks with their homes rebuilding and situations like that. But that's all I have to add.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Rowe. Let's see. Let's give.
Hey, can I interject there, Mr.
Yeah, go
Denali?
ahead. Go ahead.
I'd like to piggyback off of the last gentleman's comments about
Sure.
education.
W.
I really respect my man's comments, but education is subjective. Everybody isn't blessed to be in a position to go out and get these educational documentations and things of that nature. So a lot of these folks that are dealing with what's in front of them are exposed to their environments. Okay. And because of the programming of this nation, and the targeting programming and systemic programming is why you have a lack of diversity and language in various minority communities. Specifically, when you have here in Los Angeles, we had a situation where one of the DACA recipients here in Los Angeles ultimately became the city council president. Okay. This DACA representative, and we all know what DACA is. These are immigrants that came over here from their parents 30 years ago.
Dreamers.
They were the people that took advantage of the free education and so forth. They were the smart ones that gentleman spoke of. But guess what? At the same time, this young lady was overheard at a city council meeting.
It's still going on?
With her cohorts calling
No,
her
hell, I don't want.
her
Exactly.
melanin or her melanated constituents niggers and monkeys. Okay.
Ooh, you better be careful with that
Why
word
she
on here.
Well, I
Ron? Why she
apologize,
wording?
but I'm bringing it to how it was delivered. This young lady was heard on tape at a city council meeting referring to her minority melanated constituents as that N-word and monkeys. And all of her Latino cohort representative joined in on the laugh. Most of them resigned. She resigned immediately. There is one still amongst us that is in office because he refused to resign. But this is the sort of connotation that we as Los Angeles and Angelians experience as people of color. I actually own a property here in a middle scale neighborhood, and I happen to be of Latino descent as well as Black descent. And I happen to be one of those individuals that speak Spanish and understand Spanish. About 3 weeks ago, I was at my local Subway getting a veggie sub, and I requested more veggies on my sub. And the young lady behind the counter simply implied to her coworker that, oh, they always want more than what they pay for. Not
Can you
knowing
help
that I
me
was
understand?
bilingual. Hey,
Can
can
you
I
help
just
me
finish? Can I
understand?
just finish? Can I just finish, please?
What's your point?
Can I just finish, please? Let me say my point. The young lady was telling her friend that they always want more than what they pay for. I'm simply getting a veggie sub out of Subway. To make a long story short, I pay property tax in this neighborhood. I've been a longtime homeowner in this neighborhood, but I was banned from my local Subway because the people behind the counter treated me like I was crap as a customer and talked bad about me while I was ordering food. That's my point. Does that resonate with you, ma'am? I mean, does that resonate with you? Does that bring up any valid points? These people couldn't even afford the rent in the neighborhood that I live in, but they kicked me out of my local Subway. Does that resonate with you at all?
Mr.
Perhaps?
Lowe, thank you, sir. Miss Shelley, okay, so do you get his point? Or Miss Shelley? Oh, she on the phone. Trying to wait for her to come back. All right, we'll go ahead and go to Karen Zen. Karen Zen, how are you? Karen Zen.
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay,
I
good.
wanted to talk to you, okay? I know
What
you're
state are you in, ma'am?
Florida.
Okay, great. What would you like to say?
Here's what I would like to say.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What I would like to say is now hear me out a little bit, okay? Really and truly, nations are an an honored agreement among men. In truth, And they don't exist. They only exist as honored agreements. Here's my point, okay? I believe in one planet. I believe in one humanity. I believe in a doctrine of human rights to include the first 5 things: homes, healthy food, clean water, education, and medicine for all the people of this planet. Now, granted, we can't give that promise to the people. We can give them the document, we can make the promise, but the document will not become a living thing until we have a new financial system to support the promises in it. We don't need to fix immigration. We need to fix humanity. We do need to demand homes, healthy food, clean water, education,
Oh,
and medicine. I
Karen,
believe it. I
Karen,
believe it.
what does fixing humanity look like?
It's going to be hard.
No,
Okay.
what does I don't I agree with you. Tell me what that looks like. I Thanos snap my finger and you're in charge.
Okay.
What does fixing humanity look like for you, ma'am?
I think an economy built on providing every person on this earth with shelter. Okay. And I don't mean some live in huts while some live in mansions.
Oh,
Okay. I don't mean that at all. All
who's gonna
right.
pay for it?
Some,
Who's gonna pay for it?
we have to have a
Communism.
Here's the thing. We have to have a new financial system. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
You're a little muffled.
Is it me, Denali?
Yeah, you
Is
got
it
an
me
echo.
with the echo? Let me drop real quick. I'll come back.
Okay, all right.
Did I say
Miss
something
Karen,
wrong?
yeah. Who's gonna pay for it, Miss Karen?
Okay, well, think about what I'm getting ready to tell you. Money is really just an honored agreement.
You're very muffled. Are you speaking into the mic?
Yeah, I'm speaking. Okay, I'm saying money.
Ma'am,
Yes. Okay, can you hear me now?
it's very muffled like you're talking in a tin can.
What? Maybe I shouldn't say.
Are you on a Bluetooth?
Yes, I am. Should I turn it off?
Whoa.
Okay. Look, I'm on a Bluetooth. I don't know how to work it. Okay, listen. Here's the thing.
There you
Maybe.
go. That's much better.
Okay. Here's what I'm trying to tell you, fellas. Right now is a critical time in humanity. Okay. I remember when I was a kid, we picked up a rock. There was a worm under it. I remember when we turned on the light at night, all the bugs that came to it. I remember catching lightning bugs and putting them in jars. What I'm trying to tell you is that it's not safe to drink our water, not the water in our streams, our rivers, our lakes, or even our faucets.
Hang on. You want everybody to be taken care of from womb to the tomb?
No. Listen. It is a right to have a home, healthy food, clean water, education, and
It's not a right to have a home.
it is a right. Listen.
Wait, show me where that right is at.
Okay, I will tell you. I will prove it to you.
Listen, I want people to be rewarded for the work they do.
Okay. I want you to listen to me for 1 second.
You don't agree with that concept?
No, because I'm going to tell you why.
Why should my neighbor get more than me or get the same as me if I get up and go to work every morning, ma'am? I want to be rewarded for what I do.
Okay, well, first I want to talk about that, okay? You said it's okay. All right, well then.
What you're saying sounds great, man, but in practicality, I don't even know what that looks like. Who's going to pay for it? Everybody's not the same. Listen, let me explain something to you. The world needs ditch diggers. Everybody is not, we're all created equal, but we all have different talents. The world needs ditch diggers.
So, does a ditch digger not deserve a home, healthy food, clean water, education, and medicine?
Listen, you get paid for what you do, man. I don't set the pay scale, but you're not going to make as much as a ditch digger as you will as an engineer. Would you agree with that?
Okay, listen to what I'm telling you.
Why should a ditch digger get the same thing that the engineer did when he went to school, get higher education to help him have a better quality of life?
Okay, I'll tell you, but don't get mad at me. If we offer free education, now it's going to take more than a generation to achieve this. That's why we have to have a new financial system built upon achieving these goals.
What's the financial system?
I told you we need a new global financial system.
All right, okay. Listen, this might not be the line for you if you want to listen.
Okay.
Ma'am, I am not interested in this pie in the sky
It's not.
global this and everybody's equal. I believe in capitalism. Okay,
Okay, okay,
that's what I believe in.
okay. It's
You can
okay.
believe in the other stuff if you like to.
Okay, all right.
You sound like a socialist. Are you a socialist?
Listen, this
Are
is
you a socialist, ma'am?
okay. Can I say
Are you a
something?
socialist, ma'am?
I would not call my. I mean, I don't.
Uh-oh.
I don't think. No, listen. I don't study enough those types of things to put a label on myself. I
Who's
can't
gonna
tell.
pay for all these things you
Okay,
want to give away?
I'm trying to tell you. Okay, I want you to hear me for a minute.
I've
Okay,
been listening and I don't like
okay,
what I'm hearing.
okay. All right, but I'm not upset with you.
I'm not upset
Okay,
with you either. I just think that it's
okay. I
we're
want to.
doing differently.
I want to tell you something. All right.
Go ahead.
You said my pie in the sky. I want you to know that if you went all over this earth, all over it,
Yeah.
and asked any child, 8 and under, hey, buddy, do you think every child deserves to have a home?
He doesn't have any life experience. He can't answer that question.
Okay, wait a minute, excuse me. What are you talking about? Because that's
Children don't have life experiences.
we're not talking. Listen, I'm trying to tell you that inside of a child lies a divine truth, all right?
I agree. They're innocent.
Okay?
Absolutely.
Okay, and that all people are equal in the eyes of a child.
That's true.
In
I
the
agree with
eyes of
that.
okay, so if children are born with some sort of divine understanding, and
But
then
they
we
don't have any
grow,
life experience.
okay, because the story that we live in is the life experience that poisons the very divine law that they're born with, which is my point. In
Okay.
order to, okay, you say I have a pie in the sky thinking. What I'm trying
How
to
long will
tell,
this take? How long will this
okay,
take?
in order to achieve it, to truly achieve it,
Yeah. Have
it
you
makes
worked out
me,
the numbers?
yes, I have.
How long? Tell me. Give me a year. Come on.
3 generations.
3 generations. I'm not going to be here.
I know that.
All
I
right,
know
Miss
that.
Karen.
No,
I
no, no,
appreciate.
no, no. Not three.
No, no, no. What do
No,
you
no,
mean? No, no,
no,
no.
no, no. I
No.
don't. No,
Why do
wait.
you keep
Okay,
saying
wait.
no?
I think
Wait. No.
she's
No.
speaking about the New World
Yeah, no,
Order.
no, no. I'm not. No, I don't even know what that is. No, listen. I'm not saying 3 generations before the doctrine of human rights and the new financial system is instituted. I'm saying 3 generations from the time that it's instituted. It'll
Oh
be
my God,
3.
I don't have that much time,
Okay,
man.
but honey, listen to me. Okay, but you
I'm
will be.
50. I'm on the back nine of life.
Okay, well, what about your children and your grandchildren and
My
your?
son, listen, I've given him good sense. I've given him some money and things like that. Now, I didn't give him good sense, but I gave him good teachable moments and provided him an education. And he has to go out into the world and go figure out how he wants his life to go.
Okay,
That's all.
but listen. We live in a story that was written for us, not by us, but
What line of
for
work
us.
are you in? What line of work are you in?
I'm a caregiver to 2 people.
A caregiver. What does that mean? You saying
They
older
can't.
people? Or something?
Yeah, yeah, people that are sick and unable to do for
Okay, well,
themselves.
listen, you have a great heart. I definitely appreciate it. But we're going to go ahead and move on. I
All
appreciate you
right, all
coming.
right, all right.
We're gonna go to
Okay,
DR
it's okay.
Doctor Two.
It's
Is that
okay.
Doctor Two? Are you a doctor? What's happening?
It's okay.
No,
I'm
sir.
fine.
DR2 or
Doctor Two.
three, either one.
All right, what's up? Let's go. What state are you in, sir? Come on, let's go. Bring the fire. What state are you in?
I'm in Virginia,
Northern, Central, or Southern?
Hampton Roads, Virginia.
Hampton.
Mid-Atlantic.
All right, let's go. What you got? Let's bring the heat. Come on, let's go.
So the issue is as long. Okay, so let me just say this: the Republicans who bust the immigrants to different cities, I'll give y'all this: y'all's playing work. So now immigration is definitely an issue that more people are concerned with. But once we solve it, it's going to put states like Texas, make it even worse for y'all. This will let you know. Republican run states like Texas, it's going to make it even worse for y'all. There's nothing wrong with a nation controlling its borders. Absolutely not. There's nothing wrong with it. However, as long as immigrants continue to assimilate and add to society, there's nothing wrong with immigration either. Okay? But it does need to be controlled. I understand that. And now that we're going to get down to it and start controlling it, Texas is going to be in an even worse position than it is today. Just to let y'all know. And that's about
As
it.
with California.
No,
as with
California
California.
handles itself. California handles itself much better than Texas.
Well, that's
Much
only
better than
because of the
Texas.
democratic views of the state.
Exactly.
Texas has
Exactly.
a more right wing, leftist, or rightist look at things, and that's the only variation there.
Exactly. I agree with you.
But the
You're
demise of
absolutely
the
right.
two borders or the demise of the two towns and cities are in demise. They're in a demise state right now, based on your theory, my friend, and your perspective. Absolutely.
I'm just saying Texas and Republican run states that have border states are going to be in worse off now that it's a real issue that we're going to deal with. Because Texas is used to having all this easy and cheap labor. Now you're going to cut it off because it's a real issue. Texas is going to be much worse off. Just to let you know. But okay, there we go. That's it.
All right, thank you. Let's go ahead and go to the Biz. Biz, what's happening, brother?
What's going on?
Doing good. Bring the heat. What state are you in, sir?
Texas, baby, Texas. There's a lot of talk about Texas.
Let's do it. Bring the heat.
Let's go, man. I had 2 points. I was listening to Ron and about his, about the racism that he was experiencing. And I didn't know that we had to. That was a surprise that racism exists. Systematic racism and individual racism. But I think it's a problem when we start conflating the two. Because individual racism, we're not really worried about it. It's just a systematic racism.
Absolutely.
That's what
Absolutely.
we're worried about.
Great point. Because
And
I'm
then,
not worried about it personally.
right. It's just the systems and systems that been used for oppression.
That part.
And then the second point is with you, Mr.Denali, the capitalism. We say capitalism, but we do have aspects of socialism in our capitalism.
I agree.
It's only a problem when Main Street is bailed out. It's looked down upon, but corporate America is bailed out all the time. And if we're a truly capitalist society, those banks should have failed. Savings and loans should have failed, and that would even the playing field. But as long as we build our corporate America and the big corporate giants, the wealth gap is going to continue to increase, which is not good for the average the average American. And that was my main 2 points.
Hey, this whole country is built on commerce. Every law, every municipality is all about money and paying down this deficit. Okay? Even when you see your local police, when you see that logo, protect and to serve, folks, that's not geared toward you as a citizen. That message is for the public. That message is for the businesses in the area. These entities are there to protect businesses, not you, my friend, not you, the individual. Please understand this. This is about protecting commerce. This is about protecting the laws of the land, and it has nothing to do with you as an individual.
All right. Let's go to Mr. John. Mr. John, how you doing? And then we'll go to Hoodlum after you. Mr. John, what say you, sir?
Oh, I'm doing good. How you doing?
Doing good. What state are you in, sir?
I'm in the state of Texas. Everybody's talking about Texas, man. So,
all right, let's do it. Bring the heat. What you got?
Yeah, people talk about the deficit. Nobody's really concerned about the deficit. Everybody wants their piece of the action. So, as long as we have a government, we'll have a deficit because one party comes along and they'll pay down the deficit and get everything in order, and then we're going to bring another party in that's going to come in and screw it up. So nobody's really concerned about the deficit. Hell, I'm 84 years old, man, and we've been having a deficit ever since I've been around. So I guess we'll have a deficit from now on.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. John. I appreciate you. Hoodlum, what's up, brother?
Denali, thanks for bringing me up today, sir. Enjoy your work. I just wanted to talk about some of the issues that Black Lives Matter have brought up in reference to the Democratic Party and the DNC. Um, I have read their post, I have read their complaints, and I am in full agreement. The Democratic Party supposedly is saving democracy as they tear it down with their oligarchies making the decisions on who the candidates are going to be. I
All right, so
fully
you got a political statement. So you're not in favor of Joe Biden stepping down?
No, I'm not in favor of them not having primaries. I'm not in favor
What do you
of the.
want them to do right now that we're in the middle of the political season and he has to step down, for whatever the reasons
They
are?
should have an open convention. They should
I
have.
agree with you. Well,
They
hang
should.
on a second. No one said it's not going to happen yet. She has some commitments, but nothing's official until that time at the convention, right?
Yeah, but I mean, I agree with Obama. He said that that we needed an open convention.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
Obama has not come out to support Kamala Harris. He has not, him or Mrs. Obama. He has said that he wants an open process. And don't be surprised if we don't get it. Kamala's out there now, or Mr. VP Harris, because I keep butchering her name. I don't want to continue to do that. But don't be surprised if what she's doing right now, she's acting as if. And I think that she's trying to drum up support so that other candidates say, you know what, I'm not going to go into this thing. But I think that they should. Shapiro, Bashir, Hakeem Jeffries, I think they should do it. I think the party will be better for it if they do that, as opposed to just saying she's just next person up. That's what I said.
Yep, I just wanted to come up and mention that and just kind of share that, get it out there, because I don't know if everyone knows about that.
Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate
no
that.
Problem. No problem.
All right, man. Let's see. Mr. Rowe, what do you think about what Mr. Hoodlum has said?
I think, actually, I wanted to chime in. Thanks. I think they should have open primary, and they will be when the Democratic National Convention comes. The same way Kamala is out there picking up steam. Anybody else interested in being the president, they could just go out there and campaign and rally the troops around them. But they're not doing it. And that's one reason why I will applaud Obama for not endorsing anybody yet until they have the open pledges in the Democratic National Committee.
I agree with you.
Obama's weak. Obama's weak. Kamala got all the pledge delegates that she needs to be the designated nominee. So
like Mr. Denali said, that's is not official until they go to the Democratic National Convention.
Right.
What everybody does not realize is that this has been a plan in the making since the beginning of time. Before President Biden took office, the whole cabinet knew that this guy was not able to sustain his duties as a president. So his customized running mate is this black woman savior to come in and stand in and inadvertently take this guy's place. This has been the plan all along, folks. Don't you realize it?
Well, that's the point of a vice president. If the president,
I don't know if this was the plan all along, Ron. I'm not sure about that. I don't know. I haven't seen
it. That's my take. That's my theory.
Yeah, I think what happened was he had a horrible debate performance, which is why we're in the situation that we are in now.
But they knew he was going to have a horrible debate performance. That's why they put him in front of America, to let America see that he was not capable of running out his duties. That's why they put him in front of America.
No, I don't think so
He's running
because
his
I don't
duties
think
right
they.
now.
I don't
That's
think that
exactly
they.
why they put him in front of the world to see that he was incapable of handling the job. So it makes better sense to let his cohort come in and take the role.
I
He's
don't think
handling the
that.
job right now.
I don't think that they knew, or I don't think they really would want Kamala to be there or VP Harris.
Brother, brother
That's why I don't think
Denali,
it's
brother
planned.
Denali,
Yeah.
Joe Biden has not been able to sustain his duties as a leader of this nation for the last year and a half, sir. And
He's doing it
everybody who's in
now.
I don't
power
know
has
about
known
that.
that.
I think he's done a good job, but he,
Yeah, he's
Paul,
done a good job.
He's not running the office. He's not running the show. His cabinet's doing an okay job, but
where's the
he's
evidence of
not
that?
pulling the strings, Mr. Denali.
Where's the evidence of that?
Listen, this is just because, I mean, if you really look at this guy, I mean, you look at reports, this guy's had a neurologist come in, one that's
Hang on
specializes in Parkinson's disease
hang
for
on
over the last year and a half.
Ron. We went and we did the investigation and we looked at the reports he had as part of his annual checkup. So he does not have a neurologist on staff at the White House.
Okay.
Once a year, he has had that done. Okay, once a year. So it's not something that he has an ongoing thing throughout the year. It's once a year, part of his annual checkup. Does that
Yeah,
make sense?
old people can run a country. It's possible.
Well, listen, I mean, he's 81 years old. Right?
Well, what you say it was planned. Well, what it is, you plan your work and you work your plan. So if it was planned, it's working out pretty well as far as I'm
Absolutely.
concerned.
No, Harris is a horrible candidate. I'm sorry. She needs, listen,
Absolutely.
she's a
She's a
horrible
risky
candidate.
candidate. She's definitely
Absolutely.
risky.
She's what?
She's risky. She's risky as a candidate.
She's horrible. And I tell a friend of mine, she's god awful, is what she is, in my opinion.
I concur. I concur. 100%.
You're trying to make it seem she's acting as if to show strength. But I'm hoping that somebody's gonna like, you know what? Let's go ahead and have an open convention. I think it would be exciting. I think young people will get involved and things like that. So that's
And
the way
she's really taking a catalytic approach to the Democratic political affiliation. She's taking a catalytic approach to it all. She is no way, shape, form, or fashion should be in the position, for running President Trump right now. There's no way she should be in the leading polls 2 days after making this decision if it were not part of the plan.
Well, new things do get a lot of attention. Shiny new object. What is this? Kick the tires, things like that. But I think she'll come back down and things like that. Mr. Rusha, did you want to add something there?
Oh, hi everyone.
Hey.
Hey, Jerusalem.
Hey, Mr. Rowe, how you doing?
Great, baby.
Good. Oh, I just wanted to say I don't think it should be open. I don't think that the delegates should change their minds or anything. I think she should be endorsed, and we should allow her to be our pick and support her.
No!
Yes.
Why is that?
Please.
Why is that? Why would you say such a thing?
I said such a thing because she's our VP.
Who are you going to support?
Are you aware of her track record here? I'm from California. She's been a part of California for many, many years. Okay. And I can tell you many reasons why.
Didn't you all vote her in to several different positions?
You voted in everything.
That was the people. That was the people who were unaware of her track record at the time.
Oh.
Hey, did she get in trouble for lying down with the mayor of San Francisco?
Okay.
I'm not getting into all of that. I don't know about her personal life. I'm just talking about her political accolades, and she's got a horrible track record with the community here and specifically Los Angeles.
Good track record in Los Angeles. The majority of the people voted her in as district attorney. Then they voted her in.
That's subjective, sir. That is subjective. Her track record is subjective.
I'm not finished. Then,
Mr. Rowe, hang on 1 second. Hang on. Okay. Jerusha had the floor. Jerusha, are you done what you were saying?
You're right.
Oh, I yield the floor to Mr. Rowe.
Okay. All right.
And I'm coming back to you. I just jumped in to say, and with that, and then she went through the as a senator. She was the president of the Senate committee. So all these years
So,
been racking up, and all of a sudden now she become vice president, and 3 years later, but people can elect Donald Trump ignorant ass who didn't know
mm,
nothing and lied.
mm,
But you
mm,
saying
mm,
this woman is not qualified. She was
mm,
qualified
mm,
from the day she graduated out of college.
mm.
Tell
All
him,
right.
Mr. Rowe.
She's an
Tell him.
attorney. She's
A
an
systemic
accomplished attorney.
ass. Okay.
Now you can go let Jerusha, you can take over again.
Mm,
Oh, you are
mm,
doing just
That's why
fine,
it
Mr.
seemed like
mm,
Rowe.
in California
Just
she
fine.
did the
mm,
job
mm.
All right. Mr.
Like
Ron,
Miss
would you like to finish
Yes.
your point?
Oh, I'm sorry. You said what, Mr. Denali?
Mr. Ron, would you like to finish your
Oh,
point?
Hey, my point is just that, we can all praise educated individuals. We can all praise people and give them their accolades and say what they're qualified for, when we all don't really realize that this whole education system is rigged. That's what it all boils down to. But you folks aren't even ready for that conversation. Did you folks know that both Spelman and Morehouse are founded by Jewish white folks? Did you guys know that?
No.
so what?
Let's stay
What's your
on.
point?
Both
Let's stay on Harris.
both
Let's
Spelman
What's
and
the
Morehouse
problem?
colleges
let's
And
are
what's the
Mr. Ron.
problem?
Hey,
founded by
Denali.
Jewish
And
white
what's
Hang
the
on
folks.
one
problem?
second. Hang on
And what's
one
the problem,
second.
Ron?
Let's stay on Harris and her viability to be the next president of the United States.
This is all
Hey,
part of
Denali, can
this
I
is all
speak?
part of that. We're talking about people's education and why we feel that because they're educated or they have these accolades from a academic standpoint that they're qualified. That
Well,
doesn't
okay,
make a person qualified because of their
No, you can have
academic
education in
aptitude.
life.
okay.
In
So
life.
Mr. Ron, who do you like as a presidential nominee?
I'm a Trumpster. I'm a
Okay, so you
100%
voted for
Trumpster.
Trump. You're
Absolutely,
voting for Trump.
100%. I'm a businessman, so I'm 100% for Trump.
There you go.
Do you
your
reconcile in
business.
any way the fact that he's a convicted felon?
The
Good
whole
question.
country of the USA is a convicted felon.
I'm not.
Hey, well, the country as a whole is a convicted felon in my eyes.
Listen,
Who
what
are
I'm
we to
saying is
judge
that
Donald Trump for the iniquities brought up on him by an unjust
well,
entity? These
do
people
you
have no
want police to have?
jurisdiction.
Oh,
Do
I
you
don't
want
mind him
complete?
being a
Hang on one
convicted
second. Do you?
felon.
1 second. Do you want the police to have complete immunity, 100% immunity? I mean, because some of the things he says are challenging.
Listen, can
I'm
I
sure.
tell you something? The only thing Donald Trump has ever said or done to me offensive, and that was his approach to women. Other than that, I am cool with everything this man does. The only thing I found offensive was his approach to women and grabbing things of that like.
Got
That's
it.
the only
Okay.
thing this man has said that was offensive to me. Other than that, hey man, that's it.
Now,
He was
if
judged
you
by a
support
jury of his
everything, if you
peers.
support everything else that he does, why would that be offensive to you?
Everything else he does is in alignment with my beliefs.
What about his approach to racial relations?
What about them?
I mean,
Everybody has deemed him to be racist and all this. I mean, Donald Trump has been supporting our community for many, many years.
no, I didn't say I didn't get into race if he racist
Yeah,
or not. But he
yeah.
doesn't believe in systematic racism.
Well, I'm not saying that he does. That isn't my point.
I mean, what I'm saying, but that affects, us as a community. He don't believe in systematic racism, so I think his policy is going to reflect that. I
Well,
mean, we as a people, as a whole, has been oppressed for hundreds of years.
and then we've ridden off of that oppression instead of having a proletific or a proletarian thought process that has been indoctrinated into us. We need to get beyond that thought process. That's when we
Trump is a
take on
white
that socialist
nationalist.
approach to everything. That everything should be given to us.
Nobody,
Boo
no,
hoo hoo!
nobody,
Look at
nobody
little
has
old
a
me. I'm
socialist approach.
oppressed.
No, nobody has a socialist approach. Black people as a whole, their whole approach to racism was just get your foot off my neck. That's always been our approach. Just don't work
Exactly.
against us. That's always been our approach. I mean, they give everybody else a hand up, but we've always had the position, just don't work against us.
I never
Just get
got a
out the
And
hand.
way.
Mr.
We're going to
Biz,
do
I'm
it your way.
100% in alignment with that, sir. 100% in alignment with that.
Right.
Appreciate
And
your
that's been our
perspective.
approach. I don't understand how the narrative has always been that black people want socialism and they want handouts. That's never been our approach. That's been poor white America's approach. That has never been black people's approach.
Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that that's our approach to everything. I'm saying that we don't need to utilize that in today's environment as an excuse. That's all I'm saying.
No
We
one
can't
is.
use
But what I'm
racism
saying
as a
is,
whole back today. We have to individualize ourselves, get off our asses, come up with a plan to make it happen for ourselves and not let these theories of racism hold us back.
no, but what I'm
I
saying is
think when you first
our
started
theory has
talking, Ron,
always been that.
and you mentioned that N word that somebody either said to you, what would you call that? You don't call that racism that the person called you the N word?
Well, I was explaining at the
What?
time, brother, that this is what we experience as constituents here in Los Angeles from our city council president. That's what
Our
But
I was
guess
position,
what?
explaining.
let me
So
say this. Let me say this though.
Go ahead, Blaze.
Our position as a whole has never been that. That's been something that has been placed on us. We've always been getting off our ass, for lack of better words, and making something happen. But
well,
we've
you gonna
always
be
been
worried
grouped
about the
by
city
other people
council,
as being lazy. We ain't never been lazy.
and how you gonna be worried about the city council president, but not the president of the United States being a white nationalist? Please answer
Hey,
that.
Denali.
Why is
Yeah.
Donald Trump a white nationalist? Who deemed him a white nationalist? You? The
Look at his
public?
campaign.
His
Now,
campaign doesn't imply that he's a white
Yeah,
nationalist. I'm
right,
sorry.
cowboy.
Well,
Appreciate you.
hey,
Listen. Hang on
we
one
don't.
second. Whoa, Biz. Tell Mr. Ron why you think that Donald Trump is a white nationalist. Thank you so much, Mr. Ron. Go ahead.
Well, my thing, Ron, is we don't have to get in the name calling the white
Yeah,
nationalists or
right,
not.
cowboy.
But what I'm saying is, when it comes to race relations, to getting America's foot off our neck, he's not on our side.
All right.
He doesn't
No,
even believe in
hang on.
systematic
Mr. Biz,
racism.
Mr. Biz. Give him specific examples why you're saying that Donald Trump is a white nationalist. Give him
Oh,
something
I didn't say he
specific.
was. That was
Oh, who said that? Who said he was a white nationalist?
That was me. I'm sorry. That was Dre.
Okay. Dr. Two, tell Ron, give him something specific. Thank you so much, Benny. Give him a specific thing that Donald Trump has said or done that you say makes him a white nationalist. Go.
I'm just going off of how he campaigns. He said specifically, "I'm a nationalist."
Yeah, thank you so much for the community stuff. You don't have anything specific? Come on, Dr. Two.
And it was. I'm talking about his campaigning. That's basically
I
what I'm
know.
talking
Give it
about.
to Ron while you're saying you say he's a white nationalist. What did you put into your brain that tells you, that informs you that he's a white nationalist? Come on.
Okay, look up Project 2025.
He has nothing
Yeah.
to do with that. He has nothing to do with Project
Well, yeah, his
2025.
District
Yes, he
47.
does.
Half of his cabinet wrote that
Yes.
Project
Okay, listen.
2025.
This
Donald
is what I
Trump
want from
has
you.
nothing to do with Project 2025. This
Thank you
came
so much,
into
Dr. Two.
existence even before he became the president. Do you think this
That
is a
is true.
document that was just thought up, folks?
Let's Mr. D2. Let's go away from Pride 25 for a second. Give him some, because you say campaigning. Donald Trump has not campaigned on Project 2025. Give Mr. Ron something specific that Donald Trump has done or said that leads you to believe that he is a white nationalist. Please.
When he says things like, "These vermin, we need to eradicate these vermin from the blood of our nation." When he says things like that,
Who's he
That's
referring to when he says
absolutely
vermin?
true. We do need to get rid of the vermin. We didn't say
no,
anything
to refer
wrong.
to humans as
Who are the
vermin.
vermin?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Hey, we all So now we're pointing the finger. We're glass, and we're pointing the finger. Like, who has not used a derogatory statement towards an individual? Now we want to say how holier than thou. I mean, this guy's
Okay.
just
All
able
right.
to say
Who?
this on a
Well,
forefront that nobody expected.
Mr.
when he said in
D2.
Virginia that was good people on both sides, people were taking these torches and saying the Jews will not
Detest that.
replace us.
I
I think
detest
that
that. But I don't think that that's what he stands for. I detest that movement. I detest him saying that. But I'm not gonna close the deal down for that statement. I'm not
well,
gonna
you see,
back out
you're a
of a deal for
businessman.
that ten
This
thousand
guy has
dollars on
filed
a
six.
five hundred
This
thousand dollar
guy,
deal.
this guy has filed bankruptcy 6 times. I don't
Well,
know if any businessman has
Mr.
done
Johnny,
that
All I
Mr.
before.
know
Johnny,
is when he was in office, I made a hell of a lot more money than I'm making now.
Mr.
Impossible.
Johnny, Mr. Johnny, the fact that someone who has like over 250 business and he filed bankruptcy 11 times, I mean, I don't know. Listen, he's problematic. He doesn't pay contractors and things like that. But I don't know if filing bankruptcy makes you a bad person.
Well, it
Filing
doesn't might
bankruptcy
not
is
make you
actually
a
a
bad
smart
person, but it
thing.
makes you a
It's a,
bad
it's a
businessman.
bankruptcy
Filing
is a
bankruptcy is
strategy used
actually a
by a lot of
absolutely, and it's a
it's a
smart
strategy
move
used
for a
by a lot of
businessman.
business. So I mean,
Oh, it's a smart move for a con
Also,
man.
my bad.
Yeah,
Miss, Miss,
we've been taught to work and slave hard all our lives and just, work 60 years and live a good life for the last 10 years of our lives. That's what's been indoctrinated to us
Well,
as a
I'm
people.
84. I'm 84 years old, and I work 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, sir. So I don't know what you mean by working at 60. You
Well,
know,
sir, I'm just saying
You could
respect to
legally
you,
draw unemployment, sir. You can draw unemployment,
respect to
like
you.
retirement.
Yeah, respect to you, sir. Much
well,
respect to you for all your hard work, but, you know, it doesn't require all that, sir. And all I'm saying
it
is
depends.
most of us as
It
individuals
depends
in
on
our
what you
community
want out of
speak,
life.
if I can finish, most of us don't realize that we don't have to work that hard in life to be successful. We don't have to work that many hours for so many years to become successful. I mean, there's a whole community of people that don't work that hard and they're extremely successful.
But Ron,
It's
you know
just
what's so
our,
crazy? You know what's so crazy? You
mm-hmm.
think our people work that hard, but we still label lazy and want a
That's
handout.
true. Well, hey,
It can't be
they're going to
both.
give us that, but that shouldn't hold us back. Let them say what they say.
We're not saying it's holding us back, but you got to understand, those are powerful people talking. It's agenda talking. It's a system put in place to hold us back.
Oh, yawn.
You have to.
I
You
mean,
have
I'm
to
not
know.
gonna lie to you, brother. I'm held back by the system just as much. I'm not gonna
Who?
lie. I work
Who?
Monday through Sunday every week.
No. I'm saying we have a system in place to oppress us.
Right, right. It's a shit system. I'll be honest with that because at the end of the day, we're literally slaves to the government. That's what we
But
all
we
do.
all are. We all are. It doesn't matter our
Yes, that
race
is correct. That is correct. I agree with that.
unless we all get from this public sector into a private sector, we are all slaves to their agenda. I don't care if you're white, black, tan, or
What?
whatever.
We're not.
No, this is a capitalistic
I'm
system that
saying.
we work in right now. What do you mean?
Saying
This is capitalism.
we have to escape this way of public life,
Public?
enter
What you
into
mean
the
when you say
private
public?
side of life.
I
We
don't
have
understand what do you mean.
there's a public side of life,
Real quick, don't. You
private
got to work
side
for
of
yourself.
life.
You got to find a way to work for yourself, which will be a private sector rather than the public sector, which is working for somebody.
No, sir. I'm sorry. You can work for somebody but still be in the private sector. Working for the public sector means you're a government worker. That doesn't mean you just work for somebody
Working for
else.
the public sector means that you utilize a social security card to generate commerce. Public sector means.
Well, that's everybody, isn't it? What do you mean?
Everybody doesn't use a social security number to generate business, sir. People in the private world, these rich folks you see on TV, they're not utilizing their social security numbers to create business entities. You can believe that.
But hold on. Let me-
Yeah, y'all are mixing up public sector with private capitalism? I mean, I'm trying to understand what the
I'm saying
distinction.
our objective in life is to own nothing but control everything. That's what the objective in life is. If you want to become a successful individual, you own nothing but control everything. That's what these rich tycoons, these rich millionaires, these people that have generational wealth and sustainment, they own nothing, but they control everything.
Right, right. But you have to admit historically that's not been open to us.
Absolutely.
And do
You're
you own a house?
absolutely correct. That information has been kept
That's
from us. And that's when we have to
the
do
problem.
our research and dig deep within the trenches.
That wasn't open to our
Ron,
parents.
It's not that
Ron,
it
do you
wasn't
own
open to
property?
us. It's always been open to us. You know,
No,
they
no.
say
Ron, do you
if you
own
put something
property?
in a book, if you want to hide something from us, put it in a book.
I keep
And
asking the
that's
question,
100%
Ron, do you
emphatic.
own property?
I own property. Yes, I do, sir.
Okay, well, you just say to own nothing. You said
I
to
don't
own
own
nothing.
property. My business owns property.
Okay, and that's smart if you put it in your business name. I understand.
Right. Yes, sir.
Okay.
So all of us should be
Ron,
putting
I
our
can help
properties in our business name. All of us
Ron, I
should.
got you. You got a wealth building strategy. That's a wealth building
That's a
strategy.
wealth
Oh,
building
a
strategy. It absolutely
tax
is.
But it's
avoidance
going,
strategy,
but Ron,
basically.
it's going through institutions though.
All right,
You're going
give
through
me a second,
Not
institutions that
Mister
historically hasn't been open to us.
Mister Double Up. I'm going to rotate the panel around, and then you can request back
Yeah,
up.
you
Thank
can
you so
drop
much.
me. You can go ahead and drop me, man.
You going? You going, Mr. Johnny? Okay, we'll get you out of here. Thank you so much.
all I'm saying, folks, is we need to do our research on a private sector versus a public sector, and there are two separate entities, and most wealthy folks are living on a private sector,
Mr.
and they
Ron,
own nothing, but they control everything.
You know
I want
what?
to
But
say
if we all act like that, we wouldn't have any tax revenue to build any type of country. So what?
Yes,
What do you
yes, yes,
mean?
yes, we would. I mean, that's what they want you to believe. Okay, that's what they present to us. That's the proletarian thought process that they've indoctrinated into us as a individual community, sir. Please look
We
up the
all can't be
meaning of
sharks.
proletarian thought process. If you're not familiar with that process and thought process and ideology, it's proletarian.
I understand what you're saying to an extent, but I'm saying we all can't be sharks in one ecosystem. It's impossible.
There's
So
enough money to go around for all of us. We have to find our niche. But there's enough money to go around for all of us. You
but you're
don't
gonna
have
need
to sit up here
workers.
and work for the man for the rest of our lives until we're ready to retire.
Yeah, but Ron, you yourself, you're gonna need workers yourself, right?
But guess what? My workers will be working for my business and not an entity, not a corporate structure.
so. I want to ask a question with Mr. Ron, if you will, Mr. Ron. First of all, what America do you live in?
I live in this America that you call the United States.
Well, I don't call it the United States. I just call it America.
Okay.
So with that being said, because to be united, that means all of us are one. But that would never happen. So with that being said, Mr. Ron, I heard you say you have a business and that you have everything in your business name, correct?
That's correct.
How long have you been in business?
Personally, I've been in business a little over 2 years.
A little over 2 years. I hate to ask this question, but I think it's very necessary. How old are you?
I'm 57 years old, sir.
57 years old, you have everything in your business, and you live in the United States of America that you call the United States of America. So
No, I don't. You call it the United States. I just want to clarify that.
I never called it that. But anyways,
Okay.
I want to say this to you. I want to say one thing to you. First of all, to have something in the business name is to have it in the government's name.
That is not true.
But to have it in a trust is to have it in your family's name.
Right. That's what you would do. You would have it in a trust. Absolutely.
So, but you said business, and I wanted you to understand that that's a government entity.
A trust is not a government entity, sir.
What a trust was. I'm trying to tell you. You said business.
Well, my business derives from my trust, sir. We didn't get into all the aspects and detail.
Yeah, well, so I wanted to make sure that you wasn't teaching nobody wrong because this
Oh,
is
no. We didn't get into all the aspects and details of my scenario here, sir, but all that stems from my parent company, which is a trust. Absolutely.
right. So okay, so that makes a lot of sense, and now I'm gonna actually yield my mic because that was a little scary that you were saying. Oh,
Oh,
I
yeah.
have this and
And I
this.
appreciate you calling that out because people need to know that this all starts from a foundational trust.
Right, and which builds generational wealth, and which causes
Absolutely.
enhancement
Absolutely.
for trust. A trust cannot be taxed. A trust cannot be audited. A trust cannot be touched. And a trust also, if you take your land and put on a trust, your land cannot be taxed. Your car cannot be taxed. If you take anything and put it in a trust, it no longer exists.
And guess what? Nobody owns that trust,
That's right. But the
but the
trust.
trustee controls everything on that trust.
That's correct.
So
Okay.
y'all want everybody to act like that. That's how y'all want everybody to act.
So that's all I was trying to bring to the forefront here, and I appreciate your perspective, my friend.
Yes, no problem. I just want to make sure we was clear on that because I know a lot of people that have great businesses. Well, a lot of people, let me say this, don't know about a trust. A lot of our people don't know about a trust. Let me say people
Right.
my age, I'm 35, don't know about trusts and don't know what that means and how
Hmm.
powerful a trust is. You
And
Hmm.
Duke
understand?
is here, Denali.
Who's
That's
that?
another whole
Duke,
story,
Duke
man.
is here. He's
That's
in
for
the
a later
comments
date.
saying he's here.
Got it.
And Mr. Drew, Dr. Drew, or whatever, I heard you say something. I'm sorry, I didn't copy it. So could you repeat what you said?
I'm saying y'all want everyone in the collective economy to behave like that, to have a trust and everything. Is that what you want?
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you why. That's what you
It's
should
not gonna
have.
work.
Because I'm gonna tell you why Donald Trump and all the rest of the presidents and everybody else got where they are because of trust. You're not getting anywhere without money. You're
One
not
hundred
crossing.
percent.
And I'm
One
gonna
hundred
tell you,
percent.
this world revolves around money. And
Any
just
any dignitary lives off of a trust. You can best believe that, and that's how these folks create generational wealth, along with
that,
investment strategies. Absolutely.
that is correct.
Okay, well, it won't work. I just want to let y'all know that's a pyramid scheme that won't work.
All right, hang on 1 second. You guys. All right, so yesterday we had a challenge yesterday with Duke and Mr. Louisiana Local News. And Duke is here, and Mr. Louisiana Local News is here. And Mr. Louisiana Local News, are you broadcasting on your 147 stations right now?
I'm getting ready to go. For everybody that do not want to be on national TV, this is the time to exit. I am getting ready to start screen recording. And this will go on to my news station. You all can go look at it on groundzerolocalnews.com.
GroundZeroLocalNews.com.
At this
And how
time,
many stations is that?
groundzerolocalnews.com.
No, how many stations?
We have 146 stations.
146 stations. Okay. So Duke is here, and yesterday I guess there was something that was said, and I pulled the clip, and I'm going to play the clip. Is everybody ready for the clip? Duke and Mr. Louis. Unless Duke, do you want to say something? Some opening statements?
No, wait, Hurry, go ahead.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and play it. Here we go. Everybody, pay attention.
Is because see, if you look at the experience of all the cops that have unalived these people in the past, notice their past history in school. They started off in school being bullied, and they became police officers because they understood that the badge can give them a free pass they didn't have in school. So now he have a hall pass. He want to sit around here on TikTok and holler and scream and talking about the law and this and the third, which obviously he didn't study. And he want to sit here and say that he can do this and he been police at 14 years. He's inserting something we didn't ask. Okay, and just for the record, Duke, you were not bullied in middle school, elementary, or high school, right?
Wait a minute. He just stated that those cops that unalive people. Sir, do you think that I've unalived somebody unofficially?
I personally think he probably hid evidence if he was a police officer because you saw that.
Wait, did you say you think he hid evidence?
I personally think he hid evidence if he was around.
You can't make that assumption. You can't make that assumption.
Please give me a second, Michelangelo. I got this covered. Mister, what makes you think he hid the evidence? That's a serious charge.
I say I feel that he would have hid evidence.
No, I'm saying, what did he do what did he say to you that made your spidey sense tingle in that way?
Oh, well, he's basically covering up for the police who have clearly showed us that we was targets for the past 400 years.
Okay. Well, listen.
All right, so
as you heard, did you hear that, Mr. Local News?
I did, and I said again, as I stated yesterday, that if he were a police officer, I believe he would probably.
I'm gonna play it again. Listen very closely.
Okay. I asked, was he bullied? And the reason why I believe that he was is because, see, if you look at the experience of all the cops that have unalived these people in the past, notice their past history in school. They started off in school being bullied, and they became police officers because they understood that the badge can give them a free pass they didn't have in school. So now he have a hall pass. He want to sit around here on TikTok and holler and scream and talking about, the law and this and the third, which obviously he didn't study. And he want to sit here and say that he can do this and he been police at 14 years. He's inserting something we didn't ask.
Okay, and just for the record, Duke, you were not bullied in middle school, elementary, or high school, right?
Wait a minute. He just stated that those cops that unalive people. Sir, do you think that I've unalived somebody unofficially?
I personally think you probably hid evidence if you was a police officer because
I personally think you hid evidence.
If you were a police officer, I said.
Huh?
Yeah, if you listen to the thing again, it says, I personally think that you would have if you was a police officer.
Right, so that's saying that he hid evidence.
No, I didn't say he did. I say I personally think he would have if he was a police officer.
Duke, have you been a police officer, sir?
Exactly. I have been, yes.
So he was a police officer. So if it's out of the equation, he was a police officer, which implies that since he was a police officer, he would have hid evidence.
We are very clear about that. Mr. Duke was not a police officer. Well, let's say Mr. Duke was a constable. He has not led an investigation. Mr. Duke had no authority or over any investigation. So with that being stated, that rules him out of being an investigator or a police officer.
Sir, I stated to you yesterday, and I guess you didn't understand or listen. You did agree, but evidently, once again, sir, in the state of Texas, maybe not in Louisiana, but in the state of Texas, police officers, which considered as constables, TABC.
I'm not saying that.
Sir, I didn't interrupt you when you were speaking.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry.
Everything that has arrest powers, such as police, sheriffs, constables, troopers, game wardens, school police, metro police. We are all police officers. We all have arrest authority. We all have investigative authority. There is no differentiation between any of us. That's how it is in the state of Texas, sir.
Yes.
So as a constable, I have the same authority as the city police, that has the same authority as the state police, that has the same authority as the school police, that has the same authority as the metro police, that has the same authority as the game warden or the TABC or anybody who has a T-close license in order to be able to have the authority to arrest, investigate, and take a person to jail or ticket or whatever. Now, I'm gonna say this, and I got to go because I'm in the doctor's office and I have an appointment. Yesterday, I made a grave error by listening to the wrong sources, mainly social media. I have been collaborating with Mr. Denali. This officer, I'm not trying to put you in it, Mr. Denali, but I'm just sharing what I showed you, what I seen.
Yeah.
This officer, it was justified in his pew-pewing. And I have had a live, and I'm going to go live again. I'm not promoting my live on this
No, you're
platform.
fine. Listen, Duke does a great live. Go ahead and follow
Yes.
Duke. Duke is gonna.
Now,
Listen, I spoke to Duke, and he, I've been looking for it, Duke. I froze it. I couldn't find. I'm still looking as far as what Duke is
yeah,
saying.
it's hard.
That
It's
Miss
extremely hard. Yeah.
Sonya Massyv, when she said, "I'm sorry," put her hands up. She kneeled down. And Duke, you're saying you see on the tape that she grabbed the pot and threw the water at the officer. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I have the video evidence. First of all, it was stated even by local news that there was only one body cam footage.
Right.
Now I seen that there was both officers had their body cam cameras on, both of them.
I looked at the body cam number 2, and I saw her kneel down, and I'm trying to find where because the pot was gray, and she picked up a red pot holder and a white or grayish pot holder, and she took the pot over to the sink, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. And that's when she said rebuke, because he was saying about causing a fire or something to that effect. And she said, I rebuke that. Not the officer, but I rebuke that talk of negative talk. A lot of religious people do it. She said it twice. And that's when he said he was going to second alive her.
In the face.
He moved back, okay? And then he went forward around the counter. And that's when he drew his weapon. And she said, I'm sorry. And then he kneeled down. Now, I've been trying to find out where the pot went, but because there's a lot of stuff on the counter, and I was framing it and looking, and I did not see that. I blew it up. I took pictures and trying to see where it is that she came back up to get the pot and throw it to the officer. Duke says I haven't found it yet.
Yeah, what I'm gonna try to do is on my live is I'm gonna put because I can cast it to my television, and then that way I can, because you've got to go frame by frame. It happens in a split second,
right?
Where you can see that when she comes from her kneeling position, she grabs the pot, throws the water. And you see the steam and the water, and it goes all the way to the officer's foot. So it happens real quick. It happens really quick.
Because she did a lot in that millisecond. Mr. Benny, what do you want to say real quickly? I see you got your hand up. What's up?
Miss Louisiana sent me over there to take a look at some things, and I'm running across some things about some chickens and Miss Louisiana, some indictments and some chickens and a whole lot of things.
Chickens?
Maybe Mr. Louisiana, can you explain to me what I'm reading here?
Chickens.
Oh, I can tell you what you're reading. As a matter of fact, go to Ground Zero. Are you on Ground Zero Local News?
Yes, I am.
What is about chicken?
I'm hoping he explains it honestly.
Yes, please. Let me explain. What he's talking about is that when I was running for congressman in 2022, I was running for congressman in 2022. I had gotten into it with a judge and a district attorney. Okay, I own my home. Okay, I was going through a bank.
I gotta go. I'll see you later.
All right, dude.
I own my home. I was going through a Cross Keys Bank to be exact, and I was in the process of paying for my home. Right. So during this time, the guy that sold me his home was a Caucasian guy. I put a sign out in the yard, which we didn't have no HOO, no HOM, or no anybody over our home, over our housing. And I what's it called? HOM or whatever it's called around here. Well, over there. However, HOA is what it is. What's what it is. So, however, I put a sign out in the yard, which is my sign, HOA, right? Thanks. Put a sign out in the yard, and it was promoting that I was running for congressman.
Yeah.
Weeks later, they came and said, we want our home back. So that's not how that go. That's not how that go. I'm not renting this home from you. This home is under mortgage. So, and after that, it went from a constable, which I show Haiti left because this is what happened to a constable. A constable came to my home, sheriff's office did not want to get involved because they knew the legality of this if they would have gotten involved. This is how a constable have lost his license and no longer able to practice in Louisiana anymore, and now has been arrested since that time. I won a lawsuit from this case as well. They illegally evicted me from a home that I owned, held me in jail during the election so that I couldn't go out and vote for myself, and I couldn't go certify my election. I only had to certify. They held me for 4 full days after certification and did not even have charges for me.
Did you sue or whatever? Because that seems terrible. They're using the legal system as a weapon.
Yes, we sued. Yes, we sued. We sued for $2.5 million. We only got $2 million out of it.
Okay.
So the Mr. Guy, I'm glad you, Mr. Bunny, I think it's his name. Yeah, I'm glad you went seeing that. Because Mr. Benny, I'm sorry, because a lot of people don't know what I have been through for my people. So I'm glad you've seen that, because as I was running, I was actually doing homes for homeless women and children. I was doing homes for veterans. During the process, I was actually arrested building homes for veterans, and was told that I was using government's money to do that when I wasn't in any office at the time to receive government money to do that. So after they arrested me, so I have been arrested over 15 times. If you go read that article, you will see that. I have been arrested over 15 times for no charges of my own. Never have I ever received any charge. I have nothing on my background.
Something about some YouTube, something rather? YouTube, something? I don't know.
We did it on YouTube. We did it all over. We did it everywhere. And then fake news, of course, around here started picking up the false charges and spreading them. I could have got that scrub from the internet, but I want people to see what the news media can do when you're not charged. So that's the impression of who people feel and what they feel when the news media go and release fake things on you, and now they have an option to say, hey, well, this is what you've been through. Hey, this is what you've been through. With all due respect, Mr. Denny, I never hid that from nobody. I got it on there for it to be seen because I want people to know what I've been through.
It's basically public news or public information, so you don't have to have control of it, because all of the things that I read connected to your page weren't just your page. There's public things that wait a minute. I didn't judge you. I just read where you sent me to. And a lot of the things of which I've read contradict what you're saying.
So you can go and again read on mine. You can go read on anybody else's, but I can actually send you the documents if you would like from the court hearings. Not to mention that those news medias you say I can't control, yes, I can. It's called scrubbing. I can scrub the internet. I have the power to do it, and I have the policies to do it as well, because it's false news. Anything that's not on my background is called false news, and you can actually be sued for that. I choose not to sue them because I wanted people to understand and know what they were doing. It's one of the reasons I bought my own news station. So, Mr. Benny, like I said, hey, I applaud you for going out there and doing what you did, but make sure you get your facts straight, because, again, I know you say you're not judging me, but you bought that up as if it was trying to do, or like you said, like I'm contradicting myself. How? When I never mentioned that not once upon a time. It's in there.
First and foremost, Mr. Duke and you were having a conversation about honesty, of which I was present in, okay? You called Mr. Duke an honest person, and you also basically called him a rat. Okay? So my thing was, well, my
I didn't
thing
say
was,
the other man called him a
wait a
rat.
minute. You said if the man was a cop, he hid information, and you highly doubt if he's even what he's saying he is. Did you not say that?
Yes, I did say it, and it was facts.
So whoa, wait. So that was you and your feelings without information to certify what you were saying about another person that you, a veteran, that you say that you take care of. So there was some things that I needed to check. And when you gave me the information of where to go, you never told me about what I was going to find. So what I have to do now is look further so that next time that you and I talk, I will be completely informed of who you are.
Please go, please go. If it makes you feel good, if it makes you feel better, would you like to have my whole full name?
Well, that's
So,
involved in
Mr. Money, at
that's
the end of the,
involved.
I'm sorry, Mr. Beanie, at the end of the day, I don't know what your intentions are, but
I don't know what.
I think you can understand from what I've shared with you that I can read. Okay.
that's
What is
great.
this about chickens, Benny? You came up with something about chickens. What is that about? What are you?
Well, a gentleman is omitting that in the charges in there was theft. And
Theft?
so, yes, there was some theft involved in his arrest.
Mr. Louisiana local news?
Oh, Mr. Listen, and I can't say 1,000%, but I'm close to it. But that 140 channels that he's talking about, he's not telling the truth.
What? Mr.
He sent me
I
to
don't know.
the information, so I'm just reading it. But I'm gonna come back when I finish reading it because I can't be up here. But it's so much stuff connected to Mr. Louisiana.
Yeah.
We need to pull a couple covers back before we start listening to him.
I don't. Okay. I thought we were talking about Duke, but it seems like I don't. Mr. Louisiana, if you want to address it, it's up to you. I don't know exactly what's going on.
Yeah, sure. I like to address what he said. Well, first of all, Mr. Benny, I want you to be careful because I don't know. Like you said, I'm nobody, but you'll learn that I am, and slandering is a big crime. And because you here on TikTok, you're not safe. I could still sue you. I know I can get who you are, what you are. So be mindful because for one, I've never been in jail for theft.
Listen, you'll just be practicing.
What the hell? Easy.
Hang on a second, Montana. I don't. Something about chickens and Benny, Mr. Benny
Listen,
saying.
I understand that the brother does not appreciate having this conversation. But if he will, wait a minute, brother, wait a minute. Let's not get in our feelings. If you can remember, you were the one who gave me the information to go and review. So anything that I'm speaking about, TikTok language, is as a result of you giving me, like the gentleman did, the sister, order and information of where to find it. I reviewed that information, brought back to you a question of which you answered. Now, I understand you choose to sue this one and choose to sue that one, and you choose not to sue the other one. All these choices you talking about, don't be hitting me in the head with no BS because I can see between the lines. Period.
Okay, correct. I'm glad you can see between the lines, Mr. Benny. At the end of the day, I still want to know, you said I was arrested for fraud or for theft?
Listen, bro, involved with paperwork of what I'm reading, okay, with your alleged property and your alleged paperwork and your alleged lawsuit, there is some theft charges that was alleged. Am I correct?
Could you show me the alleged theft charges you talked about?
Just keep reading it when they told you that you were illegally existing on a property that was not yours. That's theft of their property.
Markeisha.
No, paperwork.
Markeisha? Who's Markeisha?
Who's that?
That's my wife and attorney.
I apologize. I always want to respect a sister.
Well,
I can't respect her information because she gonna do what he told her to do. But my thing is, what's on the paperwork doesn't say what he's saying.
Yeah. Well,
I didn't make that up.
So, Mr. Benny, do you need some extra coins or something? Is that what you're looking for?
Yeah, a couple of them. Can you help me?
Sure, most definitely. So, because I'm trying to understand your point and what you're trying to prove. Other than you read some information, obviously that's false. And that's not on my news station because not one time is fraud on my news station. Not one time is theft on.
Okay,
Yeah,
well,
Random Cowboy.
I
I
tell
was
you what we do.
not charged with it.
You and Mr. Duke, wait a minute. You and Mr. Duke agreed to disagree. I'm going to continue to read, and I'm going, you know how you do that joint where you get a picture of it yourself. For all the things that I'm going to bring back and talk about, they're going to come from your page. Okay? It won't be nothing that I said. It will be anything that I read that was misinformation from you. I will the joint and bring it back. How about that?
So let me ask you this before you leave, Mr. Benny.
Sure.
So have you read that I also don't own a school either?
I don't know what you talking about,
The
bro.
what? On the what?
I don't own a school either since I don't own this news station. I'm trying to see who owns.
I don't listen, bro. All the information that's available to where you sent me, I'm able to read. I will read it completely, and if it's something there that needs to be seen, I will the joint, get a copy of it, and it won't be my words. It'll just be what's on your page.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Local News, would you like to share the name of your school? I don't know what's going on, but
It is Minister Badger School. Is Minister Badger Human Rights Academy is what it's called.
it's located in Baton Rouge or something, Louisiana, Texas.
It's the local office, the corporate office is in Baton Rouge. Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. You know,
Or is anybody that want to go read what Mr. Benny say he's seen? It's called GroundZeroLocalNews.com.
Ground Zero Local News. He's broadcasting live right now, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know. I didn't know that this was happening. All right. Well,
Look, police departments have a history of corruption in this country. Anybody who researched it knows this.
Right.
So, if Mr. Duke has been whatever for however long.
Well, Duke is gone. Hang on a second, D2. We were talking about Mr. Benny, and I want to make sure we flush that out before we move on to make sure, because I don't like to have things unresolved, I guess.
Okay.
Well, since Mr. I want to use his page name. I don't want to use whatever name he used. Mr. Louisiana. He's a very intelligent gentleman, very smart. So I think it's wise to completely review Mr. Badger.
You're going to review it?
Yeah, I'm going to review him completely before we continue this conversation. And if he would like to come up and have this conversation after today, I will be more than willing.
So are you saying that you're going to, because you are an official investigator in my TikTok court, you're saying as you're an investigator, you're going to investigate Mr. Louisiana Local News?
Mr. Louisiana came to my homepage, and Mr. Louisiana presented himself very respectfully and very knowledgeable, but at the same time, he attacked someone unfairly. And because of this, I am questioning his credibility. And I'm going to check into it completely and fully. That's why I asked him and gave him the opportunity to speak the truth, because I'm going to pull the other side. We've heard his side. Now I'm going to pull the other side and see what they have to say. There's two sides to the truth. It's your side, it's their side, and it's the other side.
I don't even know you.
I know. You spoke.
At the end of the day, I can care less what you do, because at the end of the day, when I write my checks to pay my bills, I don't think I see your name on them.
And you are correct, sir.
No, that don't bother me. Do what you will. Hey, you wouldn't be the first.
If truth stands by itself, it needs no help.
Right. And I don't need no help. So handle your business.
Will you come back? If offered by Mr. Denali for you and I to have a later on conversation that's not complete because you're not supposed to have a conversation without complete information. So will you come back and have this conversation?
Mr. Benny, you can do whatever you will like to do when it comes to me, but no, I will not be participating in your foolishness. No, I will not. I think
Respect.
Well, hang on. Don't mess up my scoop for being the president because of Mr. Benny. He's not exactly one of my favorite people, but I mean, he's not.
Where
I
are
can
we
say
at right now?
that right now.
Are we in court?
Let me say
No,
this.
no, we're not in court. No, I'm saying Mr. Louisiana local news said that he would give me the scoop. He would announce him running for presidency sometime later on this year to me. And Mr. Benny from yesterday, Mr. Local News in Duke had a situation. I got the clip, and now then Mr. Benny came up and said something about chickens, and I didn't know what he was talking about. And now
you
Mr.
talking about
Benny,
the chicken plan again?
No, not Duke. Mr. Benny brought up something about chickens with Mr. Louisiana Local and some other stuff. And he has a school in Baton Rouge. He also said he also has 146 news stations.
My school is online. Let me correct that. My corporate office is in Baton Rouge.
Oh, it's an online school.
He says online class.
Online class. Okay, great. I mean, whatever. If it's educated people, then it's a ministry school, or is it, what is it?
It is a human rights academy. It's where you come and learn your human rights. We also do grants and stuff like that for people that's trying to.
People write grants and things like that?
Do a lot of stuff like that, yes.
Okay, cool. And it's online. You want to give it a plug again?
It is fully online. Again, it is Minister Badger Human Rights Academy. Go check it out. All the information that you need is on there. If you need further information, there's a number, and there's also emails on there that you can go into. A lot of people that received a copy of the book, I think I haven't sent Miss Steele hers yet. She's the only person. Have also received emails from that school, so you guys to see that it's legitimate. I have no reason to lie, cry, or nothing else when it comes to me. At the end of the day,
what is the name of your book again?
The book.
What's the name of your book?
I'm sorry, because I don't know what it is, but I'm echoing. So it's If I Run in 2028.
If you run in 2028. Okay. All right. I don't think there's anything else. I got to listen to this because I've missed a lot of stuff because I was not expecting this. Caught me off guard about chickens and some other stuff. And
now, if I didn't say this, let me also reiterate this right here. The chickens charge came after I was released. They needed something.
Riding cowboy. Go ahead.
What did you do to the chickens?
I did nothing to nobody because I didn't even have any chickens.
He took the chickens and took them to the chicken plant, and that's how he met Duke.
So at the end of the day, this was all a flex from the government, and that's why I won my case. So, Mr. Benny, do your homework and you'll learn that. And then you're going to be back over here apologizing to me, which you can keep. Because one thing I do not believe in is smearing other black people. If you're wrong, you're wrong. But if you're right, you're right. You should have done your homework before you came to me, brother. You should have done your homework before you came to me. That's all I'm going to tell you. And I apologize, Mr. Denali, but if that's what you entertain on your page, I will not be coming back.
Well, listen. Let me explain one thing to you. I don't tell people anything to say. People come up here and they come with the information, and the people that, if they want to say something to somebody, have the opportunity to talk about it or not talk about it. So I don't listen. This show is not scripted. What happens on the show is what happens on the show. The only thing that I arranged today was for you to come with Mr. Duke. Those are the only thing I said yesterday. Part 2 would be today, and that's why we're here. So anything else that happens organically. If someone has something to say to somebody, they have the opportunity to say it, and then that person can confirm, deny, or discuss it. So that's what happens on this page.
Right. Well, like
I said, so there's no script. I don't even like Mr. Benny.
I cannot believe.
I just never banned Mr. Benny. There's only been 2 people that have been banned on this show: Mr. Sean and Mr. Nick Florida from the South, something or other.
Yeah.
Because I have an inclusive space, people are allowed to come here, and if they want to say something to somebody, they have the opportunity to say, and that person can either engage or not engage.
Right, and I didn't mind by engaging because I want people to know the truth about what happened.
Well, I mean, like my show. Listen, the 3 things I love most in this world at this particular time is my son, my dog Denali, and this show. And 2 and 3 interchange depending on how Denali behaves. Okay, if he's eating my rug or something like that.
Mr.
So
Denali.
I protect this show with everything that I know because I do love the people that come here, and I love getting up here every day and talking to people and teaching people and bringing out stories that interest me, and hopefully they interest the audience. So this type of show is a good type of show, in my opinion.
Mr. Denali, let me first tell the gentleman, there's nothing personal. And wait a minute. I like you. All right. So you're a guy like me. I like me.
Who, me?
Yeah, I like me.
No, I don't. You know, you're not my favorite person.
That's all right, because I love me.
But but listen, even though you're not, you're still up here, because if I didn't like you enough to keep you up the show, you wouldn't be up here. Many people go into the thing, and some people get up, some people don't.
I heard the young lady before on another show say, please be careful what you say to me, Mr. Benny, because I match energy. Now I sat back and watched this gentleman and Duke go back and forth, and he can say, if he's honest, he went hard on him. And now because me and him had a little tip or conversation or back and forth, I just asked the question, and now he ready to abandon the page, and he don't want to talk to me, and all of this stuff. Like, all he had to do was just say, excuse me, sir, that stuff is personal. I'm not answering it. That's the end of that. That would have been the end of the story. But why you want to get all personal and mad at me because I asked your question?
Well, first of all, I'm not mad at you, sir, because I would have left already. I'm not angry with you at all whatsoever. What got me was that if you said that I'd done that to Mr. Duke, which, by the way, let me go ahead and clarify something. I've done what I've done to Mr. Duke for ratings. Never, ever, ever, ever personally felt a way about Mr. Duke. I've done that for ratings, okay? Because that's what I do. I go and support other people's pages and bring people in. That's what I do. Okay.
You just say you're a pastor.
You manufactured that, Mr. Louisiana?
Hold on, Mr. Benny. I didn't. Now, what he said and what he was saying, yes, I did have an issue of it, and I was correcting it. But as the rest of that, it was all for ratings. So let's get that straight right now.
It was manufactured?
I'm sorry?
It was manufactured? You weren't upset with Mr. Duke?
Not at all. I have nothing against that man. I don't even know him.
You did it. Wait a minute. Did you just say you did it for ratings?
I don't listen, sir. Listen. I know you from Sylvia, but I don't do things for ratings. I like for things to happen organically.
Well, that was organic. It was in a way, but then I just kept on going on and on because I felt like, okay, well, you know, hey, it's bringing people in the room, so let's keep it going. But yes, I did it for ratings.
Wait a minute. What are we doing?
What I said? Yes,
I don't know.
I gotta go. This is nonsense.
I don't like it. I'm not a fan of that.
What are we talking about?
Litigious goofball.
I don't listen. I think one of the things that I like about this show, and he's not there anymore. One of the things I like about this show is that, man, I try to be as authentic and I try to be as honest as possible. I don't manufacture things for people in the room. I don't do it. I don't tell people what to say. People, listen, I get texts sometimes from friends that may come up here and they say, hey, I want to say something to somebody, but I said, listen, I don't tell people what to say. You do what you think you need to do, and I'll adjust. And if I don't think it's necessary, then I'll shut it down. That's how I run the show. There's nothing scripted about this show. There's no guy behind the curtain pulling the string saying, say this, do this. I'm a firm believer that the truth in real life is funny where I don't have to manufacture it. That's me. I do not do that. Which is one reason I don't talk to a lot of people off the app. I get 15 right now to 22 times people send me a text in TikTok and they want my number because they want to talk to me. I don't want to talk to a lot of people. I'm not interested. I have a very tight circle that I talk to, and that's it. And most of the people know who they are that come on the show and things like that. But I don't. I just think that real life is funny by itself. When things happen organically, I'm like listening to you guys, and I'm like, wow. So yeah, I don't want things done for ratings. I don't want things done for views. or likes and things like that. This is who I am. I try to be as authentic as possible because everybody else is taken. So I just try to be me. Mr.Denali XXL, that's who I am.
Yeah,
Right?
and just so we're clear now, there was things in that conversation that I meant and I stood by. But as far as what got, and again, I'm going to say this, and I want this to be very clear. And I think I said this yesterday, and underline this to Mr. Rowe. What brought me into his conversation is when he said that laws are not, that the police department is not permitted to serve and protect. Yes, they is. And I said that from beginning into the end. And that was the only thing that I was concerned about, was that right there. All the rest of that stuff, look, it was true, but I wasn't indebted in it because at the end of the day, I know what's what. And if he did his homework, he would know what's what as well. But I never intend to come after this man. I never intend to make him feel no type of way. And as a matter of fact, I even friend him. And I was going to inbox him as well. I'm not a person that like to have enemies. That's not who I am. At the end of the day, I laugh, I talk, I debate. That's what I do best.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, so, I mean, listen. As far as I know, you've always been upfront, straightforward. We first met you with Miss Sylvia when she first came in, and you drop in from time to time. You said you would give me the scoop when you decide to announce your candidacy for the president of the United States and things like that. So, I just want everybody to know, nothing on this show is scripted. There is no script, and I do not, NOT, do not tell people what to say or what not to say. If someone has an issue, you go ahead and do it, and that person has the opportunity to respond or not. And that's it. That's how I run this show. Very organic. I believe in that. It's like I feel it has a good rhythm to it, and because real life is funny. I love to go out and people watch. It's funny as fuck. So that's me. All right. So.
And that's me as well. I like to have a great time. Again, I love to debate. But when something personal is that right there, or especially with theft, I don't do theft. I've never stolen nothing in my life. I never did fraud, never done that. When I can care less about the arrest in the house and all that great stuff because it's out there. But there is no such thing as fraud or theft on my behalf, and I have nothing whatsoever on my arrest record. And it's not because I had it expunged; it's because I never been charged for nothing.
Got it. All right. Well, listen. That's it. I mean, I don't know, maybe I should have shut it down, but I didn't know what we were talking about with chickens, and I was like, what?
Yeah, that was a charge because after I was released and everything was over with, they had something to put on my charge, and that's what they ended up doing. But again, I was not charged. I never had to go back to court on that. That was actually dismissed while I was outside of court. I never sent an attorney, never hired an attorney. When I went to go talk to the district attorney about it, it was already dismissed. So none of that is factual. None of it is true. And we have to understand the news. We have the right. We have the right to lie on somebody.
I agree. Don't trust a DA.
No, I never have and never will.
Don't vote for Kamala then.
Well, I wouldn't vote for Kamala anyway.
Okay, good.
Yeah, and you know what, Mr. Louisiana, you and Benny on the same side. He also is an African-American male who is voting for Trump, as you are.
Well, let me say this right here. Yes, and one of the reasons why I said if I had to vote, it would be for Trump. And again, I stated it's a lot of things I don't care about his characteristics. Which I have stated many times before. Do I like him? No. Is he a best choice? Yes. I'm going to say this because a lot of things he did for Black Americans accidentally. Do I think he tried to? No. I have said this once before. But did he do it? Yes, because he understood what got him in office.
Is your wife voting for Trump?
I'm sorry?
What's that?
Louisiana. Is his wife voting for Trump?
Oh, D2? He can answer if he wants to. It's up to him.
No, that's something you have to ask her. My wife and I, when we're inside of our home or outside of our home, our life is not based on politicians or anything else outside of our marriage. So we don't have that conversation. That's something you have to ask her when she go live on her page, and which she often do.
Amen.
I just got one. We vote the same, but I just got one thing to say. I have to say this to everybody. This person that's behind him a couple of weeks ago did an interview and was asked a direct question several times.
Who?
Camilla, are you?
Oh,
What are you going to do for the black community? She said, "Oh, I'm going to do everything I can for the American people." He said, "No, I want to know what you're going to do for the black community." And she said, "I'm not going to do nothing for the black community." Flat out.
Yeah, she did. I actually
Who
witnessed the
said that?
interview.
who was she being interviewed by?
One of them top, it's a news, one of them top news guys. He asked her like 6 times in a row about the black. And then he played behind it when Trump was asked the same question. And he specifically said, according to, I forget the name of the Ice Cube thing that you talked about the other day. He mentioned that and said, "I'm going to put such and such a money specifically in the black community. I'm going to specifically do such and such for the black community because the black community has been ostracized." He said that out of his mouth, and they played it.
Can I jump in real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, first to the host, I just started listening to you yesterday, and I liked your show. That's why I added you and followed you, and I recommended to some of my buddies.
Thank you, Walt.
Yeah, I really liked it. And then I know some folks are going to get mad at me for just saying this, but however, I hear this a lot in arguments and debates. Such and such a president or what have you, what are you going to do for the black community? How about we stop waiting for other people to do for the black community, and in the black community we try to lift ourselves up?
Well, listen, I think
We've been doing that.
Let me just say this right quick. You know, Jewish Americans, they have an agenda.
Yeah.
And they get their agenda done.
Yeah.
They tell there's what 5-6% of the population, but they get shit done.
Yep.
And they don't have a lot of representation in Congress or anything like that. Asian Americans, the same thing. They get shit done because they're collective and they tell people, hey, if you want our vote, these are the things that are important to us and you need to do it. The Asian Americans got a hate bill like that. It didn't take 40 years. It happened like that.
Come on,
quickly.
Talk to him.
Okay? So we have to tell people what is, now, of course, we're not a monolith, but there are some things that are important to us, and we need to make sure that we're getting these things done. I have said it for a while now, thank you, Mr. Benny, that if, as a block, 92% of us in our community vote for the Democrats. If we took two cycles and cut that down and went 50%, 40% to the Republicans, the Democrats would take notice and they would make sure we got our stuff done.
Yeah.
Because each community has different things that are important to them. So we said and we got blah, 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 blah. Yes, Ketanji Brown Jackson was, I guess, important. It's more of a symbol because really, since it's 6'3", she's not really that effective.
Yep.
Okay? Kamala VP Harris, person of color. There's debate whether or not she is black and she's Indian. I've only heard her say she's Indian or Asian.
Yeah.
Okay. My challenge with Kamala, she doesn't have, I don't know what her core values are. I don't know what her identity is.
I agree.
Okay. So that's why I have problems with her. But I'm kind of tired of symbols in the black community. I'm ready for politicians to put meat on the bone.
Yeah.
That's what I'm looking for. Now, yes, the HBCU and those things are great. Absolutely, 100%. But we need to see more. And I think the Democrats do take our vote for granted. That's what I think.
I want to say, and I want to say,
they can pencil in 92% of African Americans as soon as they announce their candidacy. If you know that that's already, you take that block of voters for granted.
Well, that's why I like your show, and that's why I logged on and followed you, because you speak the truth. I'm going to let you guys get off so I can listen and learn, but I do appreciate what all you all are doing.
I don't know what you're learning over here, but we try.
well, I like the fact that you you're respectful for the people that come up and you let them say it, and then you actually, when they're wrong, if they're wrong with a fact or a data, that you actually give them an opportunity to learn by not talking at them or yelling at them. But
I do yell sometimes. Don't be
Yeah,
surprised.
I was gonna say you missed that, brother. You be
I heard
yelling.
you yell at somebody yesterday, and that was funny. My wife and I were driving, and she says, "What are you giggling at?" I said, "Well, this guy that I just had."
Did I put up the done sign? What did I
Yeah,
do
that
to
was
him?
it. That was it. You put the done sign. Yeah, but
I'm
hey,
a little
listen,
indifferent on it. I get different mixed reviews, but I think it's effective. So I'll
I like
continue
it.
to.
Well, it was enough to catch me and follow you. But hey, take
I
care, people.
appreciate that.
God
What
bless
state
you
are
all.
you in? Real quickly, what state are you in?
I'm in Arizona.
Arizona. Okay, great. Appreciate
Okay.
you, man. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you.
Okay. Take care. Bye, bye,
All right,
everybody.
buddy. Bye. All right, my main man,
Wow.
Walt.
Mr. Denali,
Yes.
can I ask a question, please? Okay,
Yeah.
just that one example. Then I'm probably jump off after this because you gave me plenty of time. I
I'm going to
appreciate
get
you.
yelled at right now because Mr. LaFrance is here. And Mr. LaFrance, I know I'm going to give him an opportunity. Uh-oh, I'm in trouble by Mr. LaFrance. I know I'm in trouble. I know
What's
the
up,
streets
guys?
are
Hello
talking
to the
about my
panel.
percentage. Oh, boy.
What's
Uh-oh.
going on?
Uh-oh. I don't know.
So,
I don't know. I saw you in the queue. I said, oh, no, Mr. LaFrance is here. I'm in trouble.
yeah, I just checking in. I've been kind of like bouncing around so many panicking Republican lives. All of a sudden, they panic because Joe Biden decided to pass the torch on as if that was something they did not want. And my thing is, be worried about your own man, Mr. Vance over there, talking about Diet Cokes and stuff like that. But anyway, about this percentage thing, my third eye has been kind of like half closed. So I got to get a permanent update on what's going on with this percentage level over here. So I know things have changed since last time I've been here. So yeah, it's definitely probably put a little unbalance in your percentage wise. So I just kind of need a percentage check update, coming from the Mr. Percentage mouth right now.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to answer the question 1 second, but D2, you want to say something real quickly? I did cut you off.
Yeah, real quick, then you can let me go. I appreciate you today. When you brought up Ketanji Jackson being put up on the Supreme Court, and you're saying that was more symbolic of the Democrats doing it, right? But then you said because it's only 3-6, it really don't make much tangible difference. Well, guess who appointed the 6 that is messing up everything?
Well, then we should have went out there and voted because he said what justices he was going to put on there.
No.
They should have went out to vote. I've never seen a president ever say, these are the judges I'm going to put on the Supreme Court if I get the opportunity. They're all from the Heritage Foundation. Why didn't people believe it and vote?
Well, that was their fault, but Trump is the one that put them out there, though.
But that's his prerogative. Elections have consequences.
But why aren't you blaming him for that? Because now we don't have affirmative action anymore. Affirmative action,
listen,
no
he
more.
ran a campaign.
Good.
People didn't vote.
You don't want us to have affirmative action?
What?
We don't have it anymore because of
want us to have
Trump.
affirmative action?
One second, guy. Listen. For a president to put 3 justices in 4 years, even if you don't like the justices, is a success part of the presidential is his record. 3 in 4 years is now one they did steal. I agree with you 100%, but that is a phenomenal record on that.
But the havoc they're wrecking the 6
who are you blaming?
justices.
You blaming Trump or you blaming the people that didn't get off their asses and go vote?
Both. I'm blaming both.
Well, listen, Trump said what he was going to do. How can you blame him if he didn't sneak up and say, I'm a secret Democrat, and then he got in there, he changed up. He said what he was going to do.
All right.
Just because he said it, that doesn't make it right.
You can drop me, man.
I don't
Appreciate
care.
y'all.
He said it. If you didn't believe it, shame on you.
Well, I didn't vote for him.
Yikes. What?
I didn't vote for him.
That's fine. There's a lot of people who sat on their ass and didn't go vote.
No, I vote.
I didn't stop making it personal, Big Steve.
No,
You're
no,
a
no.
nice guy.
I'm just repeating what I said. I voted.
You only got 1 vote, so there you go. All right, let's get back to Mr. LaFrance. Steve, pipe down for a second. Mr. LaFrance, listen, listen. Okay. Donald Trump, he was an attempted assassination on his life. Horrible. Political discourse should never bring about violence, okay? And
Right.
anybody, I don't let anybody come up here and say it was staged or anything like that. That was a real thing. You have to remember the man is a grandfather, he's a father, he's a husband, he has a family, and that, he didn't. I don't think him saying things should bring about somebody to pick up a Second Amendment and try to take him off the planet. I don't agree with that 100%. Okay. Also, at the RNC, I think they did a great job in humanizing him. His granddaughter coming up, I thought was a phenomenal thing. I think it worked out well for him. I think he got a lot of good sympathy votes because of that. Okay. So, with all that being said, now, excuse me. My percentage going up didn't have a lot to do with Kamala. Last you checked, Mr. LaFrance, it was at 45%. I haven't even weighed in on the Kamala thing as far as my percentage. I think that she's a horrible candidate. I don't think she can win. I don't know what her core is. I think she has an identity problem. Anything I've ever heard her say is that she's Indian or Asian. I've never heard her say anything about being black. Yes, she did join the AKA and she did go to HBCU, but I just don't know. I don't know what her identity is. So with that, without Kamala, just on the fact of Trump and things like that, and I was calling for Joe Biden to leave 3 weeks ago. It happened. I think I've become a kind of a political prognosticator now, because I did call it, even though I got hit in the head by a lot of Democrats. My DMs were full of Democrats calling me all sorts of names. Somebody said I should change my name to Mr. MAGA XXL. Can you believe that, Mr. LaFrance? Mr. MAGA XXL.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up because, in my opinion, okay, I know that you get a lot of flack and a lot of people come attacking you that are Democrats, and in my opinion, that's not good. I mean, my thing is, don't attack a person that you don't know what you're talking about when you say things about the person, you know what I'm saying? And if they come to your platform and get to know you, they will know you and not just come here and just throw all this mud against the wall and just call y'all different kind of names, get in your inbox without knowing who you are and what you represent and how you run your life and how you allow what you go on your program, what you believe and stuff like that. So I just, I know it's bad to make the Democrat look bad, but all Democrats are not like that. I'm not like that. I mean, you got a lot of them out there that'll attack you. I've seen it, I heard it, and it's disgusting. Okay, so that's my view on that. But yes, Kamala Harris, she is new to this stage that she's in now. Yes, she's got to put herself out there so people can know what she's standing for, not going forward, not what happened in the past. It's a new day, and yes, she got to put it out there.
Cowboy.
Yeah, she got to put it out there, and stuff like that. And it doesn't matter whether she's black, blue, green, purple, or pink or orange. I mean, she's a person, she's a human being, and she's doing what she got to do to get the party energized and what she has done. She's broke records already. Raised $100 million in less than 24 hours or 36 hours. That's never been done before. She got 40,000 black men helped her, and they raised $1 million or more. So she had to jump out of the plane and hit the ground running to get things in motion and stuff like that. So
she's not qualified. She doesn't have an identity. Money doesn't matter, because if money mattered, Michael Bloomberg would be the president. He's got more money than anybody. I don't care. I want it to be excuse me, Miss Marshall?
That's a weak response. Good afternoon.
Well, she's just gonna blur it in while we're talking. That's what we're doing now.
That's what she does.
I apologize. I hadn't seen you in a long time, Mr. LaFrance. I do apologize. Sorry, I was focused on Mr. Denali, but you are absolutely right. I apologize for that.
Yeah, I think that she has to introduce herself to America, because I don't know what her identity is. And yes, it does matter if you are present as a black person, but you're saying in public you're not. I think that is a problem. I think this is what I think. I think that she was put on the ticket to pander to black women because they saved his political ass in South Carolina. I also think that Ketanji Brown Jackson, although very qualified, she was put on there to pander to black women because Joe Biden's campaign was floundering coming out of Iowa and New Hampshire, going to South Carolina. He needed to do something because he was losing. Okay, I think that's why he did it. I don't think she's qualified. I also find it very interesting that Barack Obama and Michelle Obama have not endorsed her. They want an open process, which means they want her to compete for the job, not just be giving it to her. And I'm hoping that that's happened. I know she's trying to portray that she is the inevitable nominee. She has some commitment, but commitments don't count because they can change their mind. It's not official. So that's what I think.
Yes,
Well,
I do agree with that, and also I haven't heard anybody that wants to challenge her yet. I mean, I haven't heard any name floating around on the Democratic side that wants to challenge her in any way for the position that she's trying to get there. So we have to wait and see if anybody's going to pop up with their head and go head to head with her
I'm
in
hoping to
this
have
matter.
maybe
Yeah.
Mr. Denali for president. Maybe I should.
So
I mean,
yeah.
what would I get?
But anyway,
But
so
I'm
yeah,
at
that's just
51%. I'm at 51% right now. That's based on what happened to
51%.
Donald Trump. 51. Now listen, let me say this, because when I said 51, I got a lot of DMs. Yay, you're voting for Trump. No! I got to get to
Okay.
85 plus to be able
Okay.
to actually push the button for Trump. So I'm watching, I'm looking, it's going up. Now, you know, what happens at the DNC and things like that, we'll see. I might be going to the DNC. I have to make a decision here pretty quickly, but that's where I'm at this particular point in time. On this Wednesday, I'm at 51% that I could vote for Donald Trump.
Okay, once again, Mr. Denali, with all due respect, sir, the last time I asked you the question, what did Trump do to move your percentage up? You had no answer for that. I think you're only going by what's going on the Democratic side, but you're not voting for as of right now, you're not 100% voting for the Democrats. Your percentage is going up, but
they got to do something.
They got to do some stuff. They got to get their shit
together. Now, they did a great job with getting rid of Joe. I appreciate his service, but it was time for Joe to go.
Okay, Joe did what was right for the country to pass the torch on to another fire. Okay, so but my point is again, your percentage is still going up, but nothing has changed on his side that made the percentage go up. You're going by the other side. So you still haven't told me nothing that he has done or Vance is going to do besides Diet Coke that's going to make you vote for him.
I'm saying that it went up to 6 points because of, number one, the assassination attempt, as well as how they humanized him at the convention. Now
that was nothing that Trump did. That was out of his hands. What happened to him? Okay,
I know,
that was
but
nothing he
nonetheless,
did
listen, I'm going to tell you this right now. People look at that and say, why is everybody trying to stop this guy? Why is this the first assassination attempt since Ronald Reagan? What is going on with him? Why are people trying to do everything to this guy? What's going on? I'm just telling you the conversation.
We don't know what was in that 20-year-old's mind that got up there on that rooftop and pulled the trigger. We don't know what was in his mind. They still don't know yet. They're still investigating that.
Let me say this.
And he was a Republican.
I got that. Let me say this.
Okay.
We had the show that night. On that Saturday night, I came up here at 6 o'clock or something, and we stayed up to 2 a.m. And there were so many people that coming on the show who were saying they're sorry that the guy missed. They were saying it's staged.
That's disgusting. And those are trolls. Thumpers down in the comments wouldn't dare show their face, wouldn't dare get in the camera and talk about anything.
Someone came up and said it.
Well, it's still disgusting either way. Okay, either way, that's disgusting. Okay, they
Let me give you 1 second, Mr. W. I'm going to rotate the panel. I appreciate you coming back, sir. All right, we'll see you later. How about that? Okay.
That's all right, brother. Go ahead.
All right, thank you, sir.
All right, bye.
Mr. W, he has been with me since.
I just wanted to rebuttal a little bit. Nothing crazy though, LaFrance.
I didn't ask you for a
rebuttal.
rebuttal.
They put it out to show that he was a Republican, right? But he wasn't a Republican.
I didn't ask you for your opinion. Who asked for your opinion? Mr. LaFrance, so that's what I got.
Okay, well, like I say, I'm just checking on you.
Listen, I got to get to 85 plus to solidify that vote. So it's climbing. It's climbing, but it's not where it needs to be. I'm checking. I'm looking. I'm kicking the tires. I'm checking the hood. I'm checking the oil. Okay.
I feel you. I'm gonna keep on checking on you
I know you are, and I saw you in the queue. I said, I'm in trouble now.
Yeah, because we gotta make sure that their percentages are confirmed and validated, and really, a deep thought upon those percentages and how they moving. Okay, so we got to have some balance in that percentage, however it moves.
I had a conversation with my uncle yesterday, and he is not happy with me. He's talking about coming up here and smacking me around.
Yeah,
that's what he's talking about doing. Ay. He called me a bunch of names too. I was like, wow, I'm your nephew. What's happening? Ay. But it is what it is. So I got to be me.
But anyway, I'll just stepping in. I'm gonna go ahead and get off here. I'll probably go take me a shower and just chill for a little bit and dive into some more TikTok live, because these some of these Republicans, well, they in deep panic. It's like first they didn't want Joe, now they bad because he passed the torch. Make up our mind how we want this thing to go.
Be careful what you ask for, because it might just get it. So I told him, I warned that 2 weeks ago. All right. Thank you so much.
I appreciate you guys. Thanks for all the gifts, everybody. You guys have a wonderful day. Be safe out and have fun.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye. My main man, France. He's a good guy. I like Mr. France a lot. All right. Okay. Oh, boy. Oof. I got out of that pretty well. I think I navigated that because he was really coming for me. I knew he was when I saw him in the thing. All right. What's that, Big Steve?
Miss Marshall's next.
According to you?
Yep.
Then there's that.
Miss Marshall? Go ahead, Miss Marshall. You want to say something, Miss Marshall?
Hey, I'm not going to stay long. Hey, Big Steve. Hello, panel. I just got a question. Well, first of all, I missed who sent gifts. Thank you so much for your gifts. Mr. Denali, I just have one question for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you just say our first black female Supreme Court justice is just a symbol?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know. Yes. Hey, guys, y'all have a good day.
She's qualified, but she's a symbol.
No, you said symbol, and so you discounted her.
Symbol. Yes, she's a symbol.
You discounted her, so I just wanted to make sure I heard you.
I said that she was, ma'am. Listen, I said that she was qualified,
and you said she was a symbol. So you discounted who she is and the significance. Symbol might be a part of it, but you discounted her as the symbol.
I said that she was, ma'am.
I don't care what else you said. You answered my question, so I'm good with that, and I'm going to step down. Okay, because I won't deal with that type of
black women. He did it to pander to black women in South Carolina.
We're not talking about the pandering. We're not talking about the pandering. We're talking about you. We're talking about you discounted a black woman and all her past, and she's just a symbol, and she really doesn't matter.
Ma'am, listen to what I'm saying. Miss Marshall.
No.
Miss Marshall, I don't want to mute you, but I will, Miss Marshall.
No, you don't have to mute me.
I don't want to mute you, but I will.
And I'm going back down. I'll see you later. You're a punk.
Woo. Get down. Wow. All that emotion because I have a different opinion than hers. I'm a punk. Wow. From a minister. She called me a punk on my show.
You kind of did diminish a woman based on her race, bro. You really did.
Oh, I didn't. I said she was qualified.
Yeah, you did.
Put her up
you did, dog.
Who is this guy? You know what? Who's this guy? Wade, I talked to you before, didn't I?
Yes, you have.
And you're saying I disqualify her, saying that wait, what? Let me make sure I get the word right. What am I? What I do?
What I do? Symbol, man.
Not him. What I said is that you did diminish her based on her race, even though she's been qualified in the judicial system by calling her a symbol, bro. But she has been in the court system for decades.
She's up there because he said he's going to put a black person on the thing. Did he pander to black?
And that's what shows your ignorance. Because you only look at the person's color.
I don't want to mute you. Did he pander to black women by saying he was going to put a black woman on the Supreme Court?
No, he did not. He did what he was supposed to do. Because the other thing that I would like to comment on is your ignorance.
I don't want to hear from you because I didn't ask you a question. You wait until I talk to you.
Is that
Be quiet. You're going to sit there in the corner until I let you speak because you're not going to speak until I want to hear from you. And right now, I do not want to hear from you. You be quiet.
At least you know why she called you a punk.
There's another one, another emotional Democrat. Can't take it because someone else has a difference of
opinion. I'm not a Democrat. Just to let you know, I'm not a Democrat.
What are you? Who are you voting for?
Who am I voting for? I'm voting for Kamala Harris. Voting for Kamala Harris.
Who'd you vote for in 2020?
Who I voted for in 2020? Jill Stein.
Yeah. Okay. Who'd you vote for in 2016?
I voted for Joe Biden in 2020 and Jill Stein in 2016.
Yeah, you're a loser. You voted for a losing candidate. That's how much of a loser you are. Get out of here.
Losing candidate?
Okay, what? Come on for me. Look, I want to talk to you now. Jill Stein, could she win? Sir, please stop for 1 second. Jill Stein, could she have won the presidency?
I voted for who I chose to vote for.
Sorry, I don't care. Could she have won the presidency?
You're acting like what a person votes for matters.
Sir, please, I don't want to mute you, but I will. Could Jill Stein win? Yes or no?
She could. If people voted for her.
See, you're delusional like everybody else. You're a delusional person. You're a loser because you voted for a loser.
Hey, Denali. Can I speak real quick?
I tell you what, Mr. Car Guy, you didn't have to stay up late that night to find out if she won. I tell you that.
Hey, Mr. Denali, can I speak?
Let me finish with Wade first, then I go to you.
Yeah, stop picking on him.
The majority of people voted.
Be quiet, Mr. Car Guy.
Have consequences. Majority of people voted for Hillary Clinton. So that
he still wants to talk, even though I got control of his mute button.
That ain't even true either. Most people didn't vote for Hillary Clinton. They voted for Joe. They wanted Bernie Sanders, and they got told that Bernie couldn't even be in the nominee.
I'm not gonna let you talk. I'm not gonna let you talk.
Say something quick.
He's still talking. He doesn't stop talking. He doesn't realize that he's mute. He's talking to himself.
Mr. Denali.
Yes, ma'am. Don't yell at me, please.
I'm not gonna yell at you, but I don't know if these
Hang
people.
on a second. Mr. Car Guy, can you read that out loud? I'm gonna allow you to come off of mute. Please read that out loud, Mr. Car Guy.
Bruh, answer the lady's question because you trying too hard and being a TikTok warrior for real.
Oh.
It is a shame that TikTok got you people thinking really out of pocket and talking like you would not be talking if we were face to face in the real world.
Sir, you think I want to talk to you face to face? Come on, bro, get out of here. What are you talking about? Nobody's scared of you.
Try me, bro. Try me.
Nobody's scared of you.
forget TikTok then. Come holler at me then.
Why would I want to do that? Why are you so angry? Why are you so angry, sir?
It's not about being angry. It's about you all pandering on this TikTok thing, trying to talk down to people.
What you said? Did you hear the person, lady? Did you hear the lady call me a punk? Have I called anybody a name?
Bruh, you are being a punk.
Have I called? See, you as well want to do that,
this
right?
Is being a punk. Right here. You being a punk.
Anything else? Let's see how intelligent you are.
You want to sit here and try to debate.
Go ahead, sir. You push the button. I didn't ask you to come. You push the button to come talk to me.
Move on to the lady's question, sir. Move on to the lady's question.
Sir, one question. Did you push the button to come talk to Mr. Denali XXL?
I see here that you like attention.
Did you push the button to call? Sir, did you push the button to come talk to Mr. Denali XXL? That's a question. Yes or no?
So again, the Supreme Court.
Yes or no? Did you push the button to come talk to Mr. Denali? Would you like to answer the question? Because we're not going to move past it until you do.
Well, bro, this your live. You can do whatever you want to do.
I know I can. So did you come here to talk to me? Yes or no? I know your ego won't allow you to say yes, but I think everybody in the room knows what you came to do. You came to talk to Mr. Denali XXL. And I'm talking to you now. Now you don't want to answer. Thank you. Stay on mute until I'm ready to talk to you. Miss Tanjeez, what was your question? See, now you want to talk, so you want my attention still. You're not happy that I was talking to you. I asked you a question you didn't want to answer. Then I ignore you, and then you ask for more attention.
I'm a grown man.
Yeah, I know. That's why you pushed the button and come talk to me.
You want to have a real conversation face to face?
Okay, well, let's have it, sir. You want to have the conversation right now?
Yes.
Did
So
you
that
push the
conversation.
button, sir? Did you push the button to come talk to me?
Nope, I did not. I came to be on this panel to express
Did
my
you push
opinion
the
about the
button to
things that you were
talk to me,
talking about.
sir? Who
No, I
shows
just
this?
answered your question. No. I pushed the button to get on the panel to share my thoughts and opinions about you talking about that people stayed on their butts, and that's the reason why we lost the Supreme Court. Ignoring the fact that Mitch McConnell ignored and
Yeah, now you're gone. I don't want to talk to you. You don't
Thank you.
You're a
Thank
loser.
you.
You voted for a losing candidate, Jill Stein. He didn't have to stay up late to find out Jill Stein won. He knew when he pushed the button she wasn't going to win. Ay, ay, ay. Ms. Tanjis, what was your thing, dear?
Oh my gosh.
Why are people doing this to me?
I don't know, but people have to respect people's panels. I don't know what's really going on today, but it's wild, you know.
Just because I'm a free thinker and I think with my brain, I'm not on any reservation. I think with my brain. Is that you? You're back?
And I couldn't believe Miss Marsha called you a punk.
She called me a punk. Can you believe it?
God.
You know she's going to be clipped up in the morning. She's going to be clipped up. Let me write down what time that was.
You done got her real hot, Denali. You must have talked about one of her sorrows.
Yeah, Miss Marsha called him a punk.
Yeah, Miss Marsha called me a punk.
Oh my gosh.
I don't know what's going on.
Let me see, it's 5:24. Go ahead, Tanjis. So that was 2.5 hours.
You know, I'm just getting in and listening right now. I was just wondering what was really going on.
Why can't I just be a free thinker?
I don't know why, because I am.
Denali, I had to drop. I couldn't get rid of that echo.
I know. I don't know. Were you on Bluetooth or something?
Yeah, I think it was because I was connected to that Bluetooth. I kept trying to disconnect, so I just didn't want to echo your live out. So that's why I dropped.
I appreciate that. Thank you for not ruining my broadcast. Thank you. A lot of people don't recognize that. They're like, oh, let me stay. Let me fight through it. I'm like, can you just drop down? Mr. Montana, I'm going to drop you down and then we...
Oh, man, I was going to address getting mad about third parties.
All right, go real quickly.
Well, first of all, I agree with you regarding Supreme Court justice because of what Biden said prior to appointing her. All he needed to do was appoint her and take care of it. But just because I'm voting third party this time, and I know that my vote isn't going to count, but I can't vote for either one of those people, and it's either abstain or vote for them and hope that that third party platform will, if enough people vote for it, will get pushed on to whatever candidate wins. Because I can't vote for Trump and I can't vote for Harris.
Got it.
And by the way, so I don't think it's a mindless, stupid thing to vote for a third party. That's my logic.
No, I didn't say that. I said it's a losing proposition. I said it's a losing proposition.
Well, it could be a winning proposition.
You don't have to stay up late to see if your candidate won.
Correct. But if enough people vote and that whatever that platform is they're gonna pander to that platform.
You won't see it. How old are you? You're 60 something?
No.
What are you?
How old are you? About 50?
I'm 50. How old are you, Montana?
I got 5 years on you.
Yeah, we're not going to see it. It's not going to.
Can I say one thing to Montana?
Yeah,
What's
go ahead,
up,
Mr.
bro?
Rowe.
Hey, Montana, just one little quick thing. So, just on that third party thing, RFK is already trying to get an endorsement to Trump for a job. In politics, a lot of time when people run, they're not running to win. They're running because they want something else. And RFK done already asked Trump for a job.
Agreed.
Okay, I just wanted to say that. Okay.
I think RFK is a very smart man.
Go ahead, Ms. Shelley. Let's give you the opportunity.
Okay, so this is what I've seen in the past 72 hours. It seems like, the Democrat Party, they go into their little back rooms and, they make decisions based off of what they want, policies off of what they want, their nominee off of what they want. They really don't care about what the American people think when it comes down to the Democrat voters. I think that's really, I honestly think that's going against our democracy, and it's very disrespectful to just the people in general. And I can't see how the Democrat voters can stick with that. How can they ride with that? You want a party that's going to listen to you, not tell you what to do, and you do as they say and not as we. You know what I mean? The Democrat Party is like, hey, we're going to hear the people. We're going to give the people bag up the person that the people want. Because you remember in 2016, the Democrats didn't care for. I mean, the Republicans didn't care for Trump, but the Republicans seen that America wanted him. So what did they do? They did their job. They backed that person, and they've been backing that person. You know, and they see the issues in America. They hear the people. They go off of current issues. Democrats only go off of what they want to see America like, and then the Democrats voters fall behind it because of what? The word progressive? Wake up. Progressive has nothing to do with black. Progressive has nothing to do with civil rights. Progressive has what to do with what they want to see the American people accept. It's all about accepting what they want.
Can I respond to Miss Shelley?
Cheryl?
Yes.
How you doing? What state are you in, dear?
I hate to disclose the state.
You don't want to disclose? Okay, all right. Okay.
I hate to, but
no. Hang on one second. I wanna, because Miss Nelly's been patient. Miss Nelly, let's get you in here for a second. I'm sorry.
How's everybody doing?
Get somebody on top down. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're good, Mr. Rowe.
I am Nelly from Fayetteville, North Carolina.
Awesome.
So I would just like to say that I think Kamala Harris would be a very formidable opponent for Donald Trump, and I think that she just hasn't had time yet to have the presidential hat on. Now, you have to remember, when you are in the second position, you are not the leader, you are a follower. So she did what President Biden told her to do, and I think that she done it well. So she was a good follower, but now she will have the leader's hat on, and she's only had a couple of days, and she will just now be taking the leadership role, and I think that she will be very formidable in that position as the Democratic presidential nominee. I think she will be good. And what happened is she's just now started, so in what it did it so fast, they were talking about, oh, Sleepy Joe, Sleepy Joe. Well, Sleepy Joe woke up and threw the Republican Party in a frenzy because they were set to be all over Joe Biden, but when he woke up and stepped down and it put Kamala Harris into that position, now they have to figure out how to try to handle her. And so that's a different ball playing field that they have to try to work out, you know, as far as Kamala Harris. And I think she's a very smart woman, and it doesn't matter. She's biracial. Let me say that. She's biracial. And black people isn't known for, we accept people. We are known for accepting people. So if she's not just all black, so what? You know, and I will say this. If you have one drop of black blood in you, white people consider you as black, and they consider you as something else too. So, you know, I'm not subscribing to that. You know, so she is a person of color. So it doesn't matter.
Are you voting for her because she has a drop of black in her?
No, I'm not.
That's one of the reasons I vote for her, because I'm sorry. If I may,
no.
I get a lot of questions to African American people. That question that Miss Shelley, I think it was posed to the person who was just speaking. I've heard that in different panels. Get that. That is, I'm not saying necessarily that that's your reason for the question, but we get reverse racism. Now, with that being said, With that being said, without saying it to us, 80 to 90% of the people, not people of color, not other people, but 80 to 90% of the people who are supporting Trump, believe you me, they're listening to his coded speaking. And I can give you some examples, and you listen clearly when he's speaking. It is coded speaking. Like one comment he made, I'm gonna give you two. One comment he made just a couple of days ago. We have to look out for our smart people. He repeated it. We have to look out for our smart people. Now, we know that our people are, smart. What he is saying is, in coded speaking, he's looking at for white people. Now, when he strangled
So just
Tim,
white people are smart people?
that's what Trump is saying. Now, when he strangled
That's
Tim
ridiculous.
Scott,
That is ridiculous.
when he strangled
When
Tim
did he say
Scott,
that?
when he strangled Tim Scott, Marco Rubio, and the other African Americans on as if they had a chance to be his vice president, he would never. And people ask this question: Why do you vote Democratic? The lesser two evil. At least the Democrats, even if they're fool enough, at least they give a black a chance. At least they will vote.
Was Ben Carson not on Trump's
At least they
in
give
Trump's
a
cabinet?
Why would he vote for Tim? Why would he put Tim Scott as his VP?
That's
Nobody likes
ridiculous.
Tim Scott.
All right, hang on one
Can I
second,
finish
guys.
answering my question?
Yes, man, you can answer, but after you answer, is it okay if I come back in and finish my point?
Listen, I don't like people that talk over me. When you hear my voice,
Yes,
please
ma'am.
stop
Yes,
talking. Thank you so much. Miss Nelly, what is your question?
Okay.
No, she asked me, was I voting for Kamala Harris because she was black?
Right.
The question is no. I was gonna vote for Joe Biden, and he's not black, but I'm voting because Trump actually scared me when he said he wanted to be a dictatorship, and when he said he wanted to be a dictatorship, but I want young kids to have free. I want them to have free lunches. I want the education system to remain somewhat kind of the same. I don't want them to take Black history out of school. I don't.
So when
It's a
has
lot
kids
of
had
things.
free lunch?
They're taking it out, but not going to take it all out at one time. So I do want us to still have somewhat of the democracy that we still have, some of the rights that we still have.
Do you know why they're taking the free lunch out?
One part. Can I chime in real quick here, if you don't mind?
One second. One at a time.
Y'all something else.
One at a
You
time.
know.
It's
So
just a monologue, and I'm trying to get down on
I got you covered. Miss Shelley, I got it covered. Okay.
you can go ahead. I'm gonna mute myself.
See how quick I land? I talk and I land. I don't like the monologue on people's stuff.
I know. It's okay. Everybody's different, and I give people different things depending on who they are. Okay. Miss Shelley, what did you want to say real quickly, or whatever?
Well, this is what I want to say. If you wasn't voting for her because she was black, that's pretty much all you could talk about when it came down to Harris was her blackness, not of what she's done, not of what she's accomplished. And you still haven't answered your own question on why she refused to take the current presidency from Biden when she was asked to take it. She refused it. So why isn't she? If she wants to be president by January of 2025, why not take the presidency now? If America needs you that bad, take it now.
Well, he's not stepping down now. He's not going to have his reelection. It's not her decision. He makes that decision.
Did you not watch the news
to
today?
give him respect.
Well, okay.
Maybe
All right.
she wanted to respect him. Maybe it's time.
One
Did
second.
you watch the news today?
Can I talk when you get a chance?
Please stop talking. Miss Cheryl.
Maybe it was integrity.
Miss Cheryl, I don't want to drop you. Stop talking right now. Miss Shelley, what did I miss?
Okay, so today
it was her integrity.
Oh, girl, go away.
Why are you talking over Miss Shelley and me? Miss Shelley, what did I miss?
So that the House Speaker announced that they had made it, I guess, I don't know if it's the 25th Amendment, but since he is not capable of running, he is not capable for candidacy for the Democrat Party, they have asked him to go ahead and remove himself from current sitting president because he's not capable.
That's not going anywhere. That's just nothing but political theater. It's not going anywhere. It's not going anywhere. What's next? Anything else?
Well, they asked Kamala, she refused, and they asked two other Democrats.
It's not going. It's all political theater. He's not going to step down. There's no reason for him to step down. There's no illness that he has or anything like that. So again, it's all political theater. Mike Johnson's just trying to gain some traction. It's not going anywhere. Okay, they're not going to invoke the 25th Amendment on him at all. The country's fine. Everything is going good. It's the same as it was if he was still going to be running. This is all political theater. Anything else, Miss Shelley, on that?
Well, no, you made it very clear, but I like I said, if he's already fit to be, if he's unfit to run, then he's unfit to run.
Well, didn't you want him not to run?
No, I never not wanted him to not run.
Okay. I
don't have anything to do with the Democrat nominee. My problem is they've seen exactly what we've all been seeing. Why wait till now? Less than 100 days? That is so bad.
Are you concerned about the Democrats and how they view their business, or are you more concerned about what Trump?
If he can currently run today, then he can stay in the race.
So you want him to stay in the race?
If he can be a president today, then he should be able to stay in the race.
Don't people retire and then they announce their retirement and then retire 4 months later?
Again, if he can run today,
don't people do that when they're on job? Don't they say, hey, listen, you know what? I'm not going to be here next year. I'm retiring now, and announce that in August, September, and then they won't be at the top of the year. Doesn't that happen all the time?
Again, Denali.
Yes, ma'am.
If he cannot make it to the nominee,
no one said he can't make it.
Obviously, he said it because he resigned. He said he's dropping out.
Yeah, I don't listen. Again, I'm just saying he's not incapable of still running the country. He doesn't want to continue to run. And that's just it. I mean,
he said he was going to only be a one-term president. They had one breaking news, Denali. One other breaking news.
What's that?
Since Ms. Harris took the helm, voters registration is at an all-time high. It has broken a record.
Fantastic. Love it. Great. More people voting is better for the country, in my opinion. All right. Okay. All right. Let's okay. Mr. Way, did we finish, or did you still have something for me? Are you the one that called me a punk? Who called me a punk? Who was that? That was Miss Marshall, I know for sure. Did you call me that?
No, that other guy left.
The other guy left. Okay.
He was at the top. I forgot his name, but he the one was inviting you to confront him face to face.
He wanted me to pull up. Oh my goodness! Like, stop being so emotional. Ms. Tanjeez, what's going on today? Do you have some insight of what's happening? Why are people attacking me like this? Miss Marshall, minister called me a punk.
I don't know. I cannot believe Miss Marshall though. Like that was just like
I gotta look up what meaning of punk means. I really don't know what it means.
I don't know. I just she's always full of the religion and and all that kind of stuff and talking about about the Lord and stuff like that. And she called you a punk.
Whoa. Informal North America, it says a worthless person, often used as a general term of abuse. If you think any of these punks they got fighting today could stand up to Joe Louis, oh my goodness. They called me a punk. Wait, let me see what it means in slang.
You made her mad today.
Something or someone worthless or unimportant. What? Young ruffian, hoodlum, and inexperienced youth. A young male partner of a LGBTQ man. Oh my God. Listen, I'm pro-vagina, okay? And I said that if I was ever to be gay, I would be the proudest gay guy on TikTok. And I would send many men to the chiropractor because I would be a very powerful top. Let me tell you, I would be the most powerful top ever in LGBTQ plus history.
Oh my goodness. So I got a question for the lady in the bottom box, like right below me.
Yes, Cheryl.
Cheryl's the name? Okay. No, not her. It was the other.
Oh, Nelly.
Yeah. I just want to know, what did Camila, because that's what I'm gonna call her, Camila Harris.
Call her VP Harris.
Whatever. So let me ask you this: for as that is concerned, what you want to vote for her, but she didn't even protect our borders, and she had one job to do as VP, and she did not do it. So why would you want to put somebody in office that's gonna do the same thing, which is nothing, for 4 more years? She did not cover the border, and she had that one job to do, and the border stayed open. So if she want to answer me that question, or tell me what she has done in the last 3 years, that'll be good too.
Miss Nelly,
Well, I think you could look it up and see what she done. They got a list online of everything that she did do. I cannot really honestly answer that. I know she did do some work. I cannot tell you, so I'm not gonna get up here and tell you. I can tell you, but
Great answer.
I'm not gonna profess to tell you. Oh, I know what she done, but I'm interested to see.
Well, doesn't it take just a little bit of reading and looking up stuff to see what somebody did before you vote?
Wouldn't you want to know why you're voting for her other than black?
Right.
You're not voting for her because she's black. She's voting because she's a Democrat.
She's running for president.
She wanted to see the same things continue in education, health, and welfare, the social security system. That's what the Democratic Party is built on. Education, health, education, and welfare. Trump want to dismantle our health care system.
Do you think
he
that's
don't
true,
like
Mr.
the
Rondo?
Obamacare? So stop trying to badger Miss Nelly. I understood what she said.
Mr. Rowe, do you actually think that Trump will come in and dismantle that?
Trump not gonna, because the Republicans are asking him to step down. Did you all see the news? They're asking him to step down because he can't win. Take that.
No, that ain't true whatsoever. Did you not watch the RNC?
Wait a minute.
I watched the news. I watched it, and I
Turn
can send it to
CNN
your
off.
inbox.
everybody, 1 second. All right.
Can I say something to Ro?
I can speak for
Ro,
myself.
when it comes
1
down to
second.
the Obamacare,
Everybody can't talk at
Hey,
once.
Denali, that's what I'm ready, man.
1 second. 1 second. What's that, Mr. Wade?
when it comes down to the Obamacare, yeah, Obamacare, okay. But how many people have to pay hundreds and hundreds of dollars during tax season for being penalized for not having health care at some point in time within the previous year? You know who did away with that? Donald Trump. So you talking about Democrats did something good for the health care, but yeah, all they did was pickpocket it. They pickpocketed, and Donald Trump made sure people didn't have to be penalized for not having health care.
Okay.
Wow, that was a great big
that's a lie.
accomplishment. Go ahead,
Donald
Ms.
Trump tried to destroy health care, but they were so dumb they couldn't do nothing with Obamacare. They couldn't even figure out how to revamp that bill. Now, come on, they couldn't figure out how to revamp Obamacare, and they had to leave it alone. Go back and read. They had to leave it alone because they couldn't come up with a better plan than the one that Obama had. They
That
just
is
dropped
true.
the name Obama. Now, come on, don't go to line.
That is true.
They could not come up with a better plan than the one Obama had.
So if you want to tell the
Now,
truth, you know how he snuck in that Obamacare in 2010.
He didn't sneak it in. He
did
wrote it.
sneak it in. He snuck
He
it
didn't
in.
sneak
in 2000.
nothing in.
If you let me
In the-
talk, because I
One
got
second.
facts instead of
I had the floor. I
You ain't
had
got
the
nothing
floor.
but
You
a
one
fact.
jumped in.
One
You just said
second,
something. Let me
everybody.
respond. See, that's what I
One
say. People be
second.
trying to
One-
respond,
Miss
but you
Shelley.
get mad when somebody tell the truth and give facts.
No, I had the floor and you jumped in.
You just go figure out why you vote for Harris other than being
All right,
black.
hang on 1 second.
Well, let me
Miss-
tell you why I
Miss
vote
Nelly.
for Harris then,
I
because
know.
she
Denali,
running for
let out Denali.
president. That's why I'm voting for her.
He's
Miss
over
Nelly.
the Denali.
Why
Listen.
you vote?
Thank you. All right. So, the Obamacare ACA, it is true. The Republicans said that they would continue to put forth a plan that will be better than Obama. Obamacare, the ACA, and they never did. Trump said he came out with a big binder. This is my health plan, and he never presented it. All they did was rail against it, send it to the Supreme Court, everything else like that. But they never put forth a plan that would rival or improve Obamacare or ACA. That's just a fact. They never had anything. They never presented a plan to the American people to say, hey, the ACA bad, our plan is better. Now, if you remember about the ACA, because everybody likes the Heritage Foundation, they got the mandate from the Heritage Foundation because the Heritage Foundation Republicans believe that people should pay for things. And they put they created that mandate, which the mandate was put in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts Mitt Romney's health care bill, and that's where Obama got it from. Everybody rails against that, but it came from the Heritage Foundation.
Exactly.
Think about that. That mandate came from the Heritage Foundation, the Great Heritage Foundation with the Project 2025 and all these other things. That's where it came from.
But Mr. Denali, that goes right over a lot of Democrats' head. They don't even realize that.
No, that's from the Republicans that he got it from the Heritage Foundation as Republicans rail against the ACA, and we don't like mandates. Blah, 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 blah. The mandate came from there. Yeah. Cowboy.
And I understand that too. But what I'm saying is that the Obamacare came from the Heritage Foundation as well.
Not the whole thing.
No, it did not.
Yes, it did.
No, it didn't. Stop it.
So where did it come from? So Project
they all came together.
The Heritage.
Listen, let me just say, okay, here we go. A large portion of the ACA is a replica of what Mitt Romney did in Massachusetts. Does anybody remember that?
Yes.
That's kind of where it came from.
But that's and not the Heritage Foundation.
The mandate specifically came from the Heritage Foundation, which is a Republican far-right think tank organization that also came up with Project 25.
Did it go up?
So they loved it. So this is the hypocrisy that I love, is that Republicans loved it when the Heritage Foundation came up with it, but then when Obama took it and put it into the ACA, then it became an awful thing.
I didn't say it was awful. What I'm trying to get you to understand is that Project 2025 and all of that's been around for decades, for years.
I was just speaking about the ACA.
Okay.
That's what I was thinking about, the fact that Republicans have
never.
It's
from both sides. And they take little bits and pieces out of it. That's what I'm saying. Whatever they want to take out of it.
What I'm saying is that the Republicans never, ever came up with something to counter the ACA.
Replace it. Yeah.
All they said was that it was bad. You're not going to like it. But they never came up.
Can I say something real quick?
Darren, what is it?
So just a couple.
All right. Wade, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm for the bounce, man. I'm just listening to your platform right now. I'll catch you on another time when you got a little more control.
What are you saying? I'm not controlling the thing? Why? Because you didn't get a chance to talk?
No, I'm good, man. I'm not gonna trip on because I didn't get a chance to speak. I'm gonna listen to everything.
Well, why
right
you
now.
didn't have
Appreciate
control?
it,
What are you referring to? Tell me how I can do better. Teach me.
No, right now I got some things to do, but I'm just listening to the panel right now. Go ahead.
Okay, cool. All right. I mean, you said I don't have control, like I don't control the live or something. Take that a little personal.
So, Ms. Nelly, you was correct in what you were saying. I just want to let you know that.
All right, Ms. Shelley, do you have anything? I want to give you an opportunity.
Yeah, I have something to say. See, Obama knew what he was doing. In 2010, when he took the Medicare, Medicaid, and he made it to where it wasn't federally operated, that he gave it all to the states to decide. Once he did that, and the states had the opportunity to manipulate Medicare, that's when people started losing health insurance because states had different requirements and their income requirements had changed based off of per state. He should have left Medicare, Medicaid alone in federal, not state. Then Obamacare wouldn't have been needed. But that's what he knew what he was doing.
100%.
That's why he said, oh, so many people do not have health care in
That
2012.
is not
That's how he
correct.
slithered Obamacare. How is not true? Let me finish, please. So in
Go
2012,
back and
that's
look at
when
the
he
state votes about
that's when he cooked
Obamacare,
up.
and
One
they
second,
took.
James.
That's why.
James, give me a second, James. Let Miss Shelley finish, and I'll go to you. Go ahead, Miss Shelley. Finish your
That's
point.
how he cooked up the Obamacare when he did that to Medicare, Medicaid, our government health care. That's what he did in our land.
And who ended up paying for all that stuff too? Just to go off of that, people that had normal health, they had their premiums jacked up because they made it a mandatory policy for everybody to have health insurance. You know,
And
even healthy individuals.
Why didn't the Republicans come from something that would be better?
Well, how long did it take Obama to put that into place?
I don't
to put
care.
Obamacare in place?
Why, sir?
No, I'm asking you.
I don't care what
Like,
you're asking.
okay,
I asked
okay.
you a question.
I don't
Why didn't
think
the
there was.
Republicans-
I don't think there was ample time to put something together. Do I feel like Obamacare should have been repealed?
Sir, Obama has not been in office since 2016. That's 8 years. Where is the plan?
But when he did it, he had the House and the Senate. He had the House and the Senate. He was in total control in 2010.
What did I got? All I asked for was a plan.
So
Tell me what the Republicans' plan is for health care.
Right.
I thought Trump came out with a plan, but it didn't get passed.
No, Trump has never presented a plan for health care.
Because Obama didn't have to deal with the coronavirus halfway into a term towards the end of it. It took Obama 8 years.
Sir.
You could just tell me sir once and I'll be quiet.
Thank you.
You're going to be quiet anyway.
You heard what Mr. Rose said.
Oh, okay, Ro. Thanks, bro.
So my question is, Obamacare was, or ACA was what, like 11 or 12? I think he got it in place before he had his second term, him, Paul Ryan, and Boehner, and all of that. So since, let's just say 2012, and now we are in 2024, which is 12 years later, I have never seen a plan from the Republicans that would help with the healthcare situation with uninsured people. Do you have some plan, Mr. Darren, that the Republicans have put forth to say would be better than the ACA?
Currently on paper, absolutely not, which is why I'm saying I did not agree to repeal Obamacare and the ACA without having a proper insurance plan to put in place. But what I am saying is the one thing that is a caveat against on the side of the Republicans not being able to put a health premium plan in place, to put insurance in place, is because towards the end, when all this stuff started getting traction, the whole country shut down because of the fact that we were fighting coronavirus. So a lot of all of this stuff that ended up happening when it was coming to a point where insurance was the next topic that was going to be tackled, everything shut down. Everything did.
Sure,
So it didn't.
So they had a plan, but Corona took care of it?
No, that's what I'm saying is, as you know, like anything else that gets passed, it goes through different levels of the Senate and different levels of Congress to eventually get passed and put into place. We all know that there's a bunch of lobbying that's done. It was done with Obamacare to get put in place. There's a lot of bipartisanship that needs to be put in place to get any sort of package of that substantiality done. And unfortunately, once COVID hit, it was a completely different divided political spectrum completely from top to bottom. There was no bipartisanship after that point in time. And that's just
You're filibustering because did the Republicans have a plan that they were even attempting to put in place?
I thought Trump ran on the platform, Mr. Denali, in 2016 that he was going to come out with health care.
Did he do it?
No, I mean...
Right, so what are you talking about?
Well, hold on. We only had the House for the first 2 years,
He
and
doesn't need a
then
house or anything. He has to present a plan, and then they can
right.
make it work.
But I think what Darren was saying is that it would have probably got pushed forward,
You
but
don't
we
know
didn't
because
have
he
the
never
House.
presented it, so you don't know what would have happened.
All I know, I think it was called Trump Care. Is what
It never present. He never
I
presented. He came
know.
with a big binder,
I
but he
know.
never said, "This is my plan for America to help with uninsured people. That would be better than Obamacare." He never
Well,
did it.
well, maybe now they'll push it forward. I don't know. I
Maybe
can't.
now it was Obamacare's been around since what 2012.
Right, but I don't know what the future holds when it comes to the health care.
Right,
Are you? Do you like the Obamacare, Mr. Denali?
It's not about that. I'm saying they railed against it. He tried to stop it. All his second term and everything else.
Well,
But
I
they
do know.
never.
Right. Well, as far as like the mandates of, I do know that Trump got rid of the mandates where if when you go file your taxes at the end of the year, and if you didn't have health insurance, you didn't have to pay for that. I know Trump got rid of that. There was a
Where did
penalty.
the mandate? Where did Obama get the mandates from?
I don't know.
You want me to tell you?
Yeah, please.
The Heritage Foundation.
Oh, okay. Well, the Heritage Foundation don't run the fucking country. Obama did whenever he was a president.
Okay,
Not the Heritage.
you're missing you're missing my Jedi mind trick there. Trying to play on you. Please don't wait, stop it. Okay, listen. Oh.
Can I say something?
Yes.
The real battle in this healthcare industry today, people can say anything about the Obamacare and universal care, whatever. But the real thing is, it's the pharmaceuticals. They are the biggest crooks. We are paying way too much for our medication in America versus other countries, and it's just sad. If they regulate the pharmaceuticals, then our premiums, our health care, our deductions will go down.
Great. Appreciate it, Miss Shelley. Let's go ahead and go to Big T, Silver Fox, up in Vineland, New Jersey. Big T, what you got, buddy? Good to see you.
Hey, what do you say, Mr. Denali? How's everybody on the panel doing? Mr. Rowe, I hear you keeping controversy going as usual. Hey, nothing wrong with it. Nothing wrong with it. I sit back and listen throughout the day, and you guys have me rolling. If the Republicans put a bill forward, they'll all sit on board with it. It could come from either side, but it has to go through their particular party. Just like when Democrats have bills that they put forward, or if they take it from like this healthcare portions of it came from the Heritage Foundation. Now, if Donald Trump implemented that and that wasn't a part of what Obama put forward, they would love it. They would all be on board with it. It wouldn't be a problem. But because it came from the Democratic side of the ticket, now it's issues with it. And I thought it was some things that was wrong with it too. I was pretty glad that Trump got rid of the mandates that was set on that, because some people look, Obamacare is basically for a lot of people that can't afford insurance. But those that can afford insurance, it's not a problem, because you can go get whatever insurance you like. So that's the issue. But they don't seem to look at it like that, They just say that they look at the bad part about how it kind of affects their pocket. And if you got to pay a couple of extra dollars to help some people out, what's the problem with that? We get kind of laxed in our way of living. Now, if you can't afford it, that's one thing. But I know it's a lot of people out here that's making pockets full of money. And to spend a couple of extra dollars to help your fellow man out, well, what's the problem with that, People get all in the uproar over things that seem to
affect them just slightly because they want to keep their money in their pocket all the time. I mean, I'm for trying to help everybody out, you know? So, hey, look, if it costs me a couple extra dollars here and there, hey, look, my family's still going to survive and we're all going to do fine, you know? It's all on the way you handle life and how life comes at you. That's all.
Big T,
I'll land there. Go ahead.
can I borrow $20?
Yeah, what's your cash at? What's your cash at?
I'm just kidding.
No, I'm gonna give you
I'm
50.
just messing with you.
If you need 20, then 20 these days ain't gonna go far. I'll give you 50.
You're right.
You
You're
know?
right, Big T. So what I want to
No,
say is
Big
real
T,
quick.
she have a husband.
Look, Mr. Rope. So what I gotta say, let me do a quick little commercial real quick. So Mr. Denali's been up here for how long? You been up here? What, 3 hours?
4 hours now.
4 hours. Okay. So Mr. Denali has been up here for 4 hours, y'all. Come on,
Yes,
y'all. Let's tap.
we're going into overtime.
Yeah, we're going into overtime. So if y'all liking down in the comments, y'all liking what we're talking about and things of that nature, y'all please tap. Please tap. Let's get up to at least 35K or more. Let's see what we can do and double tap. You know, it doesn't take nothing. It's free. And let's gift the host. Let's gift him. Let's do his goal. What he got? 2 out of 50. Come on, y'all, with these hand hearts. And let's gift the panel.
Don't forget about the Cash App right up there too.
And as well the Cash App, y'all. You can donate it whatever you need. You know, anything you want to donate. Let's donate to Mr. Denali XXL. Mr. Denali XXL. Let's go ahead and donate to the Cash App and tap the screen, y'all, so we can get this out to the For You page.
Very good, Tanji.
Wow, that was fantastic. She has such a lovely voice, and I see people are moving. Let's tap that screen. Let's do it. All right, we're going into overtime. Let's go ahead and start throwing things into the Cash App, making the screen light up. Let's do it. All righty. Woo. Thank you so much, Big T, for that. Let's give James an opportunity. James, my good friend in Tennessee.
Yes, sir. How you doing today?
I'm doing well. Doing well.
I want to give a shout out to Mr. Rowe. I love him.
Me too.
I always love listening to him.
He's got a great voice and always comes with good stuff.
I don't even know where to start. How many times did the House try to repeal Obamacare while he was in office?
I think 6 or 7. Might be in the.
That's not even close. That's not even close. You're looking at 48 to 50. 48's a number that rhymes with me, but you spend that much time trying to repeal an insurance for the people that don't make enough money, and then when Trump won, they had no plan. Is that not correct?
No, there's no plan. They had no plan.
That's right.
Absolutely, James.
Okay. And then when they had nothing to put on the table, at the time that Trump was elected, what were the other, the House and the Congress, who ruled that?
That would have been Republicans.
That is correct. So if you had the whole thing and you didn't even present anything in the world, what does that tell you?
They had nothing.
It had nothing to do with insurance and everything to do with Barack.
Go look back.
Go ahead.
Go back and look at May 4th, 2017, and tell me what the House voted on and put into place.
Can you please stop interrupting? 1 and 2, can you tell me what healthcare plan the Republicans put forth? You coming back, signing completely.
Go ahead, James. You're on the roll, baby.
He's just talking. He keeps interrupting. Maybe he has something good to say, but he keeps saying the same thing. They didn't have a plan. They did not put forth a healthcare plan that would replace or improve on Obama. They just said it was bad. And I just told you guys, the Heritage Foundation are the ones who came in with the mandate. Go finish, Mr. James.
Yes. Let me think. I'm trying to get back on board. Do you remember the guy? I can't. Who was a Speaker of the House? John somebody.
John Boehner from
That's
Ohio.
it. Yeah, he was the one that, hell no, you can't do it. He was the one that about 2 years into Obama's,
Hang on 1 second, James. I'm sorry. I hate to cut you off, but we got our class up here. Let's see. What was this? Oh yes, thank you. All right, Miss Gina. Gina has supported the platform. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Keep them coming. I'll shout you out. Go ahead, Mr. James.
No, they, hell no, you can't. When he got out of office and they replaced him, he said, you will never get that. It was so good that you will never get Obamacare out of anything. And even the states, if you go back and do your research, the states that they tried to deny it wound up accepting it, and wound up, it was so good they couldn't come back and say anything, except for Trump. They wanted to make it talking points, but what they were doing behind the scenes was accepting it, and it was a good plan. Now then, the other thing, real quickly, you have a problem with Kamala Harris, and you don't know what her plan is. Is that correct? Mr. Denali.
What's your question, Mr. James?
Yes, sir. You have a problem with Miss Harris, Kamala, and then you don't know where she stands on certain issues.
I don't know what her identity is. You know how Joe Biden is pull yourself by your bootstraps, sitting around the kitchen table with his dad in Scranton, Pennsylvania, the comeback guy. What is her identity?
What did you think was coming with Trump when they invaded? Did you know what was coming down?
No, I knew what his identity was.
Like what?
He had an identity. His identity was brash New York guy, real estate mogul, successful business person. I'm going to treat
not successful business person. Go back and look at his records. That is not correct.
Sir, perception is reality. I don't care what you guys say. The man was successful. He had successes. He was on TV with The Apprentice. He had the perception, and perception is reality. No matter how many times you say about the bankruptcy, it's not going to change the fact that people perceive him as a business person.
Okay, if Kamala pulls that off, will you think the same?
Is she a business person?
Nope.
Maybe so. Behind the scenes, do you know if she's a business person?
I don't know. She doesn't have a core value. What is it?
I mean, you're going to support a guy that you think you know something about that got debunked all over the place, and you say Kamala.
How about you talk about Harris without talking about Trump?
Okay. I really think she is sharp. Trump does not want to debate her. She is a former prosecutor, and had she been in place with Joe Biden, Trump would have had his ass whooped because he didn't answer one question, period.
Let's talk about her when she was a prosecutor. What did she do in California?
She's,
One second. We got another Venmo. Mr. Todd, thank you so much. Big T. Good support of the up there, the Silver Fox, Vineland, New Jersey. Finish up, James.
I don't know. I got to ask the question. What has Trump done other than file bankruptcy?
No, we're not talking about Trump. You brought up Kamala as her being a prosecutor. Now don't pivot to Trump. We're talking about Kamala right now.
Okay.
But what did she do when she was a prosecutor?
She won a lot of cases. She incarcerated a lot of people per the law, the law of the land at that time.
All right, so she incarcerated how many African Americans?
Don't matter. She did
going by the law,
1,500
of the land.
For drugs, right? And then didn't she withhold evidence on the guy that was on death row? Is that following the law of the land? No, it's not, is it?
Is that facts?
Let me read this real quick. Listen. I get a lot of mail. This is the first one someone sent it to my email. Usually it's on TikTok. It says, I'm not going to say who sent it, but I told you guys I've been getting a lot of hits for my positions on things. That's fine. I can take it. I have come to see you are not very principled when it comes to voting. I cannot see where you have any principles that which you live by and vote by. Can you believe this?
I disagree with that. You always have a great
I have come to see you are not very principled when it comes to voting. I cannot see where you have any principles that which you live by and vote by. Ay, ay, ay. You took the time to write that out. I think, I was talking to the producers. I think I might start reading some of these. I'm not going to out who it is, but I might start reading some of the. This is questioning my integrity. It's not necessarily hate. I do get some hate mail, but I thought that was pretty funny. Anyway.
I got no hate film, for you.
Yeah, that's coming from a left
you
person,
do a
by
great
the
job.
way.
That's coming from what? One and only?
That has to be coming from the far left. Because Republicans will talk to you that way.
I don't know. I don't know. I have to look and see exactly who the person is.
They're basically dissing you, man. And I don't think there's been any Republicans on your platform that's going to come up and be disrespectful to you that way. They may disagree with some of the stuff that you said, but they'll tell you but they're not going to sit there and email you and diss you.
Not true. The Republicans, he had the ban from his live.
That's true. Well, 1 and 1, right? Big Mr. Rowe? One Republican, one Democrat.
That's right.
I banned those two guys.
Hey, Denali, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, Darren.
Okay, quick question. So, in your opinion, obviously, if you had to give this current administration a letter grade over the past 3.5 years, what would your letter grade be? All in all.
I think I would give them a solid B.
Solid B, okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, now.
Again, sir, oh boy, here we go. When did COVID end, in your opinion? When we got outside, we weren't locked up in the house any longer.
I think it's different each state. I mean, I live in Florida, but
I got it. It's 50 states. Don't give me 50 different answers. Overall, sir.
21, wasn't it?
I would say.
Stop talking 1 and 1.
Right.
Probably at some point in 21 into 22.
I would say 22.
Okay.
So what I do is I give 1 year to Trump and I give 1 year to Biden. And with that being said, you don't turn the economic engine on like a motorboat. It takes time for things to happen. There are excuses and then there are explanations. The supply chain was jacked up because people weren't working. So, so basically, in my opinion, 21, and now we're in 24, Joe Biden had a year and a half without any kind of COVID situations, and he still was able to get a lot of things done. That's what I think, okay?
Okay. Now, in that regard, right, then just kind of speaking about, like you said, the letter grade of a B, would you think, I mean, this is really any sort of business, any sort of like a university or anything like that, if you're going to get promoted, right, and you are the second in line, is a B qualifications enough to get promoted to the number one job in the country is really my question. Has Kamala Harris done enough to warrant, not even the people didn't vote her in, but has she done enough to warrant just a full bypass of voting democracy by the people to be the nominee on the ticket?
Did Trump?
Give me a second. Tell me what Pence did. Tell me what Joe Biden did.
Pence didn't ever become a presidential nominee
No,
without.
but tell me what Pence did as VP.
I think that again, there's a lot of things that were done that.
Tell me what Pence
supports.
did. Tell me what you can put at Pence's feet and say he did this.
He visited the border.
Please don't talk one and only.
I would say it's a mixture of things.
I don't know what
support,
that means.
Obviously, support with the border, support with bringing back American jobs, support with
he supported.
promoting.
Tell me what you would say. Man, Pence went in there and he did this and he brought this home. Man, that is a great vice president.
I would agree with you, but the difference is in this question.
Can you tell me a great vice president? Give me one.
Great vice president?
Yeah. He's the best vice. He or she is the best
Bush
vice
and Reagan.
president
I think
ever.
Bush Reagan was pretty solid, don't you? I think Ronald Reagan did a hell of a job. Did he not?
Ronald Reagan was the president. Tell me the last vice president that you said, man, that was a great guy. Oh my God, I can't wait for him to run to be president. Tell me.
I would imagine that.
Not imagine. Tell me what you think.
I couldn't tell you, but the difference in
because they don't do anything.
Yeah, but the difference in what you're saying right now is I, as a voter, a Republican voter, have always had the ability to vote in who I wanted to represent my country for presidency. Can the Democrats say the same? They cannot. In 2016, it started in.
Sir, Darren,
yes.
Are you really concerned about the Democrats right now?
I'm concerned about the country, not just the Democrats or Republicans.
Why are you concerned about the country? Let me ask you a question. Were you concerned about the country on J6 when Trump supported walking to the? What did you say?
Absolutely, I was concerned about the country.
And who do you put that? Who do you blame for that? Here we go. Watch.
I don't blame. I don't blame President Trump for the select
how much
percentage
did you give to the commander-in-chief for what happened on J6?
What percentage of fault?
Yes, sir. He is the commander-in-chief, right?
I don't give him any fault, as I don't give Democrats any fault for people burning down cities and looting and rioting all over the country.
That's not the capital of the USA.
Can you read that, Mr. Darren?
Who owns the Capitol?
Can you read that, Mr. Darren, behind me?
No.
Out loud?
No.
Why?
Because what you're saying is ridiculous. You ask so many loaded different questions, two different ways, and you look at it. Yeah, you look at it one way.
This is my question. Okay, this is my last question.
You have a 180-degree view of the world.
Please don't overtalk me. Can you read that out loud, please, sir?
Nah.
Why?
Because it ain't the truth.
Please read it for the panel.
Just read it.
No.
Why not read it? Come on.
Because it's not the truth.
You're a Republican, right?
You're living in some sort of denial.
Are you a Republican, sir? Yes or no?
No, I'm an independent.
Okay, great. Who did you vote for in 2020?
I voted for Trump in 2020.
Who did you vote for in 2016?
I voted for Trump in 2016.
Who are you going to vote for in 24?
Ask me who I voted for in 2012.
I didn't ask you that. I asked you.
But I voted for Obama.
I know you
the previous two elections before
you voted for Obama, but I don't care. Who did you vote for in 2024?
Well, I haven't voted in 24 yet.
Who will you, sir? Who will you vote for in 2024?
Donald Trump.
Gotcha.
2024.
Now then, can I just ask one question?
What is it?
If that was Black Lives Matter, and there were a bunch of people of color scaffolding up there and pushing away cops, beating cops with an American flag, would it be the same? Would you have had the same result?
Don't you dare, James.
That's not even the same thing.
What do you mean, don't I dare?
What you're saying is not the truth.
Your mouth off of my black chocolate skin.
James, was the election?
Are you chocolate?
Darren, was the election stolen?
Hello, Ro, do you agree with me?
Oh, I agree with you.
Mr. Darren, was the election stolen?
No, I mean I don't believe so. No.
Oh boy, I
don't believe so. I don't believe the election was stolen, and if it was, again, there's nothing that was done over the last 4 years about it. Again, I don't live in a world of conspiracy or deniability, but in reality is what I'm living in. If you are a Democratic voter, how do you feel right now that you cannot personally, like nationwide, elect the person you want to run for president of the United States? It should be the vote of the people. That is what democracy is.
Okay. Anything else, Mr. Darren? Because I'm going to rotate the panel. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you. Have a great day. Hope to see you back soon.
I got to drop, so if you need to rotate me, I'll talk to you later.
All right. Take care. Have a great. What time you going on, Mrs. Shelley?
After dark, probably 8 o'clock Arizona time.
Okay, 8 o'clock Arizona time, which is like 11 o'clock EST. Hey, everybody, give Miss Shelley a follow. She does a great job on on her show. She don't take no mess. Now, if you go over there, you better make sure you come correct, because she will call you out, okay?
I
Make
will
sure
do
you
it.
watch the president speaking at 7:00.
Miss
All
Shelley,
right, the
you're in
Oval Office.
Arizona?
It's probably not going to last that long, Mr.
I'm in
Rose.
Arizona too.
Right.
Hey.
I'm in Maricopa.
All right, I'm in Phoenix.
Oh, okay.
All right.
So you're not too far from me.
Fantastic. Follow Miss Shelley. She does a great show, and give her some support. And don't forget that support is a verb. Don't tell her you support her. Put something on there. Cash App or gifts, or at least at a minimum, tap the screen. Sometimes I go and I see people not tapping it. It angers me. And other people show, like, you enjoy it, tap the screen. It's free. Ay.
I would love to hear Mr. Rowe's opinion on what we've discussed about the last 15 minutes or so. I like him.
If he wants to.
Thank you, James. Are you specifically talking about the if it was BLM folks?
That would be one. Obamacare that they were all railing against, but behind the scenes they all loved it and knew they couldn't get rid of it.
Well, let me take Obamacare, and I'm glad you asked. So basically, the political landmark, that's the way, basically what I'm saying is the way the politicians move. If Trump didn't try to dismantle it, I mean, he kept talking about doing it, and he wanted to just scrap the whole thing without replacing it with anything. But his advisors told him if he did that, he would not get reelected. So if he would have had another 4 years, he would have scrapped Obamacare. He would have overhauled Social Security, all of the stuff that wouldn't have been good for people, older folks, and folks that are not that wealthy. He would have scrapped all of that. But again, the advisors told him, hey, look, you got to do that in your last 4 years. You'll be a lame duck and nobody can do anything to you. But he got fired. He wasn't expecting to lose the election, and that's why he fought it so much. It was stolen. It was stolen. He's trying to come back. And if everything that I said is not enough to scare people, with a last 4 years to do damage, and I think I said enough. I think you all get it on that.
Well, I got injured right after Obamacare. I got hurt badly, and I was able. It was a lifesaver. Man, I'd have had to go bankrupt if that wasn't out there. So I'll always be a proponent of Obamacare because they tried to repeal it about 48. I think it was 48 to 50 times, but then when they won, they got caught flat-footed. We don't have a plan. We don't have nothing, as a matter of fact. And then they were always, they were always putting Obama down about this care, but they didn't think Trump would win. All of a sudden, you got it, and they didn't have well, you know what? We've been complaining about this for 4 years, but we really don't have anything to offer you. That's why it's still in place.
But James, and I'm gonna say this, and then I'm gonna have to go. But the main thing that Trump wanted to do, he didn't want to either replace it with anything. He just wanted to take Obama name off of it. That's all he wanted. Anything that had Obama name attached to it, he wanted Obama name off. He didn't even want to put the president before him picture on the wall with the rest of the president for 4 years. Obama picture didn't go up until Joe Biden got in office.
That's right.
All right, Mr. Denali, can I step in for a second?
You want to step down
Step in for a second, because earlier I asked you when didn't Trump run on the platform about health care, and you said nothing came forward. Well, that was actually false. So on March 2nd of 2016, Trump released a 7-point PowerPoint plan for healthcare reform, which he described as a base free market principles. He stated that he would repeal Obamacare, replace barriers to the interstate sale of
Why
health
didn't it go to the House or the Senate then?
Okay, hold on.
Wasn't repealed.
I'm going I'm going to I'm going to get to that. Please hold on, guys. Hold on.
Get to it. I don't want to hear about what he did. Tell me
All
why
right,
it didn't go to the House.
back in 2017, it was called Trump Care, nickname for the American Health Care Act, AHCA. The plan was written by Republicans in the House of Representatives and replacement plan for the ACA, and the AHC was voted and passed on in the House on May 4th of 2017.
And what happened to it?
And what happened?
It passed. It went through. There you go. So
why
changed?
did it get okay, all right, never mind. Anyway, okay, thank you so much. First I want to go to Chip because Chip has been waiting patiently. He's out there in Thailand. That's my good friend Chip. Mr. Chip, what's up? Sorry it took me so long.
What's going on, Mr. Denali and everyone else?
Man, I'm trying to hold it down, man. They're giving me grief sometimes, man.
They're giving you a little grief, man.
I got called a punk twice today.
Dang. Hey, I just want to say.
I'm a free thinker. EK, did you hear Miss Marshall called me a punk today?
Wow.
No, I didn't. I wasn't on the live then, but that's kind of out of the ordinary for her. What did you do? Did you trigger her?
All I said was that Kamala wasn't qualified. No,
that triggered her. That's all it took.
Let me take it back. I said that Ketanji Brown Jackson was a symbol. Although qualified, she was a symbol. Because I feel like Joe Biden pandered to black women to save his political ass in South Carolina, and he said, I'm going to put a black woman on the Supreme Court, and then he'll say he put a woman as his VP. I felt it was a pandering move because his campaign was floundering coming out of Iowa and New Hampshire, and he needed to do something, and he got black women on board along with James Clyburn of South Carolina, and they saved his political ass. That's what
Why did Trump pick Pence?
Because he was courting the evangelical vote.
That's right. Just make sure we're on the same page. That's all.
Listen. If you listen to me, I'm amazed at sometimes the knowledge that I got in my head. It just pops into my head.
I wasn't questioning that, but he put that on there so he could get the evangelicals on there because he certainly didn't stand for it at that time.
Okay. Chip, finish your point, sir. Sorry to cut you off.
You betcha. So anyway, as far as the Obamacare, I was in between jobs and I signed up for it. I think it was $125 a month. It might have been $150. So that was pretty good. That wasn't too bad. But after about 4 or 5 months, I got a letter and it went from either $125 or $150 a month, just south of $1,000 every month. Insurance companies were dropping off, and I'm not blaming Obama, man. You know, he got it passed. I did vote for him on the second term. And I think former Secretary Clinton worked on it for a long time, couldn't come up with anything that would work. But anyway, so I dropped off of it. And then I was on unemployment. I think I got it for 6 months. And then I was just living off my savings. I didn't want to go back to work right away anyway, but I had to pay when I filed my taxes. I had to pay like $100 and some dollars, not very much over that, for every month I didn't have Obamacare. So I was glad when they repealed that. I don't think it's fair to make somebody pay money because they can't afford to sign up for Obamacare. That being said, Kamala Harris, I'll just give you my point on her for a little bit. I think she gets a little bit too much grief for the border. I think Biden, when he put her in charge of that, he knew damn well she wasn't going to do nothing because he didn't want to do nothing. He wanted open borders. And I don't know her opinion on that as far as if she really wants to close those. I don't know how she feels about that. But I will say this. She is one of the most progressive people that we'll have as a president if she is elected. And my concern is, of course, one of my number one concerns is this push with electric cars and all this bull crap that's going on, climate change. And also, the healthcare system, the education system is in shambles. It's a crisis. You don't hear too much about it, but it's a crisis. Our kids are being set aside, if you will. It's terrible what's going on in our education system. They're more focused on whether a child can determine their own sex, and things like that. Get the gay pride flags out of schools, get that crap out of schools, and just start teaching our kids, man. That's what worries me most about her is her progressiveness, and if she'll work on changing our education system. I think that's got to be a priority, absolutely. But anyway, so I just also want to put in there that, yeah, I think she got a lot of grief for the border, and it wasn't her fault. That, in my opinion, was set up. Biden knew he didn't want closed borders. And I don't know if she does or not really, so I can't really speak on that. But I'll land my plane there, and I'll listen to you.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Chip. Emily, what state are you in, dear? Okay, what say you? All right. Thank you so much, Miss Emily. You voting for Trump? Or you voting for him? Okay. Did you vote for him in 2020 as well? And 2016? Okay. Oh, cool. Okay. How did you hear about the show? Mhm. Thank you. That means a lot. Oh, awesome. Congratulations for finding us. Welcome to the Mr. Denali XXL family. May I ask your age? Yes, ma'am. 37. Okay, cool. All right, cool. Let's
Mr.
give Mr. E.
Denali, I'm
Yeah, one
sorry
and
to
only.
interrupt, but
What's up?
everybody in the chat saying they cannot hear Emily.
I
Everybody
heard her.
can't hear you. I heard her, but
I can hear
Yeah.
you
can you
fine.
hear?
Did
Can you
everybody hear
hear?
Miss Emily on the panel?
Yes.
I
Yeah,
heard
I
her.
heard her.
I heard her.
I heard her
People in
loud
the
and clear.
chat.
Yes.
Sorry about that. Oh,
The people.
it was so great. Say testing, testing, 1, 2, 1, 2, Emma. Let's see if they can hear. Yeah, let's see if that works. Let's see. And I love what you said, especially what you said about me. No, I'm joking. Let's see.
I think maybe just because she's got a soft voice, that's all that was.
Well, they were
Because
saying it
everybody
was,
on the panel heard her.
yeah. Miss Emily, let's do a test. Let's do a test. Go ahead, Emily, speak. Come on,
Can you
say
have
something
a,
else.
Absolutely.
That works. Certainly do. Sounds
Can
good.
y'all hear her now?
we can
Still
hear?
no.
They're saying
No, man. Okay, thank you, Miss Emily. Appreciate you coming up. You're welcome. Yeah, she has a very feminine voice. I appreciate her feminine voice. Not like some
I
other,
know you do.
not like some other people. Mr.
Spidey senses is going.
Mr. EK, what say you, sir? Let's give Mr. EK opportunity.
So,
You got it, brother. You got it.
So let me know if it goes in and out, okay?
Right. You good. Let's go.
Yeah. Well, no, go on, because I got a bad signal right now. Why don't you go to somebody else?
All right, cool. All right, let's go to Top Hat.
Right. Yeah.
Let's go to Top Hat.
What's up, man?
What's up? Man, Mr. Top Hat, I got some DMs about you, brother. They like what are you, 6'7"?
Yeah, 6'6".
6'6". Yeah, I got some DMs about you. I said, well, hit him up. I don't know if he's married or not. What do I got to do with that?
Yeah, I'm married, man. Yeah, married. 3 kids.
3
girls.
kids.
Yeah.
Oh, your girl dad. Okay.
Oh yeah, sucks. But what the topic is?
We were talking about VP Harris and Trump, and just go ahead. You can go ahead and free fall. Go ahead.
I don't know too much about VP Harris. I mean, just what I hear. You know what I mean? Like not too many people from California like VP Harris. And my whole thing is like I'm just trying to imagine her in meetings with the most powerful men in the world and listening to her on her giving speeches and like these men play chess and she's like a checkers player. Like, like just me thinking her being in a meeting with Putin, trying to convince him into doing what America thinks is best. I don't see her being able to accomplish that. I guess, people think America is just this bully that can walk over the world, but it's all optics. Like you have to look the part to be the part to the world. But if you don't look the part, that's when, giants rise up and try the bully. Will we succeed? I don't know. But if you already look the part, people kind of back down. And I think that's what Trump gives to us, like just that boldness. People don't know what to expect out of him, especially leaders. Him being a businessman, dealing with big time money, it's just the people know he's going to be straight to the point. No, he don't speak good. No, he doesn't. He doesn't articulate himself good. This is a man that's been in corporate life that tells people what to do, not explain to people. So I give him a pass on that. I mean, asking for permission to Trump is almost non-existent. He's always done what he wanted to do, and now trying to explain himself. So I see how in America how people take offense to that, especially in the way he talks. But I totally understand where you're coming from. When you're working with billions of dollars, companies, contractors, you let them know what you're expecting and what you're going to get out the deal, not explain to them. And I don't know if Kamala has that, just being a prosecutor. That is literally her biggest messing with petty crime, bro, like petty crime. And these men right here, they're like I said, there's a war going on right now in another country. And she like what? Crackheads and pill poppers. And that's what she dealt with. People that smoke marijuana. I don't see it. Please somebody explain to me, how do y'all see her handling these big time, those big time power?
Allow me to get after this.
Go ahead, James.
Just save me a bite, man. Just save me a bite.
Okay.
Man,
Me too.
I don't even know where to start on this. Talking about she just did pill poppers. She did 18 million in suing banks that controlled Donald Trump. Let's go over this. Trump had what kind of experience as a diplomat Why did he go,
Why do you
first
got
of
to
all,
pivot to
establish a
Trump? Talk
direct
about
line to
Kamala.
Russia, and B, he goes in with Putin and there are no staffers or anybody to take notes on what they talk about? Why would you
Well,
do that?
well, like I explained, Trump has Trump comes from a world where he tells people what to do. It's not it's different in American politics, and I don't think Trump would ever really grasp American politics to where the president or representative of the United States need to explain to the people why, or he's used to these closed doors deal makings. Like that's Trump. And as you see, it was effective with Putin. It was effective with these world leaders, regardless the door open or closed. It was effective. As soon as Trump was out of office, guess what Putin did? You see what he did. While Trump was in office, it was effective. You look at the effectiveness instead of the optics of how it seemed, or to explain to you how it looked.
Do you believe in NATO?
NATO.
I believe Trump had the right ideal.
Wrong.
Pay, yes, pay. Our tax dollars are thin already. Like the American people are suffering with taxes, tax, and these other countries, they have money, but they don't pay. We almost supply all of NATO. We do. The American people, to keep it intact. They
We
keep NATO
also
intact.
we also did that in the 40s during World War II.
This is not the 40s, sir. This is not the 40s.
Did it win us anything?
This is not the 40s.
I understand that, but what did
there are
it
American
prevent?
citizens. There are American citizens now they're not able to feed themselves. I mean, who's thinking about retiring now? I mean, the taxes are absurd, and for these people to want America dollars to help them, hey man, y'all pay in as much as y'all can. Also, it's a dire strait over here in America.
If Putin
We can't just
takes
keep
over
printing
all
money.
of Europe, what will you say then?
We can't just keep printing money and
So
and
just let him
expecting.
have it.
No, we can't just keep printing money and expecting the dollar to mean anything. You can't just keep reprinting, printing
Have you
because the dollar
seen
will
the
mean
value
nothing.
of the dollar lately?
Have you seen the value of the dollar?
Absolutely. I'm in stocks all the time. It is
It's doing
growing
pretty
and
good
is the
right now.
currency of the world still.
Well,
Mr. Denali, can I get in on this conversation really
bricks ain't
quickly
doing
while I
too
got a
bad
good
neither.
signal?
All right, let's let EK and then we'll go to Big T since EK's,
Yeah.
you got that Trump Wi-Fi.
Top Hat said that he really didn't understand what Kamala really stands for. Anybody who wants to, they can Google it. What she stands for when she was running in the primaries, she stands for taking away making it illegal to cross the border. She's against that. She's for confiscating guns, particularly assault rifles. Period. She wants the government to come and take them away. She's for getting rid of private health insurance, meaning if you got a good health insurance policy with your job, that's gone. You got to take government health care. That's just three, and they can all be Googled because she's on the record saying it on the video, on the film. Those are three of them. They had a nonpartisan organization that determined who was the most progressive person in the Senate. It was Kamala Harris, more progressive even than Bernie Sanders. And she's not even liked by her staff. In 2021, she had 47 permanent staff members. You know how many she has now that haven't left or quit? Five out of 47. So she's not even liked by the own people that work for her. You guys have seen how many people have left her staff and gone on to do other things because they couldn't get along with her. She's not well liked. She's not a good person. And she's a bitch. She's bitchy. That's what it is.
Quickly tell me Trump's turnover status with his cabinet.
It's not 90%, that's for sure.
You stepped into that one.
And Trump fired.
I didn't step into anything.
They quit.
It's not. Ain't 47. Hey, 47 people got 5%. I got five. She got
Come
5
on,
left
EK.
in 3 years,
Come
in
on.
2.5 years. Let's come on with it.
You,
What do you
you
guys think
know in
about
his
that?
first
That
term,
she wants to
you
make it
know in his
legal to
first
cross the
term,
border.
the ones that didn't go to jail, half of them he fired, and the other half went to jail. Come on, man.
I'm going. It's
He
different than
didn't have
being
a good
fired
he
and
didn't have a
leaving.
good record either, though. He did not have a
One
good
of them.
record either.
All
Okay,
right,
I
Trump.
give you that. I give you that.
Yeah, so we
And
can scratch that part. We can scratch that
okay,
part,
what
but
about?
look,
Do you
see,
think it should be legal to cross into the country?
no, I do not think it should be legal to cross into the
Do
country,
you
but
think? Do
how's
you
she going
think?
to
Do
remove
you?
something that's been there since the conception of the United States? They've never
You don't
had
got to
anything
remove
like
it.
that.
All you got to do is to continue what the Biden administration's been doing.
See,
But she
that's what
wants
I'm
to make
trying
it
to say.
worse.
So we can't even have a conversation with that because what you're saying is the borders are open, and I keep trying to point out to you guys the borders have never been open. All right, but I'm not going to have
Well,
that
why do we get
argument with
10?
y'all
Why do we get? You
again
can't have that argument.
because that's not. It's just emphatically not true. That's all.
Okay,
And it's
okay, Big
pointless
T.
to
You're in
argue
Big
Big
T.
something
T, but in
that's not an
Arizona, the
argument.
border's open.
Big T.
It's
You
no
say the
border
border's not
open.
open.
Yes, it
No,
is.
Yes,
Yes, I'm in
10
no.
million people
Arizona.
have
So
come
if
in.
if the border is open, you go head out this
Hey, I'm
country and then
working.
just
I'm a
decide to stroll
contractor
on
for
back
ICE,
in
so
here
I know.
and
I
see what
know.
happens to you.
Hey,
Hey,
gentlemen.
I don't have to go out. They coming in every day, Big T. Are you not
exactly.
That's
watching
what
the
I'm trying to
news?
tell you. You
They're
go
flooding
out and
in.
try to come back in, just waltz your way back in here and see what happens.
Look how many
Gentlemen,
Okay?
getaways
If
it's
you don't have
it's
an
real.
ID,
Like,
you're not
How
coming
many?
in.
whoa,
Hold
whoa.
All
look
right?
how
on,
many
guys. Hold
Hey,
on, one at a time.
gentlemen.
Hold on, one at a time. Okay, so hold on, y'all, one at a time. So we can all sing together, but we can't talk together. So, EK, what were you saying?
He hasn't been watching what's going on over the last 3 years with the border because he doesn't think it's open. But again, let's assume it's closed now. If she wants to get rid of making it illegal, you think it's going to get better or worse?
Okay, Big T.
Can you
You want
answer
to
that? She's on record saying she wants to not to remove any restriction of crossing the border. You think it's going to get better or worse?
I don't
Let
think
me
she's
ask
going to
you
get that
this.
passed.
Hold on, James.
What?
Hold on. Let Big T
I do
answer.
not believe she'll get that passed. If in fact that's what she's talking about,
I didn't ask you if she thought she
her
was going
say
to get it
that.
passed. I said
I've never heard her say
Well, I
that.
told you, I'm not blowing smoke. You can go pull it up and see
from
it.
your lips to God's ears. All right.
Let's just assume I'm not lying and it's the truth. Even if she doesn't get it passed, doesn't it bother you that that's one of her philosophies that she wants to do?
I'm not particularly fond of everything that every candidate that runs for office does, but I do know that she's on the Republican ticket, the Democratic ticket, and if that holds true, and she's going to be the one that we have to elect, then I'm going to elect her in the office other than electing Trump into office. I can guarantee.
One question.
I'm gonna hold on. I'm gonna say one more thing, and then I'm gonna get a floor up. First of all, she's not gonna win because once all of these things come out that she's on record saying, people are gonna realize that they don't like her. Plus, she's gonna fumble the ball. She got 4 months, 3.5 months before the election, 4 days. We know dang well she's gonna fumble the ball and she's gonna lose it because she's not that bright. You guys, nobody thought Kamala Harris was bright until she got elevated to the top of the ticket. Everybody thought she was a joke. Come on, let's be real.
Darling, I have one question. I got one question for you.
Let me go ahead and put this out here, James, real quick. Look,
all right.
This lady is accomplished. She's been the governor. She's been the senator of California. She was the district attorney of California.
She was with Willie Brown.
It's beside the point.
These are her accomplishments. She was the attorney general of California.
She was the attorney general and she was the district attorney.
She was the district attorney of San Francisco, and you know how she got into that spot. You already know how she got that spot.
Well, these are her accolades, okay? These are her accolades, okay? And she was the VP.
Laying on your back to be an accolade.
Well, you could call her and shoot names from
Big T,
your
Big
side of
T.
the fence as long as you want, but this is what this accomplishments
Trump and
of
a
this
T,
woman
prophet.
Big
is.
T, Big T,
So
I agree with you. Big T, I agree with you
I
because
can't take and throw rocks, you know.
Donald Trump don't
I
have
want I
a.
want Big T to be able to land his plane. Please don't interrupt him.
Yes, sir. I was just trying to agree with Big T because Donald Trump don't have the best when it comes to laying on backs and all that neither.
Well,
So Big T,
Exactly.
yeah,
Thank you.
I agree
I
with
don't
you.
even
But
want to
go ahead.
see. I don't believe in pitting one against the other. Look, I'm looking at what this lady. Because be honest with you, I don't think that the United States is ready for a lady president to begin with, which is why Hillary didn't win. But that's gone. We're dealing with right now, and what we're dealing with now is what Kamala is setting on the ticket. Now, if they go forward with that, then I'm going to support that. But I personally don't think that's the people of America is ready for a woman yet. I think we would do better to get a better ticket. But we are where we're at. We're where we're at. So we have to go with what we got. And look,
Well, I respect that. Hey,
anything's
Big
better
T,
than
I
what
respect that. I respect that. And I'm going to tell you why I respect it. You supporting her because you don't want Trump, and I'm supporting Trump because I don't want Kamala. And that's the great thing about our country. We can do that. And I respect you for that. But again, and I said I was going to land my plane, and I really am. I want you to know that there are a lot of policies that she's supporting that you are going to be very much against. Are you for getting rid of all private insurance? So if you've got a plan with your company, that company goes out of business and the only thing you can take is government health care like the VA or Medicaid or Medicare. I ain't with that. Are you with her sending the government to confiscate your guns? Are you with that? No. But that's her beliefs and her policies.
Wait a minute. Y'all been screaming that crap for 25
I'll
or
let
30
James go
years.
ahead.
Nobody has shown up at my door to take my pew-pews. Ever. Nobody. You want to claim that? Nobody's shown up at my front door, and I got
I'm
a
telling
bunch
you
of
what
them.
she wants to do, Mr. T. We ain't had
Did
Kamala
they
as
say that about
president.
Bill Clinton?
Bill
Did they
Clinton
say
never
that
claimed
about
that he wanted to
Obama?
confiscate it. No. They
How
never told
many
us
have
that
you
Bill Clinton
lost?
wanted to confiscate any pew-pews.
Okay,
Never
have
once.
you lost a Bible due to the Democrats? They were going to come take your guns and your Bibles. How
Now
many Bibles you lost?
that was Obama that said that you want to cling to your guns and your Bibles. That wasn't Clinton.
Obama
That
would
was
never say
Obama.
that running for office. That
He
doesn't make
did
any
say
sense.
that. You don't remember the quote that all these Republicans want to do is cling to their Bibles and their pew-pews?
They said
What is that
on
telling you?
their campaign that if you vote Democratic, you're going to lose your your pew-pews and your Bibles. Why would the Democrats say that? That makes no sense.
Why would a
So you're saying the
politician
Democrats are not for more
advocate?
not for more pew-pew control? Is that what you're saying? That they
Have you
cool with
lost
the way it
one?
stands right now?
As it stands right now, same thing I heard
Thanks
in
to
the
the
90s.
Republicans, no, I
Same
haven't.
thing I heard with Obama, the scare tactic. They're going to take all your pew-pews and your
Mr.
Bible.
James.
I haven't lost one.
Mr. James, this is Top Hat. Are we a democracy or a republic?
Democracy.
No, we are a republic. It's individual. We have representatives. We have representatives to speak for us. It's individual rights. It's not a democracy. So get that out of your head. I don't know why Democrats try to push this democracy crap. It's
Okay, where are you headed with the
individual.
Republicans?
We're a republic. It's individual rights. It's not, the majority rules or what the majority says. It's the individual rights. You are allowed your individual right. Not the majority. That's what
Not
Kamala
the majority.
wants.
So nothing in this country, when we get a majority, stands for anything. Is that correct?
Oh, democracy. Oh, yeah. It does stand. It does stand.
What does it stand
Democrats
for?
want. That's what Democrats want. Democracy. That's what they want.
No, I'm not even talking about that. If you have a majority, what do you have? The people's rule. What do you call that?
Oh, that's socialist.
You don't. You
democracy.
You don't have that. You don't vote on every single law that happens in this country. You vote for representatives who then go and vote for those laws.
But we should.
If you don't like your representative,
James.
what can you do?
James, do y'all know that she advocates for defund the police? Do y'all agree with that? Defunding the police, like VP Harris?
Well, do you agree with Trump rapes women,
No, I
grabs them
asked you a
by the
question. I asked you a question,
Do
man.
you agree
Hey,
with that?
James,
What?
hold on. I'll answer that, but answer my question. Do you
What?
agree with her advocating to defund the police? Yes or no?
Well, it
Absolutely.
depends on what you're
All
talking
right. That
about when you
says
say
enough
defunding
about
it.
you
No,
that
no,
I
Do
need to
you
know.
know?
That's a
Big T.
The
that's a
black
fair
lady
question.
just got gunned down with a pot of
Big
hot
T.
water?
Big
Do you
T.
know that?
Big T. What was you saying, Big T?
Mallory. Do you know
I was saying
Mallory?
that I agree.
She just got
That's a
gunned
fair
down for a
question.
pot of hot water.
Depending on what you mean
And
by
that cop got a
defunding the
mugshot because he got
police.
arrested and is going to go to jail, hopefully for a long time. Now
Do you
what?
know who Mallory is?
Yes.
I know who she is. And where's the cop now? Is he in jail?
Well, I'm just saying, he
Well,
was
so what
asking
you
me a
saying? What
question
you
about
saying?
defunding the police.
He's saying
You
it
could
don't
not
happen
have
that often.
When it
de-escalated that
happens, as
situation.
long as that cop goes to jail and stays for a life sentence, I'm cool with it. Everybody makes mistakes. And
Well, he
as long
was
as he
just saying
pays
that
for it,
it's
it's
okay to
good.
defund it, and they can
Ain't
just start
nobody
shooting
saying.
whoever they want.
He's a murderer.
Excuse me,
He's a murderer.
pew-pewing or
He
whatever.
deserves a maximum penalty by law, from what I understand. We're not
Right.
talking about that. We're talking about defunding the police, and you agree with that, so that's cool. Mr.
Now
T,
then,
Big T,
you
I'm
say
sorry, Big T.
defunding the police. It sounds good on the thing. That's not
Camilla
exactly
is
what we're wanting.
advocating to
We're trying to
defund
get
the
some mental
police.
health stuff out there, just like with Mallory. It's not totally defunding the police. Let's get some other
Diggity,
things
man.
in
They're talking
place
about it.
that
They
will help
tried
the
it.
people
It
in
backfired
distress.
in their face, man. It backfired in their face. Look at
What did? What backfired in whose place?
defunding the police, man. Oregon tried that, man. You remember?
Okay,
So
that's
anyway,
Oregon. Well, that's not nationwide. What else you got?
well, I'm just telling you, man.
No,
And
I
they
don't care what you
backfired,
tell
they
me.
backfired
That
on them,
ain't no
and now they
nationwide.
reversed it. They're hiring cops. And Big T, man, I like to hear from him on that. Now, you guys kind of interrupted him on defunding the police. Big T, you still there?
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to shout over people. That's not the way. Nobody can hear nobody like that.
I
But
appreciate
look,
it.
this the thing. I mean, when they say defunding the police, I don't think the concept is to take and defund them so that they don't have any funds. I think it's reallocating the funds that go to them so that you can get a better system that's going on there. Because right now, the way that they take and process and hire and the things that they do to take and keep cops that do bad things in the police department, we need to do something about that. They shouldn't be allowed to continue to keep flourishing the way that they do. So when they say defund, that's what they're talking about. They're not saying we're going to take all the money from the police department and we don't have a system in place. We know we need a police department. We know we need police to take and do the job of making sure that the public is safe. But we need to take and go and get a more, what's the word?
I know what you mean, Big T. I support everything you said.
Program that's going to help with making sure that they patrol the public the correct way. All of this shooting people, and not just black people, but cops get edgy with the quickness, and there's no reason for that. If you take and put them in a training solution that's more comprehensive, where they have a better way of training and being able to recognize the situations they go in, they can do a more effective job. But right now, the system that we have in place needs to be revamped, and it needs to be done over again. You know, and it needs and it needs to be set aside so that things work more efficiently than what it's working like now. Simple as that.
One second. Steamy McDreamy, request back up. I just saw you in the queue. I'm sorry. If you could request back up, I want to bring Mr. Steamy McDreamy.
Yeah, can I follow up what Big T was saying?
Yes, sir.
Okay, the follow up on that, y'all.
Did you hear? I was talking. Like, Just
Oh, you
relax.
paused. I didn't know. I'm sorry.
I
You
know I'm
paused.
trying to get this guy back to request back up.
My
I know
apologies,
you
sir.
got something to say. Give me 1 second, sir. Oh, here he is. All right. James, I'll get you back up here in a little bit. All right. I'm gonna put you down for a second. My main man James in Tennessee. Let's get Steamy McDreamy. My name's a little problematic, but let's give Mr. Steamy McDreamy a little opportunity to say something. How you doing, sir?
I'm doing good. How are you doing? Nice to meet
Doing
you.
well. I got the text about you, and my apologies for not getting you up a little quicker. Thank you for coming. You want to give the people a little background on you?
Yeah, so I initially came to TikTok live because, well, one, I was listening to people's conversations and more specifically about the border, and there's a lot of misconceptions about the border. The majority of those misconceptions are, in fact, coming from the right. And so I decided to go and start my own platform. This is my backup account. My main account is BobbyG0313.
Cool.
So my background consists of spending 40 years on the border. I've lived on the border and also worked as I'm a former Border Patrol agent. Spent almost 10 years on the border. Yeah. I don't know if you want my other parts of my resume. I'm a former state investigator. I'm working on my 4th degree in aviation. I'm also a Marine too. I served from 2002 to 2010. So that's about it. Yeah.
Cool. All right. So Mr. McDreamy came up, and he is a former Border Patrol agent, and I thought it was good that he wanted to come lend his voice because he probably has heard some misconception. Because most of us have not been to the border, so we don't know exactly what's going on. So are there any questions for Mr. McDreamy, or I can just let him kind of give his narrative? Anybody?
So when you talk about the geographic location, it's open. Even if you have a wall there, it's going to be considered to be open. But when you're talking about policy and laws, there's anything about the law that says it's open. Now you can interpret asylum as being something similar to being open, but the problem is that you're not qualified at the border when you claim asylum. That happens later in the process. So 8 U.S.C. 1158, which is asylum, it specifically states that if you approach U.S. territory and you're on U.S. territory, it doesn't matter if you're in between the ports of entry or if you go to the port of entry, you can still make a claim to asylum, but it doesn't mean that you're qualified for it.
So I'm specifically speaking on when you come to the border to enter the United States, are you allowed to just walk freely through the border and enter to the United States?
Well, we can't make arrests on Mexican territory, and so there's nothing we could do if they're on Mexican territory. Now, once they step foot onto U.S. territory, now we can make the arrest under entry without admission violations. So really, there's nothing we can do. If we were to put a wall directly on the boundary line, and they get up on top of the wall, well, we can't make the arrest just yet. They have to be on U.S. territory. They have to be on our territory. So once they get down, we can make the arrest, and then off into the immigration system they go. We can't just turn them around right there at the border.
Which means that it's open then, right, Steve?
When you come through a port of entry, do they just let you walk through, or do you have to show some type of documentation?
At the port of entry, you're presenting yourself for inspection, as opposed to in between the ports of entry. You weren't presenting yourself for inspection if you made it through and you're on U.S. territory. That's why it's called an entry without inspection. So there's a difference between the two, but the similarities when it comes to asylum is the same. It doesn't matter if you're at the port of entry or in between the ports of entry, like in the desert. You can still make a claim to asylum, and it is a defense to removal from the United States. Now, if people don't like the law, well, Congress is going to have to, make do with the other side and come to an agreement. Otherwise, you're going to have the same immigration laws since 1952 governing our borders.
So I got two questions for you, Steamy. And by the way, thank you for serving our country as a Marine. The first, it's only
Appreciate it.
two questions. The first question is, isn't it international law, or at least the U.S. law, that if you're claiming asylum, you're supposed to claim to the first friendly country that you come to once you leave your country? You're not supposed to be able to walk through 7 different countries and go up to Guatemala, even Mexico, and then claim asylum in our country.
No, that's false.
Okay.
Under
The second question I have. No,
if
no,
you
no. I
read,
believe you. You don't have to do it. I believe you. I believe you.
sure.
The second question I have is, what was your thought about what Trump did and made an agreement with the Mexican government to remain in Mexico while they applied for asylum here?
The remain in Mexico's, in theory, would be a good thing, but the problem is that they didn't remain in Mexico. So there's nothing that's going to stop them from re-entering the country. Now, what happens? Remain in Mexico is actually the actual name is Migrant Protection Protocol. So what happens is when they come in entry without inspection, we take them to the station, and if they are qualified for the MPP program, regardless of where they're from, we send them back to Mexico with their court papers in hand, and they're supposed to stay in Mexico. The problem with that is that they would return to the United States in desperation because they're trying to get away from the cartels. Women and children were being taken advantage of while they were over there, so they would come back to the United States. We made several recidivist arrests throughout the week. If we caught a group on a Monday, we'd probably catch the same group maybe a few days later. So that was very problematic.
But you were allowed to send them back in Mexico, because I seem to remember hundreds of thousands of people sitting around in Mexico under Trump while they were waiting for their asylum to be adjudicated.
Yeah, that's if they're, that's if they were going to actually stay there. The problem is we couldn't charge them again with another entry without inspection because they already had a court date. So we weren't charging them. We would just give them a free ride back to Mexico. And they saw it as an opportunity to bypass agents for the 3rd, 4th, and 5th time that they attempted to enter the United States.
But isn't there something about, and again, I trust you because you got obviously way more experience than I have. Wasn't there something in place that said if you were caught and you were sent back and then you tried to come back again, there were some penalties associated with that?
Under 8 U.S.C. 1326, if you're even charged with that. Now, that's going to be separate from the Migrant Protection Protocol. 8
Right.
U.S.C. 1326 is basically it's saying you came in the first time, you got in trouble, and the judge ordered you removed from the country. We're going to reinstate that order of removal. So it can be a felony if you're charged under 8 U.S.C. 1326. The majority of the people coming in, it's typically going to be the first time. If it's their first time, it's a misdemeanor crime, Class B. And you remember, you still have to be found guilty of said crime, or you can be given an expedited removal if you waive your rights. That is a possibility. So if you go to the CBP website and you see administrative removals, that's basically what that is.
But when
I would
those
like to
people that
ask
were
Mr.
sent out to
Denali a
remain
question.
in Mexico and they came back in, when they were supposed to stay in Mexico, you said they came back. Can they be charged with that?
No.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Mr. Denali, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
This is my point, is that when Trump got in, he had both houses. They could have altered the laws. Also, Obama had both houses, and they could have changed these laws or what governs what's going on at the border. And me, myself, neither one of these parties really want to, come to a conclusion and get all this stuff solved because they can play to their base. And what would be your rebuttal on that?
Because they all play politics. We already know that.
That's it.
Come on, James.
Mr.
What kind of question?
McDaniel.
I know.
You gotta
I'm
come
just
up with
wanting
something better
I'm
than
wanting
that.
the board. I'm wanting Mr. Chip or everybody else. I think neither party wants to solve this for votes. That's just my opinion.
We had difference of opinions. Under President Obama, he did he implemented a deferred action for childhood arrivals DACA program and additional other policies that is in regards to the immigrants that are coming in. He did take a hard stance on removing people from the United States. That's why they call him the deporter in chief, he did deport over 3 million people, which was a record at the time. So he actually ran the border under Title 8, which is punitive in nature. If you are caught for the first time, remember you're barred from returning to the United States for a minimum of 5 years. You could spend up to 6 months in jail, and then you're removed to your country.
Mr. McDreamy, so under the former President Trump, now my understanding is roughly 2.5 million people that got through. Now, under Biden, it's my understanding it's right around 10 million. So in your opinion, Trump's policies were, or his voice was, don't come here unless you come here early. The border is closed. Under President Biden, his policy was, come on through, come on through, come on through. So in your opinion, is Biden's policies and everything helping with these folks to make up their mind like, hey, let's do it. We can go there. We can get free this, free that, free housing, everything, on and on and on. What is your opinion on that?
Well, one, there's nothing that says come on in under Title 8, and that's exactly what Biden's using. Now, if we take a look at the statistics in comparison to the two presidents, what a lot of people fail to understand is that we actually have more Border Patrol agents under Biden than we do under Trump. And remember, Trump declared an emergency in 2019. We had an influx of over 900,000 people just in 1 year. And that is a fact. He also implemented Operation Stone Garden because of the fact that we didn't have enough agents. The problem with that is that the state was siphoning money from the federal government, but they didn't have any real jurisdiction. All they could do is basically do a neighborhood watch situation and report it to Border Patrol. And sometimes we'd have to drive out an hour just to get to the location to wherever they spotted somebody. So also, the fact that we didn't have a lot of agents under Trump's administration and we had an influx of people, it speaks volumes, because if you have less agents patrolling the border, the numbers that you're looking at are actual arrests. So if you have less arrests and it looks as if he had lower numbers, well, that's because we were stuck processing and we didn't have anybody in between the ports of entry that are covering the area. So be careful with what the statistics say and how you interpret that, because the more agents you have, the more coverage you're going to have, including the fact that we now have contractors that are processing non-citizens. So if they are processing the non-citizens and we only need to rely on 2 or 3 agents at the station to serve the documents to the non-citizens, you have more patrol area that you can cover. So the more patrol area that you have, which we currently have about 22,000 agents in comparison to 16,000 under Trump, the statistics are going to go much higher. I'm not saying that there's not an influx in the current day, but we can't prevent anybody from leaving their country. That's called immigration. So we can't do that. If they come onto our territory, then we have jurisdiction to make the arrest.
So, yes, I understand that. But under Biden, he's been on video saying that, and I can't quote him exactly, like, I'm glad that these people that are coming over and saying that I'm a nice guy and for letting them in and all that. He said things like that. And so your opinion is Biden does not want these people coming in these droves. That's your opinion?
Well, I'm only telling you what the law says and what actually happens at the border. Now, I don't agree. Now, let me ask you a question, Chip. You believe, in your opinion, that what President's statements across the country make a difference, correct?
In some cases, absolutely.
In some cases. I think in all cases, because they are the leader of the free world. So I don't agree with this. I don't agree with Biden's statement in the time that we were in where we had an influx. But the problem with that is he's actually not lying, because the laws itself says you can come in and do those things, right? So if you don't like the laws, then you have to make a change to those laws, and only Congress can do that. Now, can the president make a directive like the way he did to attack asylum, averaging on a 7-day period 2,500, and if it exceeds 2,500 asylum claims, you can shut it down? There are some exceptions, Well, yeah, he can, but now the ACLU is actually suing him. And there's other things to that. It's not just the average that he's attacking. He's also telling agents that you no longer have to proactively ask the non-citizen if you have any credible fear of returning to your home country.
So then, in your opinion, why do you think it took the Homeland Security and President Biden and Vice President Harris to take 3 years, maybe a little longer, to declare the border a crisis?
Well, they initially, on day one, they did submit a package, a bill, and obviously the Republicans, I did read the bill. I think it's an excellent bill, but I don't think the Republicans would sign it because it has to deal with DACA. And I don't think that Republicans would actually sign DACA. So I'm not sure why Democrats don't reach across the aisle and say, hey, let's will and deal here. What do you want me to take out, and what are you going to give me? Because the House is, in fact, Republican at the moment. But let me just say this. He did put forth a bill. It gets shut down. H.R. 2 was sitting on the desk. Section 115 is unconstitutional because of the 14th Amendment. There's other sections on H.R. 2 that is very problematic. But the biggest problem you have with H.R. 2 is the fact that if they come in between the ports of entry, you have immigration law, not only asylum, but you also have claims against the Torture Act. And also you can seek out a lawyer and request a withholding or removal from the country. So there's a problem with H.R. 2 because it says if you come in between the ports of entry, you're not going to be processed, you're just going to be removed. Well, that's a violation. That is the number one reason why I would not sign that, because there's going to be constitutional issues there.
So maybe I misspoke. Why do you think it took Homeland Security and President Biden, VP Harris, to wait over 3 years to declare it a crisis?
Because in the 3 years, they have submitted both sides together
that doesn't matter
3 additional bills.
Why
They have
didn't
been.
they go on national TV?
Look,
Why
Chip,
did they not
I
go on
understand.
TV
I understand
and
you're looking for a
declare it
specific.
crisis?
I know you're looking for a specific answer.
Chip, listen.
I'm sorry.
Hang on 1 second. 1 second. Mr. Steamy McDreamy. Oh my God, I can't believe I'm saying that.
I know. I don't either.
He was invited here. I want you guys to give him the respect that you give me, right? You answered the question. Let's move on to something else. The question I have, Mr. McDreamy, is talk about this whole time as far as the border. A lot of my Republican friends say that over the last 3 years, 20 million undocumented people have come across the border. I've tried my best to get the numbers, and it seems like it's somewhere around 2 to 4 million. Can you shed any light on that in the last 3 years under Biden? Because the thing is that Biden opened the border and they're flowing through. So if you have anything on that.
It's impossible to get an accurate number because what comes in between the ports of entry, we have no idea.
Got it.
They call it, that's considered gotaways, Steamy?
Getaways.
Gotaways are, I've reported gotaways. If I'm following footprints and let's say I'm on a ranch in the Big Bend region and I'm patrolling, I see footprints, I'm following the footprints, and then at the end of the footprints, I don't catch anybody. I go back to the station and report it to the next set of agents coming in. It used to be done on a piece of paper, so that way they can follow up and find out if there's anybody at the end of the footprints. But I will report it as a gotaway. Now, it's my job to count how many footprints, if I can, as best I can, as accurately as I can, and report it. But the problem is that you can't determine citizenship based off of footprints, and we know that those areas are private land. So I can go back to Border Patrol stations and say, well, I think I was following a group of 20. But we don't know for sure. It's not very accurate, and you can't determine citizenship. So the numbers that you see on the CBP website, it's going to say approximately every single time.
So what is that approximately, in your opinion?
I think we only catch probably maybe 15-20% that actually comes in.
So, I mean, what is your opinion with approximately the numbers that have got through?
I don't know. That's impossible to tell. I don't know the answer to that.
Isn't there some kind of a figure with the Border Patrol? Don't they
Yeah,
have
I
some
mean,
kind of a figure? What is that?
yeah, it's somewhere around 2 to 3 million a year.
A year,
But you
right,
can
right,
just
right,
add
right.
based on
We're
what you
talking
just
about
said.
Hang
3.5
on,
years, though.
guys. Hang
Three
on.
and a half years.
I knew when you said that number, Mr. McDreamy. I knew who was going to jump up on that one. So you're saying in the last you approximately you think 2 to 3 million per year are going away, getting away.
It could
No,
be
he said that
more.
that's the number that they've reported.
It could be more. It could be
But that's
less.
only 15% of it, though, correct? Based on what Steamy said, that may be.
Yes,
You said you think the numbers only represent about 15%, correct?
that's my subjective opinion. Yes.
Right.
Got you.
So
One last question
so
I want to
100
have.
that's 15 people, and you're thinking 85 of 100 are not being detained or caught or anything like that. Okay.
Yeah, I think we probably catch about 15 to 20%, maybe 25% of the people coming in.
Got it. Okay. Any other
Republican
questions?
and Democrat.
Yeah, I got one more question, and thank you for all the knowledge, Stevie. The question I have: what percent? They do have a number for this. What percentage of the people that claim asylum for political prosecution or religious, I should say, persecution or religious persecution or whatever, gender persecution? What percentage of them are actually claimed of those that apply for that?
Now, obviously, it's going to depend on month to month and state to state. Like California, they had 54% acceptance of asylum claims, which is extremely high. And then you have other states that are extremely low. So if you're asking how many actually receive asylum, I would probably say in the range of 85% to 95% don't actually receive asylum.
Okay. All right. Ms. Tanji, do you have any questions? You're a big border young lady, so.
No, I'm just listening. I'm sorry. I was doing something else.
Oh, no problem. Big T, you got anything?
Can I ask Steamy one thing?
Go ahead. James.
Have the laws changed since everybody got to complaining about this? What laws have been enacted that would change everything that goes on at the border?
Some policies have changed. Law has not changed since 1952. There's been some revisions in the 90s, but other than that, the bulk of what you're looking at is law from 1952.
Thank you.
So let me just say this, and I got to drop Mr. Denali.
Yes, sir.
I moved to Thailand from Casper, Wyoming. There's approximately 550,000 people that live in that whole state. So you could fill up the whole state of Wyoming roughly 20 times over with the illegals that have come through in the last 3.5 years. I land my plane there. We got to do something with the border, in my opinion. I appreciate you, Mr. Steamy McDreamy. I really do, and especially for your service, man. Props to you. Thank you for coming on. Thank you, everybody. Mr. D, I got to get the garbage out. I'm just starting my day now. So I'll be back when I'm done doing my chores, and I'll see if you're live. But I appreciate every one of you.
All right, great. Thank you, Chip.
Have a good one, Chip.
Yep.
All right.
Now, remember about asylum real quick is that you can claim asylum up to a year. And those people that come in and they are not caught within 14 days, within 100 air miles of the border, they're automatically given a notice to appear before a judge. So it is a numbers game, and unfortunately, the laws specifically say we want immigration, but you do have a defense to removals, and we have treaties with other countries. So if Republicans or Democrats, if they don't like the laws that are in place, you're going to have to ask Congress to make changes to those laws, not the president.
Got it. Now, this is if I Thanos snap my finger, the top 3 things you would do to secure the border.
Number one thing, judges. We need judges. We have currently less than 700 judges. We need, in my subjective opinion, 3,000 judges, in my personal opinion. They were asking for 1,500. I would rather have 3,000. The more, the merrier. The second thing that we need is more Border Patrol agents and ICE agents. That is extremely important to cover more ground. Now, the president's not going to like the numbers that he sees because it's going to look like the statistics have increased under his watch. But who cares? So we need more Border Patrol agents, more ICE agents, more asylum officers. The third thing that we need is possibly to revamp the asylum laws that are pretty old and outdated. I think there needs to be a cap. perhaps maybe what Biden did, but the problem is we have treaties with other countries, and there is a very serious issue in Congress, and I don't think we're going to be able to make any changes to it anytime soon.
Okay, I like that. Anybody else? We're good.
I'd like to respond. Not too much to Mr. McDreamy, though.
Go ahead and give.
Yeah, I just wanted to let him know I do appreciate him with all his expertise and everything that he shared with us. And what I've learned from it is what I already known is that a lot of Republicans speak with a lot of feelings instead of facts, don't do a lot of research. And I was here like a couple of days ago, I don't know, I was trying to share some of the same stuff he's sharing with you all, and I got kicked off the platform for that. I don't know. Got a lot of pushback.
You didn't get kicked off for that. You probably got kicked off because you were probably problematic, sir.
I don't think I was being problematic, just trying to speak.
Sir, I don't kick people off for information if it's factual information. We must have some verbal jousting or something like that, and then I kicked you off.
Yeah, we did. We were talking about. I was trying to talk.
You were being problematic. Okay. That's why you got kicked off.
All right, let me move on then, because that's really not what I wanted to address. The real thing I wanted to address is that and I really wanted to talk to the guy that just left, because he brought up police, defunding the police. The Republicans are masters of switching the narrative of things. It was actually reform the police department, and they were saying that the guy that unalived this young lady the other day, they said at least he's in jail, so he's getting what he deserved. But what I wanted to add is that it took them 2 days to find out that that police officer had QQ'd that young lady. They were trying to sweep it under the rug. They got calls saying that she was having issues with her neighbor first. That was part of one of the narratives. So they was trying to say female shot her. QQ'd her. And then another one was saying that they tried to call to see if she had any mental illness issues, and saying that she may have QQ'd herself. So this blue wall of silence is a major problem.
All right, listen, this is not the time for that, sir. We're talking border control. Mr. McDreamy, he's a former border agent, and he was asking things about, answering questions about the border. Do you have something on the border, sir? If not, it's fine, but do you have something on the border?
No, just the things that I already said about it, and then you stop out.
Right, okay. All right, cool.
Yeah, I'd just like to thank Mr. Streamy for coming in and lending his voice.
Me too.
It was very helpful.
He's given us some actual, factual information on the front lines. I want to thank him as well, and thank the person who asked him to come over. I really do appreciate it, because we talk a lot over here. A lot of us have not been to the border to know exactly what is going on. We're talking from anecdotal evidence or what we're seeing in our backyard, and a lot of times that's not an actual depiction of what we're seeing in our backyard.
We got an echo, Mr.
Denali. And I definitely appreciate you coming over, Mr. Steamy. I mean, you're welcome to stay, but I know you're probably busy and you got stuff to do.
Yeah, I'll drop down.
Hold on, Mr. Steamy. Hold on, Steamy. I got one more question. I think I know the answer to this, but you're the expert. The difference between the Border Patrol and ICE. Is the Border Patrol strictly at the border, and then ICE deals with internal issues? Can you tell me the difference between the two?
Yeah, Border Patrol has, first of all, Border Patrol has special jurisdiction at the border, 100 air miles from the border, and then an additional jurisdiction within 25 miles of the border, meaning that if you have private property within 25 miles of the border, they can go into your backyard if they wish. They just can't go into your curtilage. ICE agents are interior. They won't patrol in between the ports of entry. They do interior stuff. They do removal processes, meaning they will pick people up from the jails, get them onto the plane, and send them off to their home country. That is part of what they do. Also, customs officers. They are not agents. Their jurisdiction is solely at the ports of entry. They cannot patrol between the ports of entry, but as opposed to Border Patrol agents, they can actually work the port of entry if necessary, because that's why they're called agents. They have jurisdiction throughout the United States.
So they're federal agents, basically, right?
Yes, they are federal agents. So our the federal officer and agents are a little bit different.
Well, listen, I thank you for all of this informative information. And again, thank you for your service. You put your life on the line to keep us all free, and I appreciate that.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it. I'm going to drop down. Thanks a lot for having me up here.
Appreciate you coming up. Thank you so much. You're welcome anytime, sir. All right, there you go. There you go. What? Any final thoughts from anybody? No.
It's just good to know that people that have worked or been in that area to give good information. So we all know what's really going on at the borders and that they are open, like he said they are, and so it's just good to know that somebody that's worked in that field to come up and talk and speak.
Right, and I think what is open, we found that out, and 15 to 25% of only ones that are caught. At least 75% that we don't know who's in the country. And I think a lot of my Republican friends have said that, and they get a lot of pushback from my Democratic friends and say they don't know what they're talking about. So we heard that earlier today from my personal friend, Mr. Ron, out in California, who's writing that movie. So listen, these are, you take it for what you want, but he was on the front line. He has a lot of data, a lot of information. What do you mean? That is what he said. He said the border's open.
Birdie. That's what he said.
Didn't say it. He said the border is open and we're only catching 15 to 25% of people who come to the country. Am I wrong about that?
Mr. Denali.
Yes.
You know how to cook hamburger helper. I'm doing dad duty. I'm doing dad duty. Till you hook me up, man.
Listen,
oh my God! You know how to
put the
cook
hamburger meat inside there, or let Tanjeez. Maybe she has something special.
Wait, let me tell you how to cook hamburger helper. Okay.
I know Tanjeez can burn. I know she can burn just by her voice. She can burn.
I'll tell you. I don't
Tanjeez making no hamburger helper.
I don't cook hamburger helper, but I can tell you how to make it.
The recipe on the back just tastes nasty.
Box there, top cat.
Well, the recipe, it tastes nasty. It tastes nasty. You can't got nothing to season it up with a little bit. I mean,
comes with seasoning. What are you talking about?
Man, I know that stuff don't be tasting good, man. That's that processed stuff,
Yeah, you got to make it homemade. You got to make it homemade. You
the
can't
man
just make
said that the border was open and they only catching 15 to 25%. 25 on the high end. 25% on the high end. So that means 75 people out of 100, we don't know who they are.
Exactly. And Mr. Denali, I can contest to that because I'm in southern Arizona and Yuma is 60 miles away from me, and which is part of Pima County, and that's a reservation. And a lot of the drug cartels has made agreements with the Indian reservation, and that's why. So they come in through the F drug that they're bringing in. But Mr. T said earlier that the borders, huh?
No, I said Fetty Wap. That's what they call on the street.
Oh, okay, Fetty. Oh, okay. I thought that was a rapper, Fetty Wap.
No, it is. That's what they call that.
Okay.
That illegal narcotic.
Oh, okay. But all right, well, I'll call it Fetty Wap then. But that sounds better than the F. But Big T earlier was saying that the border wasn't open, and it clearly is open.
No, what it is ports of entry is not open. It's checked at the ports of entry. But if you go anywhere else, yeah, you can walk right through. If there's not a fence there.
Well, on the Indian reservation,
but that's illegal to do that. But that's illegal to do that.
On the Indian reservation, there's not a 30-foot wall. Biden stopped that. There's only a 4-foot barbed wire fence.
So there's a lot more stuff than just building a wall. Like everybody keeps saying, "Oh, build this wall." Do you understand that you have to maintain this wall? You have to do upkeep on this wall. Who's going to pay for that?
Well, right
Well,
now,
they dig
one,
holes. They've got
Hang on a
tunnels
second.
coming from Mexico
It's
into
not
the
coming.
United
It's
States.
not.
One
But it's
second,
not coming. But
everybody.
Mexico's
Mr.
not going to pay
Brandon,
for it.
oh,
So who's
excuse me,
going to pay for the
Landon,
wall?
Landon,
Yeah.
Landon,
Yeah.
Landon.
Yeah.
Hey, how you doing? What state are
Yeah.
you in, sir?
North Carolina.
North Carolina, in a Tar Heel state. Okay.
Yeah.
So you say that there's more. Are you for open borders? Are you for what? What are you for?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean open borders, but then there's other ways to do it. The problem with open borders is everybody believes, oh, they're always sending drugs. Regardless of a wall or not, cartels are going to find a way to get their drugs in. They build tunnels that go from Mexico into California, into Texas. Like they build tunnels hundreds of miles long. So building a wall is not going to stop them.
right.
I think I'm trying to find out. Do you want to have more security at the border, or do you want people just to have it be free flowing? Which one do you want?
We need more free flowing. What needs to happen is there needs to be some kind of work where we help Mexico get rid of the cartels. That is the only way to truly solve this problem.
Wait, do we want people just to come in and out of the country?
Why not?
Okay, so you're for open borders. That's what I said.
I said yeah.
Okay, so you don't think we should have checks and balances for people that enter into our country?
We have checks and we should have checks and balances. Obviously,
So if you knock on the door, we should let you in no matter what.
No, should we knock on the door? You should what?
Let them in, no matter what. Just come on in.
No, you still, just like we do with Canada, you have to have a passport. There's stuff to do. But you're saying people that are crossing the borders are just coming across just because, like, it is terrible living over there. If you lived in the same situations that they lived in.
I don't care.
What do you mean? But then what is the purpose of the border? So you just want people to stay in shitty situations that they have no control
That's
over.
not my responsibility. When did that become the United States' responsibility?
What do you mean? They are
if you had open borders,
people
would come into this country.
Wait a second. So again, I ask you: is if you knock on the door, we should let you in because you're in a tough situation back home.
Should you let them in? If they're good people, yes. If they go through the process,
how do you determine good people? How do you determine?
You have to go through the again. You're trying to make it one way. There's more. You cannot just say, "Oh, we should just let them in." There's more. There's other steps to do to get to that point. You don't have a problem with Canadians coming straight across, do you?
They're not clamoring to get in here. They're trying to stop us from going in there.
Because they also don't have drug cartels that run their cities and kill innocent people. They're not drug cartels aren't chopping heads off and putting them on power lines in Canada.
Again, if someone's having some trouble, we should take them in.
Yes.
I disagree. I don't think it should be free flowing. We want assets. We don't want liabilities.
I agree, Denali. And Landon,
what do you mean? Are you saying that are you saying that a lot of people who come here illegally or are undocumented are all assets?
Are all assets? I don't think all are assets. Majority of them
more
are assets
or less? More or less?
More assets than the one. More are assets. 100%.
It's not true, Landon.
As I've said, my grandfather, when he came here, he had to have a job. He had to make sure he didn't have any diseases. He had to have a sponsor to make sure that he was an asset, not a liability to the country. My guy Chip just left. He had to have a certain amount of money in the bank to go to move to Thailand because they want assets, not liabilities.
Right. But again, you're looking at it from one side. You have to look at it from the other side. They cannot make that kind of money to do that because of the situation they're in. So all they can do is get across and build from there. That's why they work the hard jobs. That's why they work at the construction jobs. That's why they work the fields. That's why they do that kind of stuff, because those are the jobs that they can only get.
So when does our responsibility end? Does it ever end?
When your responsibility to what?
To other people that are from other countries. When does our responsibility end?
If we want to say we're the number one in the world and we're the best country in the world, that responsibility doesn't end. If that's what you're saying, if you're saying we're the best country in the world, we have a moral obligation to help others thrive and grow. That is the only way that the world gets better. So if we help others
so when
thrive.
do we take care of our own?
We take care of our own.
We do.
Granted,
Have you seen what's going on in Chicago?
let me.
What's going on in sanctuary cities?
California, are we taking care of them?
LA said that, we just had Mr. Ron up here earlier. He talked about how things are going on in LA. People just wandering aimlessly. I mean, what are we saying right now?
Mr. Denali, can I just say your word real quick? Can I just say?
Yeah, what word?
Ay, ay, ay. Like.
Oh, ay, ay, ay.
Yeah, I like that too. Mr.
Ay, ay,
ay.
Mr. Denali,
I'ma
some
start saying
American
that.
citizens, some American citizens don't
you're saying we
understand
don't
to get in this position that we're in America, there was lives lost. Our ancestors fought for the right to be able to do what we do. Just to take that and say, oh, now we're obligated to others in others' countries, and not take pride in what we as a people had to do to get this little bit we got. And then you have a man over here saying, oh, it's morally right. No, America don't have no morals to any other country but its own. Now,
Right.
if that's just how I see it. It's too many lives lost, too many wars fought. We are now abundant people. We may have different ideologies, but if a country attacked us, there's no doubt in my mind, black, white, Asian, Hispanic, we'll all join as one to make sure we keep our own as our own, because our ancestors fought for this way we live.
And you don't
So
think that if they come across the border and we allow them and we help them and we move them in and we actually guide them to make our
no, they
country,
fight.
they're not
No,
going to fight.
they make the sacrifice our ancestors made.
They do.
Make that.
They're in the
if
armed forces. They fight right along beside us. They are just as patriotic as you are.
Well, why they over
want-
here? If they're
they
just as
want-
patriotic about their country, why they're running here? We couldn't run. We had no choice but to either pick cotton or die.
And their choice is to leave or die.
Well,
So,
they need to
Landon, let me
fight.
ask you a question.
Mr. Denali,
Hold on,
what happened
stop
to
that. Landon,
give
hold
me
on,
your
Landon.
yearning, begging to be
Landon.
free?
Yeah,
This is
I'm-
the concept of what this country was supposed to be founded on.
When does
But
it
now
end?
we
With
don't want people to
limits.
come
With
here anymore.
limits, though.
Hello.
With limits.
No.
Hello.
Well, we don't want
Can I get a word in?
people.
Not right now, because I didn't call on you. You wait right there.
I thought that was what we represented.
When does it end?
No, I thought that's what we
Is it
represented.
in perpetuity?
You know.
I just told you guys how my
look.
grandfather. I just told you how my grand. I just told.
I understand that.
Well, what happened to that?
But
Where are those rules that he had to go to?
prior to your grandfather coming here, there was a slew of people coming from all facets of the world to come into this country because this was the land of opportunity. Okay, now all of a sudden we're not land of opportunity anymore. We're shutting our doors and we don't allow people to come here anymore because it sounds to me like we're being selfish. You know.
No, I don't think it's being
It's not being selfish.
It's
It's taking care of your own.
Well,
Okay.
it sounds selfish to me.
I want to ask you this. I want to ask you
At
this.
one time,
Well,
we
hold on,
allowed
hold on,
people to
Lance.
come to this
I'm
country.
waiting.
I wanna ask you
I
a
just want to say
question.
I have something. Go
Well,
ahead.
let me ask you a question first. So, do you know how much illegal immigration costs the taxpayers every year? Because you say they contribute. Do you know that there's not a net gain, but a net loss? They cost $154 billion every year to the American taxpayers.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
And I'll tell you. I can tell you how to fix that. I
Give
can
me
tell
a
you how to
second.
fix that.
Give me a second. The CBO did a report. They said over the next 10 years, immigrants would put about $1 trillion into the economy. The CBO
Correct, but doesn't say, it says how much they would put in. It didn't say how much they would take out.
I got to answer for your question.
Because I have a study that says how much they cost. Yeah, they may put $1 trillion in, but if they cost $1 trillion too, it's a net loss.
And here's the answer to your question, because I see where you're going with that question, but that question is flawed because you said, oh, well, we have to take care of them. Guess what? Guess why we have to take care of them? Because they can't pay taxes or they'll get booted back. They cannot tax to the IRS. If we allow them to come in and help them get it done properly, they can then contribute to taxes and actually help build our economy. So to say, oh well,
The number I
we take
gave
care of
you,
them because because we are so worried about, oh, they're here, that we have to kick them out, that they're scared and they can't, like,
the,
they
nu-
pay taxes
the
and
number,
Well,
they're
ain't
very
none of them
well,
underpaid.
the
paying no
number I
taxes right
gave
now,
you
London.
includes the taxes that they pay, but it's a net loss. Like I
Not
say,
all of
when
them,
Mr.
because
Denali
not
said
all
he's
play.
correct, it's $1 trillion over 10 years, which is $100 billion a year. But over that same amount, they may cost us 1.2 trillion. You notice they didn't tell you how much they take. All they told you was what they contribute.
Correct, because there's more that are scared to actually come out and get jobs where they actually have to pay taxes, that they're scared, so they're getting paid under the table for really low amounts and working really crazy hours because they're scared they're going to get deported back to crime infested areas that
So
they don't
how's
want to
that
move
helping the
to.
What jobs
American
are
people,
paying
Landon?
under the table?
And
How's
What
it
jobs
helping
are
the
paying
American
under the
people?
table?
what people are being paid under the table?
Yeah,
Yeah,
what
how's it?
jobs are the illegals getting paid under the table?
People that work in fields, people that work in
No,
correct.
no, no, no.
Yes, yeah,
In Arizona, guess what? I'm
that's
right
Arizona.
down the road.
Again,
I'm right
you're
down the road. Farmers, ICE back in 2012, ICE had raided multiple farms here in southern Arizona, and unfortunately, there was a lot that was getting paid under the table. But now, every single farm in Arizona, when it comes to going corn, doing cattle, doing hay, etc., they all have to be use verify for their employees. There's no,
you
they
and
might be,
you actually think all of them do that. Like that's the part where you're
they
missing.
have to, because guess what?
They
ICE checks on them every single month. Every
cool.
single month that they go there to make sure that the farmers are in check. Otherwise, they get shut down and
people
fined
get
tremendously.
people get checked on when they drink and drive, and
You
guess
said a
what? They still
mouthful right
do it.
there.
Like you're saying, oh, just because
A
ICE goes
lot
and
of them,
check, you don't
though.
think they have those? You don't think those guys are like, oh, don't come into work today? Like
Now,
that doesn't, just because they're supposed to do it
now in the
doesn't mean that they
fall,
do it.
now
And
in
that
the
is
fall,
just
they do
and
have people come in and picking melons and cantaloupe and stuff like that. They do have personnel come in here, but they're on a visa, and then they take care of them, and then they house them there, and then once the crops are all picked, they go right back into Mexico. But they're under a
It's
visa.
called a
Right.
work visa.
I wanna play something. This is the conversation I had with an undocumented individual that came on the show a couple months back. I'm gonna go ahead and play. It's like a two-parter. Let's see. Try not to talk over people. You just got into the room and you gotta wait your turn. Because if two people are talking, then no one can hear what either person is saying. Okay? Give me a second. Let me rifle through the rest of the panel, and then we'll get to you. But hang on a second. You got something to say. Let's hear what you got to say that's so important. Go ahead. Unmute yourself, Hugo, and we'll wait for you because you got something that's so important. You came in ready to go. So let's hear what you got to say. Let's hear it.
All right, man. If you're going to vote for a president based on your economics, well, like they say, you're fucked up.
Hang on 1 second, sir. I try not to have any profanity on the platform.
All right.
Okay? Hang on. Let's break that down for a second. Is Kobe not allowed to look at the political landscape and make the best decision that he thinks is for him and his family? Is he allowed to do that?
Yes.
Okay. I think that's what. Hang on. I think that's what Kobe's doing. What is your challenge with Kobe looking at the political landscape and saying, "Well, this is what's good for me and my family, and that's how I'm going to vote"? What's wrong with that, Hugo?
All right. I'm gonna give you a perspective. I'm not American. I'm not a U.S. citizen. I am from Mexico, and I have a president that I really, really admire. And in this case, common sense would become like this. If you're going to vote for a president based on your own personal economics, then it's not really going to be a well-off country. It's going to be all about you. Now, your own personal economics should become from you, not depend on the government. Now, in the context of
doesn't the government set up for to be business friendly or whatever?
I was just scrolling and I was listening to you.
Hang on a second. So you're just for self.
I'm not American. I'm not a U.S. citizen. I am from Mexico, and I have a president that I really, really admire. And in this case, common sense would become like this: if you're going to vote for a president based on your own personal economics, then it's not really gonna be a well-off country. It's gonna be all about you. Now, your own personal economics should become from you, not depend on the government. Now, in the context of
doesn't the government set up for to be business friendly or whatever? Whatever industry you in, aren't you looking at that because you want to make sure that you're able to operate in a business friendly if you own a business? Shouldn't you make that decision based on that?
Well, you can make a business just about anywhere in the world, you know. It's about.
Well, let me hear. Are you able to vote, sir?
No. But
okay, great. Well, let me Thanos snap my finger, and then I give you the right to vote. What would be your top 3 issues that would make you vote?
I will vote for a president who cares about people.
Okay, so you want a moralistic president.
Look, I'm not gonna say I'm gonna vote, and it just happened in Mexico.
I mean, are you able to vote here in this country, sir?
No.
Okay, great. So I Thanos snap my finger, and now you're a voter. So the question is, you're saying you want a president who cares about people.
All right, I'll give you an example. All right.
Go ahead.
If you care about people, you would ban vaping. Vaping.
You would do what?
Not good. You would ban vaping rather than banning.
Hang on, whoa. So you want? Oh boy.
So it's an industry. Vaping.
You want to take away the right for someone to smoke or vape.
All right. I'll give you an example, and forget about that voting. In Mexico, there is a.
Well, I don't want to talk about Mexico because you're not in Mexico. Why aren't you in Mexico? Why are you here in the United States?
I'm not American.
To smoke or vape.
All right. I'll give you an example, and forget about that voting. In Mexico, there is a.
Well, I don't want to talk about Mexico because you're not in Mexico. Why aren't you in Mexico? Why are you here in the United States?
Okay, let me just finish.
Why are you here in the United States?
Yo, host, I cannot make any context if you keep trying to interrupt me.
No, I'm asking you. You can after you answer my question. Why are you here in the United States?
Well, I am here because I believed that I would have a better economic and cultural appreciation.
Okay.
You know what?
Okay, that's great. That's fantastic.
Break it down real easy.
No. I'm not done with my question yet. Hang on. Because you brought up what they do in Mexico. Why do you think we should care about what they're doing in Mexico if you're here in the United States?
It's like, because, man, like, if you don't allow me to go ahead and finish it telling you why, or a perspective, don't you ever look at other leaders, how they behave in their country, how they make the laws? Do you?
I look at the fact that
what you're doing here.
I look at the fact that our southern border people are trying to run from Mexico, trying to get here in the United States because they want a better life, and you're here telling me what's going on in Mexico.
All right. Yes. All right. Well, as a Mexican, I can tell you that why the people are running away is because the bad people have rule over guns, which are American.
You don't want to use guns. You want to use the word pew pew or Second Amendment because I don't want to get TikTok banned. Okay.
All right, I'm kind of new at this, so I'm not quite sure.
No problem. I got you covered.
So, but
Can I correct you guys on something?
That Trump will not make somebody broke rich. But if you're a business owner, yes, there's a lot of things
Hang on. I'm going to push back on you. I got to push back on you, sir. Are you saying that when Trump was president, people did not become more wealthy to smoke or become more wealthy? I think this is the one.
That's a lie.
Please, I'm talking to Hugo. Become more wealthy. Tell us how to do things, and he's
That's a lie.
Please, I'm talking to Hugo. I need Hugo to answer that question.
No, people did not become more wealthy.
People did not become more wealthy when Trump was president.
You're putting a bias on your conversation.
Well, hang on. Everybody quiet for 1 second. When you said out of your mouth, sir, that people that were broke did not become rich with President Trump. Is that what you said?
I say there are people who are being broke also, and that in this government that they're also becoming rich. You know, the economics during Trump's era was much better. Yes, of course. Your S&P 500 went up way high, but you have to understand why. If you know anything about politics and being a diplomat, you know, he is a good businessman. There were no wars.
I have a question.
Completely agreed with Donald Trump. When you come in the media and say people crossing the border are animals, it's like if I say all white people are fucking racist, and and if I say all black people live off of welfare, you know, that would not be fair. And that's
it's not only not fair. It's not only not fair. It's not accurate. But I'm saying we're just speaking about the economics. Kobe is making.
I do have a question for you, Mr. Denali.
Yeah, go ahead.
So what? Give me one policy that Trump put in place to help people make money.
What do you mean? I think he was more business friendly. Don't you think he was more business friendly? I mean, I got many people who come up here.
Corporations.
I got more people that come up here and say they were doing better under Trump. That's what they're saying.
But what policy did he put in place to make people do better? Give me one policy.
We don't know.
You want to take that?
Exactly. You want to know why you don't know? Because Trump joined in at the end. No, listen. I'm gonna tell you why. I'm getting to listen. Trump.
I just said I was going to give that to Mr. E.
Trump.
He's a business.
Landon.
Well, go ahead.
Landon. So, how about reducing regulations on corporations, reducing corporate tax? How about reducing individual taxes? How about all of that? Because who works for corporations? People like me and you, right?
I'm glad you said the
one person that runs a corporation. Yeah. So I used to run a business that employed 100 people. When I had less regulations, less taxes, guess what I did with that? With the savings I gave? I gave my employees raises. They made more money. I gave them more benefits. I gave them better health benefits. Instead of that money going to the government, it went to the 100 people that worked for me. So that's one thing that he did.
Okay, and you read. So you're a smaller business, so that works for you. But other people in other businesses, that doesn't work for them because that's why everybody had. We had a bunch of.
I'm a smaller business.
You were
100 employees.
You said 100.
That's a mid-level business.
Okay, a mid-level business. Okay, a mid-level business. But the tax breaks really help the bigger businesses. They don't
help my business. They help. My best year, I did $25 million in revenue. That helped my business, and it's not because when Biden wanted to put the mandate on business to have that vaccine, it was businesses that employed more than 50 people.
So Trump is for the rich.
Okay.
So if you look it up, a small business is not considered people that are under 100 employees or more. It's considered a mid-sized business. The vast majority of businesses in this country employ less than 10 people. They're small businesses, not huge corporations that have tens or hundreds of thousands of employees.
Mr. Landon?
Yeah.
Do
So
you
what?
want to answer
But
or you
what?
good?
No, I'm going to answer. So you're telling me so that it worked for you, but everybody else. So I'm glad it worked for you. Congratulations, you did it
Are
right.
you a guy that thinks everybody's equal?
Everybody's equal.
Yeah.
What do you mean by everybody's equal? I
Are
need
you a
you to elaborate.
socialist?
Am I? No, I'm not a socialist.
You believe in free enterprise? You believe in capitalism?
Yeah, but I don't believe. I don't know. I don't believe in capitalism. No,
What do
not
you
that.
believe in?
I believe that. Okay, so my belief is yes, everybody capitalism works, but these corporate tax breaks. The reason the middle class pays so much in taxes is because the corporate tax rates are so low and they don't pay anything and they get so many breaks, and trickle down economics does
You sound
not
like
work.
a universal income kind of guy.
No, not universal income. No, but here's what happens. If I believe in everybody should pay their proper portion. Tax corporations should be corporations and the rich should be taxed more because of the people giving them the money are the working class.
Exactly.
So if you have a working class who is giving their money away, but then they're getting taxes, and then the rich is not being taxed, but they're continue to take in money, that does not work. The country will go into a recession and a depression again. That does not work.
All corporations.
Mr. Landon.
Mr. Landon.
How does corporations what?
Go ahead, talk, Denzel.
I just want to say that all corporations are taxed. What do you mean?
They're not taxed at the same percentage that you were taxed at.
Yeah. But they're taxed more.
No, they're not taxed
They're
more.
not.
The percentage isn't the same.
They have loopholes and they have lawyers to get out of
That's
it.
not- they're not taxed the same way we
Amazon
are.
in many years did not pay any taxes.
Yeah, they're not taxed the same.
Income versus capital gains and dividends are taxed at a different rate than if you earn your income.
Yes, they're not taxed the same as we
Actual
are.
tax rate is around 8% or less.
No, you're wrong. The corporate capital gains tax right now, look it up, is 28%. So stop.
That's not what
Just
they
stop.
pay.
That's not what they pay.
Doesn't matter
though.
what then you need to. Let me tell you guys something.
No.
Do you know how much the top? Just listen. The top, and you can look it up. The top 10. And I'm talking about W-2 workers, right? You guys say the rich don't pay their fair share. The total amount of taxes collected by the top 10% earners in this country. Do you know what they pay? They pay 72% of the total taxes that are collected. The top 1% pay 42% of the total taxes. The bottom 30% pay no taxes. In fact, they get money back from child income credits and all kinds of stuff like that. That's when taxes come and the lower income people.
And in the last 30 years, you have had the largest.
And the question I have is, what is the total income of that top 1% versus the middle?
Say that again, Mr. Denali.
The top 1% that is paying 42%, like you said, what is their
of the total taxes
revenue? Huh?
They pay the total of the total taxes that are collected by the federal government. 42% of that are paid by the top 1%.
No, I
of
got
those
that. But what is that total number that
What
they
is the
made,
number?
that they made versus the 30% in the middle that's paying 30% of the tax?
No. I said 30% of the people pay no taxes whatsoever.
Okay, what's in the middle?
The question is, what's the dollar
Give me a
amount?
second, Landon. The top number of the income of the 1% versus the middle class who's paying 42%. What is that? What's the difference in the total income or the total revenue? Does anybody know that? Am I making
it's
sense?
all based on so whatever your tax bracket is. Yeah, you are.
No,
so
I know that, but what's the total?
Obviously, if you're,
I guess I'm wondering what is the total.
Well, let's
number?
do it this way. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it this way. Let's say that the government, they collect a lot more. I think they collect about $6 trillion, and this is only W-2 income taxes. W-2 people who get a W-2 form, right? They collect other taxes. They collect real estate taxes. They collect estate taxes. They could take capital gains taxes and all those other taxes. But I'm just talking about the vast majority of the taxes that are collected by the federal government are income taxes. People like you, me, and whoever works and gets a W-2 at the end of the year. If the government collected $1 trillion in income, that means $420 billion of it came from the top 1%. 720 billion came from the top 1%. I'm sorry, reverse that. The top 10% paid $720 billion in taxes. The top 1% paid $420 billion of those taxes. And then the balance of that is collected by everybody else. Now remember, they actually pay out money to the lower 25 or 30%. So the people in the middle, depending if you make $40,000 a year, your tax bracket, the taxable amount, may only be 8%. But if you're making $400,000 a year, your tax bracket's going to be somewhere in about 18% that you're going to pay. That's why the higher earners end up paying more of the total taxes collected. Hopefully that makes sense.
Okay, I get what you're saying, and here's my opposition to that on how I know that's not true. Recently, when he became president, and everybody wanted him to release his tax forms, he hadn't paid taxes in 17 years. So tell me how you can say
because Trump doesn't pay income taxes. He's not collecting a W-2. You're doing apples and oranges. He pays capital gains taxes, and yeah, there are a lot of loopholes for him. You think Trump gets a check every 2 weeks? That's not how that works.
He a baller, Landon. He rich.
Again,
He has real estate. If it increases in value over year, he has to pay taxes on the amount it increases.
Again,
he's not getting a check.
Again, he's not getting a check because he doesn't need the check. But again, he hadn't paid any taxes in 17 years. You're saying that he keeps paying this, and he hadn't paid anything.
First of all, Landon, I didn't say he paid anything.
Landon, are you faulting him for that?
No, I'm not faulting him. I'm not faulting him for that at all. Why'd you
bring it up?
Because he's saying that the rich pay taxes, and I'm saying they don't. And I'm giving an example of how they don't pay taxes.
Trust me, Landon. Before I sold my business, I paid a lot of taxes.
You pay taxes. You pay taxes.
Yes, and people like me pay taxes.
And people like Trump don't.
Listen, the top 1 and 10% of the people paid 72% of the total taxes collected. So don't say that. It's what they're saying. Like when they say, Elon Musk only paid 10% of his income, paid less than what his secretary paid, because they're comparing. Warren Buffett. They're comparing that Warren Buffett, again, like Trump, doesn't get a check. You can't compare income tax with all the other taxes.
It's investment income and dividends and things like that. It's taxed.
I just want to know if Landon ever lied on his dependents when he
Never. I never lied on any of my taxes. Never.
You didn't say you had more dependents than you had.
Never. I claim zero dependents, to be honest.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good for you because most people don't.
Again,
Landon,
I can't help them. This is what I'm talking from my experience.
You should claim at least yourself as a dependent.
No, I'm not.
You need to claim yourself.
I don't need to claim myself. My money for my life is not going to, like, just because I claim myself, like I'm fine. I'm good where I'm at. I love my life. I don't need to be the person.
You got any kids?
Actually, my wife is pregnant now. Like,
congratulations.
Okay. Congratulations.
Thank you.
It's going to change your life and value every day because they grow up quick. I know people tell you that.
I know they do.
No, you don't know. You think you know. But when you get them and you look up and you go, damn, that boy or girl turned 18 so quick. That shit went so fast. Trust me, I used to think the same way you did.
You ready? You ready for
this? It really
makes
a huge difference.
I'm about to give you. So before I met my wife, I was dating a girl for about 8 years. I'll say about 6.5 years altogether. We dated. I met her and she had a daughter who was 6 months old. I still did not claim anything in tax. Like, I still was able to take care of a child. Like, that's not that, like, it's not that hard. Like, it's not as hard as people make it.
What line of work are you in, Landon?
I'm in the medical field.
You're a doctor?
I'm not a doctor.
You medical device salesman or something?
Nope.
Pharmaceutical sales?
No, I'm a nurse. I work in infectious disease.
You're RN or you're LPN?
LPN.
You're LPN?
Yep.
Okay.
And I work in infectious disease.
Okay. And what state are you in?
North Carolina.
Oh, you said that. Yeah. Okay. All right. Cool. All right. All right. Anybody else? Let's see.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to go.
Miss Carolyn. Go ahead, Miss Carolyn.
Yeah, I want to bring into the forefront something that EK said that the lower, I don't know how many percent, 30%, actually don't pay taxes. They actually get money back at the end of in the new year on taxes. If you have children, you get a tax credit, earned income credit. So you can make literally $10,000 one year. And if you have a couple of kids, you can get back $10,000. So nobody ever talks about that the people that aren't paying any taxes are getting back a whole lot of taxes paid by the people who do pay taxes.
So, do you think it costs more than $10,000 a year for a child to
Yeah,
support a
and
child?
people that make less than 10,000 get food stamps and welfare and housing, and they get a lot more from the government. I know because I was there, did that, worked my way up from it. So that's how I know how it works. And I'm just saying, nobody talks about that money
So,
that
if
people making less aren't paying taxes.
so if it so
Now,
if it so if you
people though, right?
so if it costs more than $10,000 for a child to raise a child during the year, what good is that $10,000 doing if you've already spent more than that on that child?
Well, because the people I'm speaking of aren't spending the money. They're getting the government money. They're getting housing. They're getting food stamps. They're getting welfare. I got free daycare when I was going to school. So the government
Free
paid
medical
for
care.
all of that. Free medical. I got a lot of money from the government
Are you
to
guys
go to
kidding me?
school, and I had children, and I got income tax back for not paying any taxes.
So you got it. Now you don't want someone else to get it. Is that what you're
I
saying, Miss
didn't,
Karen?
no, I'm not saying that, Big
But that's
T.
what it
I'm
sounds like.
saying,
That's what it
Yeah,
sounds
that
like you're
does sound
saying.
like what you're saying.
No, that's
no,
not
I'm
what she's
just
saying. She's just
saying,
talking
Okay.
about.
y'all
No, okay.
talk
No, yeah,
about
we were just trying to figure out
taxes.
what you were saying. That's all.
No, no, that's not what
Okay,
she's
let
saying.
me
She's just giving
Okay.
y'all an
explain.
idea and telling you how it was, how people that
But
are
if
on
if
welfare
you
and food
point
stamps
out that
that
you
don't put
benefited from it, and
well,
now someone else is benefiting from it, and you don't think it's right,
I
well, what
didn't
does that
say
say?
that,
No,
Big
she didn't
T.
say that.
didn't
She didn't
say
say
that,
that. She
Big
didn't
That's
say
not
that.
what I
T.
said.
She
Yeah,
didn't
I'm
say that.
pointing out that
that's what we were trying
people,
to figure out. That's what we were trying to
yeah,
figure out.
people just, I'm just pointing out, EK was talking about the taxes that people pay. I'm not saying it's a bad thing because it helped
I get
me
what you're saying. I
to
get what you're
get where
saying.
I am today. But
I get what you're
nobody
saying.
talks about that 30% that pays zero taxes is all I'm saying. I'm not
I get what
saying it's bad.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. You're saying that because he was saying that some people don't pay taxes, but for people like her, where she had to grab her bootstraps and pull herself out the mud, that it actually helps her to get to a better life.
It totally did. Yes, sir.
So like I'm saying, if we tax, that's why I said if we tax corporations and we tax the higher, that's why I'm saying higher tax brackets need to be more so our economy continue to grow. People can continue to pull themselves from the bootstraps. People can continue to buy houses, and the economy will forever rotate. When you get to the point where the rich no longer pay taxes and they have loopholes and they have areas to get out the way, it starts to the people will have to do whatever they have to do to make money. Like, for example, he brought up Chicago. Some places in Chicago, you got to remember, these people in Chicago are in their 20s. They're dying in their 20s. They don't know anything else. That's all they've ever seen. That's all they've ever grown up. Their parents, because they have kids, so their parents die at 25. And then guess what? Now you got an 8-year-old kid who doesn't know anything. He doesn't know what it's like he doesn't know how to go to work. He doesn't the school systems aren't the same. So that area will continue to struggle until they are helped pushed along. And that goes for anybody in the world. Those areas will continue to struggle and they will continue to have those kind of negative impacts until someone actually steps in and puts in the work to help them grow.
So, Landon, let me ask you a question real quick.
Yep.
So, do you think that these big corporations that give these people jobs, do you think by taxing them more that they'll be able to afford to have jobs, provide jobs for people? I mean, what's more important? What's more important?
Go ahead. I'm sorry, I don't want to cut you off. Go ahead.
What's more important? Is it for people, for somebody that has a corporation to provide jobs for people so they can live, or do you think you should tax them to death and they just don't? You know what I'm saying? Like they're not able to hire more people and provide more jobs.
So here's where I go with this. Big corporations, Amazon, BP, those kind of companies, they make they make multiple $1 billion a year. They're so far in the green that their profits are so high that they'll never miss it. But what happens is, and just like Amazon, because you said they're giving people jobs, Amazon moves to cut people out of jobs. They move to bring in robots. They move to bring in things to do jobs so they can cut people. Just like at Walmart. What do you think the self-checkout is? The self-checkout is a way for them to continue to make a profit and pay less people. You are literally going to Walmart and working for them for free by checking out your own groceries. And I get it. It's a convenience thing. I use it sometimes. But you are going there to do someone else's job so they can continue to grow a profit. So when you say they give people jobs, they don't. They take jobs because they try to figure out a way to pay as little as least as people as possible.
I agree with that. There's a war on labor in the country. They do things to make sure that they can pay less. That's the biggest line item generally on a company spreadsheet, and they're always looking for ways to get rid of people. That's just what corporations do. They always look at 20% year over year, and they're going to get it anyway.
How do we not know that they're like if you don't have a certain amount of people working for you, that's another tax thing. You know what I'm saying? So if you're not paying people to do the job, then their taxes are probably higher than what it should be. Do you think?
But they're not paying them because they got the breaks. You know what I mean? Like they got the breaks, so they're not paying them.
And shareholders.
So this is just
companies
like something
are about
I've
profit
thought
and
of.
shareholders. That's it.
So this is something I think how we should do taxes in the like if you're a large corporation, and I'm not saying every business. I'm not saying like because like EK said he had 100 people. I'm not saying smaller or medium or smaller business. I'm saying the conglomerate. I'm saying Pepsi, Coke, those type of companies. If they have machines or they have machines or they have self-checkout, they're taking jobs away to make their profit, they should be taxed more, and those tax breaks should go away, and they should actually be taxed more because they're taking jobs and the money's not flowing because they're so rich. They're not shopping at Walmart. They're not shopping at those places. They're not putting money back into the economy. And then when they do stuff like TVs and everything is made overseas. It is all about getting products and getting people to buy those products at a certain amount of price and then keeping your overhead as low as possible so you can make the biggest profit.
Are you against profits?
Huh?
Are you against profits?
No, I'm not against profit. I'm just saying when you do stuff like Walmart, when you take away jobs and when you take away jobs and you take away ways to build the economy, we have to balance it out somewhere.
Big companies are all about profit, maximizing the profit for the shareholders.
Right. And those people
about. They don't.
But who are the shareholders?
They don't care about the employees. They don't care.
You guys, many of these employees are shareholders.
Hold on a minute. You talk about tax breaks. They received a tax cut. They supposedly brought all this money back into the country. And you know what they did? They gave out some bonuses at the beginning to make it look good, and then they proceeded to have the largest stock buyback in history.
So
in
what do you,
history.
so,
That's
so
what we
you
did.
wanna hang on a second? You want the government to tell them what to do with their money, Mr.
No,
Franklin?
no, that's not what I said.
What do
That's
you
not what I
want to have
said.
happen then? What's
No,
your solution?
no. What I said was, okay, this was the premise of the tax cut. If we cut the corporate tax rate, they're going
I
to bring out
gotcha.
money.
They're
Hold
supposed to
on,
repatriate the
Let's go.
money. I got it.
They're
I'm
gonna bring
saying,
up.
what do you want to have happen? How do you want to
Hold on. Let me
regulate?
finish. Let me finish what I'm saying.
No, because you just
Okay.
want to talk, and I know what you're going to say.
What am I going to say?
You're
What am I
going to say that we gave them the tax cut and they were supposed to do something else with the money and decided to give it back to their shareholders. I know what you're going to say. I'm asking you, what is your solution to end that from happening?
You can't end it.
Then what are we talking
You
about
can't.
then?
You can end it. You can definitely end it.
About it. You're talking about taxes and all this.
Didn't you bring up that portion of the conversation?
You went from
No, I think
immigration
that was
to
me.
talking about taxes, and you know, that's it. The premise of
So
the
you're
tax
talking
cut,
about something that you can't do anything about. You don't have a solution.
you guys are talking about the same thing.
You don't have a solution, Franklin. Is that correct?
You're talking about the same thing.
You don't have a solution,
There
Franklin.
is
Is
no
that correct?
solution. There is no solution.
No,
Okay.
there's a solution.
So you're
There's a
talking about
solution.
yeah. Nobody's doing your solution, Landon.
Why?
Mr. Franklin,
There is no solution.
right.
It is.
Exactly.
That's what they do. That's what corporations do. They are about maximizing profit for their shareholders.
Shame on them.
That is it. They don't give a damn about the workers.
I heard someone ask who are the shareholders.
Yeah, it's a lot of them are
No, I
workers
think
that
EK
have.
said those
Yeah,
people, employees, are shareholders.
No,
They
no,
are
they're
sure.
not.
Yes, they do.
No.
Oh, yes, you go talk to them. They have. Do you know what a 401 play? Do you know what a 401 and profit sharing is? Does anybody have participate in a 401k plan?
Yeah, I know what a 401k is. A 401k is
and what?
You know
and what
a
is that?
401k. A 401k is money that is taken that the company. So, for example, my company matches. You know how much they match in my 401k?
No, I don't.
Up to 3%.
So
and then on
it's
and
better
then on
than
top,
nothing.
and then
They're
and then on
giving
top-
you money.
They're not giving me money. I have to work for it, and then I have to. And they
No,
match.
on top of
They
what
match
you work for.
They match
They're
what
giving
I
you
put
extra
in.
money.
They match what I put in.
Oh, so it's more than 3%. No, that's part of it.
No, because I have to pay it. It's money that I work for. I work. They take money out of my check to put away.
Because you're investing to invest, right? That's
To
what it
invest
is.
in
It's
what?
an investment.
Invest
You don't know
where?
what
They also
all
write
you
that
got to
matching
do is
fund
look at
off.
your 401. Look at your 401. It'll tell you what it's invested in.
I know
Usually
what it's
it's invested
invested
in. Usually it's invested in corporations.
It is invested. And what did they do? They give those people tax breaks. Like,
So
what do you
no,
think the
hold
percentage
on.
is that you get
Hold
back?
on. Hold on. Let's say you mentioned Pepsi and Coke.
Right.
Let's say that your 401k, 10% of whatever you put in is invested in Pepsi and Coke, right? And Pepsi and Coke this year makes a profit of 10%. So whatever you pay, let's say you bought $100 worth of stock and it went up 10%. So that means your $100 in 1 year increased to $110.
No. You want to know
What do you mean,
why?
no?
No,
Why?
because you're saying I'm buying a share at 100, but those shares are so diluted that you don't make it. You don't make
Doesn't
money
matter.
from
It could
It
be
does.
100 countries. It does not. It could be 100 companies. The bottom line, if corporations are making more profit and the shares go up, you win.
No, because
How did you guys go from? How did you go
Landon,
from
do you
immigration
have
to
that
tax?
do
is
you
not how
have
that
shares?
works.
Do you have shares in the company that you work for?
Do I have shares in the company I work for?
Yes.
No.
He's a nurse. He's a
You're a
nurse.
nurse.
Healthcare nurse.
All right.
How
I
do you
have
go from
shares in
immigration to
Amazon,
tax?
right? Because I actually work for Amazon. I heard you
Okay.
speaking about it. Did you know that Amazon covers half of your tuition if you want to go to school, no matter the field you're trying to study? So literally, you could go to school for nursing and they'll cover half of it if you work for Amazon. You know that, right?
Yeah, I know they have that program.
So then how are you saying that Amazon is just full on greed and it's all about the
Okay.
leadership and the shareholders only making money and not the employees?
So how many mistakes can you make at Amazon? What are your rules at Amazon?
I mean, you know.
Be like the rules like any other corporation you work for. What's the
No,
difference?
no, he know what I'm talking about.
What do you mean?
I don't. Tell
No,
them
because
about your.
Amazon
Tell them.
has rules.
Hold
If you
on,
mess up
man.
at Amazon, you can be
Why
gone
don't you go
the next
back to
day.
immigration?
That's not true.
You what,
Okay.
Franklin?
Hey,
What,
Voodoo.
what'd you say,
Voodoo.
Franklin?
Yeah.
What
And
is
then
your name?
the hours, like, come on, man.
What is your name? What is this? Travel? Is that Travel Man 98?
Yes.
You travel?
Yeah, I did.
So you want to change my
It's
topic?
traveling man.
Do you
Traveling
want to
man.
change? Are you trying to change my topic?
No, when I came on here, you guys were talking about immigration.
Okay, what do you want to say
But
about
you came
immigration?
late.
There's something gnawed at you that you want to talk about. So what is it?
No, I've been sitting on it for over an hour. And
I don't care. I'm saying something you
went
want, sir.
from immigration to
Travel
taxes.
man, stop telling me what I did. I'm asking. You came up to say something about immigration. What is it? Let's hear it.
As far as immigration goes, we can do whatever we want to do, but nothing is going to change unless change is done in the countries where the people are coming from. There is no such thing as, there's no open borders. There is no open borders. We spend billions of dollars down on the border. You got sensors in the ground. You got drones. You got people on ATVs. You got people on motorcycles. And that's not even the people that the border gets to, or the border patrol station. So that is not open borders. And if it's not a fence on the border, it's probably 9 times out of 10 too dangerous for somebody to try to come across. And then,
Can I add to that?
Tanjeez. She must be busy.
Can I add to that?
Miss Caroline?
I don't understand what he was saying. He's saying we
Miss
don't
Caroline,
have a...
was that worth him waiting all that time to say?
No, it was kind of ridiculous.
Why are you doing that, Mr. Travel Man? We just had Mr. Steamy McDreamy. Stop talking. We just had Steamy McDreamy come up here, who was a former Border Patrol agent, and he said, yes, the points of entry lockdown, but he said they only catch 15 to 25% of the people that come across the border. Did you hear that?
that's not what CBP says. CBP says it's 78%.
He said, don't worry about CBP numbers.
Let me tell you something else.
That's Custom and Border Patrol.
Right. Do you know
CBP.
that the former Border Patrol agent said, don't worry with those numbers?
Okay.
Can I add to what he
said?
I used to work for CBP. I have been to every Border Patrol station and every Border Patrol sector in this country.
Are you a Border Patrol agent?
No, I have been there. I have worked down there. I worked for Customs for 15 years.
I don't care. He said the former Border Patrol agent.
I worked for Customs longer than he did.
What'd you do?
Doesn't matter what I did. I was on the border.
He told us what he did. Why don't you want to? Why are you ashamed of what you did, sir?
I was a network engineer.
Why are you ashamed of what you did for the CPD?
I was a network engineer.
Network engineer? You worked on the computers?
I worked on the network.
What? Sir?
For the cameras and stuff?
Sir, wait a second. The man was a Border Patrol agent. He's on the ground. Were you in a computer lab?
I was on the ground.
Sir, were you on the ground? What did you do on the ground as a computer network engineer?
I was standing right there. I saw the people get busted. I saw people coming in that had been in the desert for 2 weeks. I saw
5 days a week. Did you see it?
Yes, 12 hours a day.
So you were, wait a second. Let me understand this. You were a network systems engineer, right?
Yes. On the border.
You weren't in the office?
I was on the border.
What were you doing?
I was working out at the stations.
At the station?
When you see the cars come through, I was working out there. No, I wasn't apprehending anybody. No, but I was there. I saw it. I talked to agents all the time.
Did you track footprints?
He didn't track footprints either.
He said he did.
Ridiculous. I can't
The
believe
people
you
that track
keep saying
footprints were the
that.
actual, probably the Indians and stuff that work down there.
The man said
there's no such thing. There is no such thing as open borders.
You know what? You just like to talk. That's what you like to do.
No, I'm telling you the fact.
I know the fact was that you're a network systems engineer, but you didn't track footprints. You weren't in the field. You were in the office making sure the computer.
I wasn't in the office. No, you think I was in the office because you don't know.
I got a question.
Well, how many people came across the border?
Well, tell me.
I do have a question. I just want to ask one question.
Once again, open borders is a talking point.
So are you saying that the border agent lied to me?
No, I'm saying that open borders is a talking point. That's what I'm saying.
What does that mean? Is it true or not true?
That means that people are getting apprehended. They have all kind of devices. They have all kind of devices on the border to track people that come across the border. We sat there and watched people climb the wall.
And what'd you do? Did you go get them?
They would climb the wall. As soon as they got on the other side of the wall, the Border Patrol guy would be standing there waiting for them.
They said that
The same
Mr.
thing down in
McDreamy,
Nogales. When they came into Nogales, they had
Mr.
those big chain link fences.
Mr. McDreamy said that they're only catching 15 to 25% of the people who actually come across the border.
That's not
And the
true.
other ones that get away, they're asylum seekers.
You know what? Then where are the numbers at?
Look at
Mr.
the
McDreamy also
Security.
said instead of
Mr. Bird
infrared,
Dog, the man said that the borders were open. He said that.
The borders
But
are not
the-
open.
There
there
are.
are cameras, there's infrared cameras, there's drones. They're not counting footsteps in the dirt. That's
They got-
ridiculous.
I was about to
say,
I don't know
how
why
is
he
he-
keeps
how is he-
bothering
how is he
saying
tracking
that.
footprints?
It's ridiculous.
I need to know how he was
said
tracking
that, and he
footprints.
saw footprints. He said he couldn't count if it was footprints because it was private land and things like that.
So how do they know it wasn't the people
He's
on the
making
land?
that up,
footprints?
Mr. Denali.
Like when you say, yeah, when you say you
baloney.
tracking
See,
footprints,
once
how you know it
again,
wasn't his? How
once
you know
again,
it wasn't his footprints?
But
They
there is.
have sensors. They have sensors in the ground. So when you come across somebody step on there,
And
that
they-
sensor goes off into the Border Patrol station. They got that in the ground.
Exactly.
They
don't
have
have
they
that-
have custom officers that are so remote. The closest town is 45 minutes into Mexico. They don't have a fence. You know why they don't have a fence? Because you would die trying to come across there. That's why.
All right.
Listen,
Now, I'm not
listen,
telling you what I heard. I'm telling you what I saw.
you was in Mexico.
I don't know where he was at.
Was he in Mexico? I mean,
No,
since
he
he
was at the
knows, was he in
border.
Mexico?
No.
He's saying he worked at the border.
Yeah,
right,
he said
Hey,
45
Mr. Denali,
minutes.
My
appreciate
area
it.
was El Paso, New Mexico.
Let's
That
get
was
some of
my
these
area.
gift goals knocked out. Let's go. What's
Hey.
going on? Well, I've
What's
been up here
going on?
since
Mr.
2.
Denali
What
is
time
only
is
at
it?
42.
Hey, Mr. Denali.
What time is it? It is 8:33.
Hey.
That means I've been up to, what is it, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
That's a long time,
Eight-
Mr. Denali.
6.5 hours. Let's go. Where's my Cash App? Let's go. Let's put something on the Cash App.
Come on,
Let's
I just want-
continue.
I just want to thank Mr. Denali for letting me talk, but I got to get to bed because I got to go to work in the morning.
Good. Thank you
That
for
was-
being a nurse.
No problem. Y'all have a good
Nice
night.
talking to you,
So
Landon.
let's get to tapping. Like who said that? Let's
Take
tap.
care, Landon. It
Y'all
was
too.
nice
Thank you
Y'all
talking
so
to
have a
you.
good
much
night.
for tapping.
Come back up anytime.
Absolutely.
Appreciate that. Let's go ahead and put something on the Cash App. Let's make the screen light up. Let's go. You know, Miss Caroline is such a great listener and supporter of Mr. Denali XXL. She is always throwing things in the Cash App. People can say what they want about Mrs. Caroline, but she always puts some meat on the bone. She always shows that support is a verb, and she puts something on there, and she gifts too. Like, what's going on? What's happening?
That's nice, Miss Caroline. That's
She
it.
always, I'm telling you, somebody tell us, I don't want something from you. It's enough. What's going on? All right, there's the Cash App. Let's go. Let's start getting the screen to light up with the gifts. Let's finish the gift goals. Thank you so much. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. Let's do it. Enough. Everybody's
Mr.
talking. Let's put something on the Cash App or the Venmo. My
That's
man
right.
Big T's not here anymore. He's another one. Mr. EK is another. Let's go. Miss Tanji's a fantastic gifter. Let's do it. Like, what's going on? You guys love the conversation. You love the open platform. Let's put some meat on the bone. 4 hours, and we're here 2.5 hours extra. We've gone into 2 overtimes, and I didn't put any stipulations, but let's go. Let's light up the screen. Come on, enough. Ay, ay, ay.
Mr. Denali, I did want to say that while we was talking about the border and talking about the taxes, there is a major protest going on the Capitol right now. They took.
I know, with Benjamin Netanyahu, I got you.
Yeah, they took down the American flag and burned it and vandalized some of the statues and put Hamas up there.
That's absolutely look at that. Thank you so much, Mr. EK. Always coming through. What's going on? Where are my Democratic friends at? Mr. Big T, Mr. Birdie Dog. They're good listeners too. Mr. Rowe, where the Democrats at? Did you see that message that I got from a Democrat? Ay. Said I didn't have any principles. Thank you so much, Mr. EK. Let's go. Let's put some meat on the bones so we can get this great conversation.
See, Mr. Denali, I give back. I give back, not like them stingy Democrats.
Listen, I can't say anything. I can call out my Democratic friends as well. I have Mr. Birdie Dog, Mr. Big T, Mr. Rowe. I'm just saying, that guy right there, he's an excellent gifter. Mr. Keith Bowe, he's never come up. One day he's probably gonna come up with his and lend his voice to the channel. But man, let's go. Let's do it. One and only. Where you at? What's up, brother? Let's go. Come on, let's go. Slam, what's up?
Come on, man. You got to give me a second.
Okay, let's see what you got. I'm going to shout your name out. Don't you want your name shout out by Mr. Denali XXL? Slam, what's up?
Mr. Denali wants to shout your name. That's crazy.
Yeah,
the one and only. That's my guy, the one and only. He always comes with good stuff. He's a little problematic sometimes, but he's good. Slam, what's up, brother?
What do you mean problematic?
You know you're problematic. You know, the last time you were up here, you know what happened.
I am an idealist.
No, you were a little intoxicated.
I gave you 100 lightning bolts, Mr. Denali.
You did what?
I gave you over 100 lightning bolts, I think.
Fantastic. I appreciate any support. Absolutely. Thank you, Mr.
I got a question for you, Denali.
Yeah.
So, how are you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you doing? I was concerned about you.
Man, my body is on fire. I've been working all day, man.
I know. You don't remember the last time you were up here?
Of course I do.
Okay. You were a little. What were you? You had Patron. What did you have?
I was slightly inebriated.
You wasn't slightly. You were inebriated.
You were day drinking.
Oh boy.
Yeah, he was done. Hey, he couldn't pass the sobriety test if he got pulled over.
Oh, you were up here? He can't. Yeah, he was.
I was here.
Listen to you, EK. I hear you.
He only had 2 beers.
I got a question for you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, you familiar with the Massey situation, right?
Yeah, we just talked. We've been talking about it since yesterday. What's up?
You talking about her now?
He's on the screen. You don't see her?
Oh well, your head was in the way. Your hair was in the way.
My lace front was in the way. Go.
Mm-hmm. So, if Trump is talking about giving qualified immunity, right? So to police officers.
Yeah.
So once this qualified immunity is given, well, pretty much absolute immunity, because they already have qualified immunity. They already have that across the country.
Yeah.
If they were to be given absolute immunity and the officer had went into Mrs. Massey's house like he did, how would that picture then look?
Are you asking me? You want me to?
I'm asking everybody. How would that picture then look? How would it look?
Horrible. It would look just like it always looks.
It would look horrible.
Yeah, if you're guilty of a crime, if you're guilty of unaliving someone illegally or whatever the word is, you should still go to jail and do time and have a trial and. I don't think.
Don't forget they have that get out of jail free card, which is I feared for my life.
Yeah, I was just about to say, in a utopia, not to disregard or cost off what you're saying, Miss Carolyn, but in a utopian society, that is very true. And even in theory, for the lesser degree of it, that sounds really good, but in reality. In the current reality now, prior to Trump executing the absolute immunity to the police, it has always, as Ms. Taji said, it has always been our reality as Black people in this country to observe, live, experience, see, hear, and discuss, and even more so, be in the belly of the beast via the regular immunity that they have right now.
So let me ask you something, Slim. So what is the difference in a prosecutor having full immunity versus a police officer having full immunity?
Because the difference, to me personally, there really isn't a difference in the two, aside from what the law has said, not just my opinion, but just the way that the Supreme Court has framed it, is that they have to have enough of a clear conscience, or not a clear conscience, but they have to have enough security in knowing that they're executing the duties of their job. So if they're constantly worried about Mr.Denali's going to sue me, or I'm going to find myself on the other end of this conversation, because I thought with the evidence that was presented to me from the foot soldiers I prosecuted, I gave them the warrant to go to this man's house and execute this warrant. So if I have that hanging over my head, all of the question and the doubt, then I'm not going to perform. I am never going to at any point put my foot down and say, hey, go in that house. I got this evidence right here that they brought to me. It looks good. It looks sound. The affidavit reads correctly. It's saying all of the right words. Here's my signature. Go kick his door in. I'll never reach the point of doing that if I'm constantly worried about, the minusculeness of the complaint itself. So that's just the way that the courts have written that pathway for prosecutors to do what they need to do. Do I agree with that? No, I don't, because I understand that one thing that the judicial system does is they use time. And what I mean by time, they use a person's life in the process, prolonging the process that a person has to go through in order to prove themselves not guilty of the things in which they prosecuted them for. Now, whether it be if you're poor and you're black, you go into prison and you can fight all of it from prison for the next, 5 or 6, 7 years of your life gone, until the prosecution says, you know what? I made a mistake. 7 years later, I'm sorry. I made a mistake. But the cap is that I'm going to give you is $250,000 for 7 years of your life that I did not sit down and look at. So they use that the time mechanism is what they always use. That is one of their. Why do you think they have hourglasses in the courtroom?
Oh yeah, I agree with you. I'm with you. I agree with you.
That's the commodity, and they understand. They understand. It's a sickening to me. That's a sickening way of thinking to say, well, by time he proves his innocence, we will have gotten more time out of him, or some kind of life from this person, when we know that technically he probably didn't do what he said he didn't do.
Yeah.
So I mean, I have my qualms with, the judicial system as a whole. Like I don't know if I told y'all that before, where a guy tried to unalive me with a machete, and I had to fight my way out of that. I had to go to jail, and I had to let the DA know, listen, I'm going to plead the very same thing that police officers around this country plead if you decide to go to trial. And they dismissed. He dismissed. About 2 weeks later, he did. But this was after they had gotten the lifetime out of me. They had gotten that life that I'll never get back.
Right.
After they got that. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I'm not just throwing that out there. I'm saying it from someone that woke up living that, breathing that, eating 3 trays of slop, being confined to a 6x12, with another human being in there. All of the things that comes along with the inconvenience and psychological stress of being in that kind of environment. I was just curious to know, what this situation would look like, now that people are being exposed to what immunity actually is. Had
Yeah,
he had
I don't think
And
absolute,
that.
just on a side note, though, just on a side note, though, the cop that did the actual shooting, I mean, pew-pewing, he didn't even have his camera on. Luckily, the other guy had his camera on, was able to catch everything. And even after that, they still tried to cover up the case. They didn't find out till 2 days later that a cop actually pew-pewed the lady.
and that's sickening. That's disgusting. Do you think for one moment, and I'm just using a reality when I use these things, I'm using realities as well. Do you think for one moment, had a suburban white woman call the police, 911, and they sent a dispatch officer out to their house, nice manicured lawns, big house, the beds in the yard, dog and cat eating out the same bowl, and she's in her home cooking food when the police get there? Do you think for one moment, had she picked up a pot and was going to the sink to dump the pot out, that this would have happened to her?
Well, Slam, I can't tell you that because we haven't seen it. I just know that they put a lot of stuff that happens to Black people on social media and all this kind of stuff to get everybody riled up most of the time. So we don't
Always
know for
happens during
sure.
election season too.
We don't know for sure how many people they go to, white tea people's houses that have issues like that. So we can't just say. All I can tell you is that I know for sure that the media makes it a point of showing white tea on black crime.
Time.
And this, from what I
Well,
understand, this happened on the 6th.
You are
We
absolutely
just found
correct.
out about this a couple days ago. So why did it take that long for this to blow up? It's crazy that
Because I
they
think
The
kept it.
footage just came out 2 days ago. The
I think
video.
what they have forgotten, they have actually forgotten the power of social media. They for some reason think that social media is just this thing that everybody gets on and they just turn into these lush heads. And I'm not saying that some of that isn't true. But when it does come down to real social issues in this country right here, this social media platform, especially TikTok, this social media platform right here, this is the meeting ground. This is the town hall right here. This is where we go in at and we sit down and we listen to what's being said and we voice out our complaints of facts that are affecting our lives that moment. And I think that a lot of these public figures, they really aren't realizing how powerful this is. This type of collaboration, so to speak, of vast variety of lawyers, doctors, judges, construction workers, public workers, all of us. They don't realize how really powerful this thing is. They think it's a game. They think it's a joke, is in my personal opinion. And I say that because they're continuing to do these things. They're continuing to do it. As if though, oh, so okay, who cares? Whatever. I don't care. I followed the policy and procedures. These are the policies and procedures that have been checked off and they've been deemed appropriate, although they are skewed. So as long as I follow this policy right here, then I can do whatever I want to do and claim that I was afraid that the likelihood of something was going to take place. And in my training that was provided for me via the city, I am not liable for any of that. And that's what they bet on.
Well, so I like to chime in. So, from my understanding, is that under the Biden administration, they tried to have the justice reform system because I don't know what it's like in different states, but for the state of Arizona, anytime that there is an officer pew pew, another agency from a different city or town will come in and oversee that investigation. So, and I'm not for sure if they have done this in this instance or not. But regardless, obviously there's an investigation going on, and based on the standards of what we've seen in the past, that the justice system is coming down on the officers that if they're out of line and they can't justify or why they pull out their weaponry and do a pew pew on somebody, then they're going to be held accountable. That would be the same uh, for anybody in the United States. So, I mean, I know it upsets a lot of people, especially in the African American community, but you got to understand that this one incident doesn't justify the whole entire justice system. It's like one bad apple shouldn't have to ruin the whole batch, because not every single officer um, is should automatically respond to feel threatened enough to take out their pew pew.
The
This
one,
guy,
the
this
one.
guy
Can I say
obviously.
something real quick? The one. First of all, this is not one little small incident. This has been happening for.
I understand that, I understand that and we're seeing a lot more, but
No,
on the
it's been about the same.
on the backside of it though is like right now in Maricopa County in Phoenix, the justice system has came in and found numerous, like over 100, I think it was over 150 cases where the police department is being cited now because of the officers that they had, which is one of the largest in the state of Arizona, is not doing their job right and actually violating the civil rights of humans whenever they're pulling somebody over, etc. So I do know that the DOJ is looking into that, and at least here in Arizona. So the media does play a lot, though, and I'm not saying that it's not the media's fault. It's just like they pick and choose of what they want to put out there and what they don't put out there. So
that's all very true.
I disagree with that.
It comes
I
down.
disagree with that because if YT people were being unalive at a high rate, you best believe it would be out there in the media.
Of course.
Now the fact that they bring it out, excuse me.
I was agreeing with
The
you.
fact
I'm
that
like,
it's been,
of course it would be.
I have. This
yeah,
is.
and the fact that it's been exposed now, and these police are still not being held accountable the way that they should be held accountable. And now you have a president talking about he wants to give them absolute immunity when these guys can't keep their cameras on and come up with all kind of excuses why these things happen.
Well,
guys running away getting shot,
right?
So in the back.
So if an officer doesn't turn on his camera, obviously they're going to be held accountable for that. So let the justice system play its course, and you guys will see, just like what happened under George Floyd. I mean, Chauvin is in Tucson penitentiary right now, and he's no more than an hour and a half drive from me.
But the only reason that happened is because of the outcry. And one thing that I found out about this justice system as well is if the United States Supreme Court determines that it's going to cause a public problem, they will not rule a certain way about things. They won't do it.
But the only thing that the Supreme Court came out was immunity for Trump. That has nothing to do with law enforcement.
No, that wasn't just for Trump. Anytime they get to talk, anytime they have an immunity issue of a public official, that means all public officials fall under that umbrella. Every last one of them.
I don't think that falls under when it comes to the states, because each state's different when it comes to the how they what they justify for pew pew and what they don't.
Well, that is true. But when it comes to stand in compliance of the 14th Amendment, they're going to fall up. But they're definitely going to fall up under. They're going to fall up under the umbrella of immunity.
Well, you know what? You know what? I don't care what it is. I just think that first of all, if it's a police officer in the event that what just happened to this poor lady, if you start taking their pension, and I'm not talking about the police department, I'm talking about each individual police officer that does wrong. If you start taking their pension, they'll think about it before they pull that trigger.
Of course they will.
So I just think that needs to be implemented.
But they also shouldn't. They also, those cameras that they can turn on and off, those cameras when they go on duty, they have to be on the whole time that they're on duty, and there's no buts about it.
Well, some of them.
And this, he didn't turn it on. Are you talking about the young lady that got shot in the face?
Well, you got to say pew pew. You can't say that.
He didn't turn his camera on until after the shooting.
But the officers shouldn't be allowed. They shouldn't be allowed to turn the cameras on or off.
Albert, what the word
Sir, you have to say not have a gun or bag.
Albert, you've been up here before, sir. You know what the words are. Why are you doing that to me? Miss Tanji just
I didn't
told
try
you.
to. I was just explaining.
Well,
I know, but you gotta use the proper TikTok lingo because my job is to protect the live. Please.
Oh man, you know, I'm working on myself.
What do
it's
I
a
know?
Process. It's a process. I'm working on myself.
I know you've been here though before though. This is not your first.
Yeah,
rodeo.
I know.
Let's
I'm
be mindful.
Hey,
let's be
like
mindful and let's make sure that we're using the proper words. Okay.
Hey, it's a process. Okay.
I said
feel you, man.
okay.
Hey, I apologize.
Do better.
It's a process,
Do better.
Man.
Apologies only work with change behavior. Do better.
So yeah,
I will.
Those cameras, those police officer cameras. The minute the officer goes on duty, that camera should be on, and there shouldn't be a way for them to turn it off.
Okay,
the only person that can turn it on and off is the sergeant at the station.
Right. So the way it works in Arizona,
the one that unalived her, what I was saying, the one that unalived her, the one that unalived did not turn his camera on until after. And then just listen to his comments. I mean, why do we have to prove so much when it's right there in front of us?
That's the talking point. That's the talking point, right?
Yeah. Exactly.
But he's being charged. I don't understand.
Yeah, he's being charged with second degree murder.
What the problem is, he's been jailed being charged. So it's not
That's
like
why
he's getting away with anything.
Yeah, that's why I told him let it play
he
out.
is. He get away with
He
it.
needs to be charged. He needs to be sent away. And that's
it. He shouldn't have been. Look at his record.
Just because
the
he's
police officer who did that,
he's going to be convicted.
he had been. This police officer had been through 6 agencies in like 9 months. Why did he go from police agency? He went from police agency
to driving under the influences.
Right. So that's why I said let the justice system play out, and the prosecutor's going to use that to their advantage. And say, look, that this is a rogue police officer, and that he should not have been on the force. If he's been in 9 different agencies in 6 months that you're saying, then he's going to be held accountable. Now, on the same token of that, on the flip side, is that not only should they go after him, they should go after the police agency that he worked for, because in Arizona,
who hired him.
Exactly.
Exactly. So in Arizona, once an officer steps out of the vehicle, their body cam comes on automatically, and then they get shut off once they get into the vehicle. They have no control of shutting it on and shutting it off. So each agency should be that way.
And he gets hired from another agency.
That's the issue.
And he had 2 DUIs.
That's the issue.
2 DUIs.
Right, but that's what I'm saying.
And he
They're
got
going to use that
hired
against
as
him,
a police officer. Okay? Different agencies, but they do the same background. they do background on us. If
Listen,
we got one felony,
that's
we
right.
can't get a job
That's
at
right. Listen,
McDonald's.
that is
Yeah,
what
listen to
Donald
me.
Trump.
This
That
dude
is
is
what
law enforcement
when Donald Trump
with
is
a
talking.
gun, a
When Donald
badge.
Trump, hey, when Donald Trump is
Oh my
talking about
God.
when Donald Trump is talking about make America great again, he is taught
Yeah.
that it. Listen, that is including letting the police officers do what they need to do.
No, it's
With
not. No, it's
yes, it
not. No,
is.
it's not.
He said
And
that.
Reagan,
regardless,
You're
Reagan
and
not.
came
regardless
out with
of
that
where
There's
they are,
slogan.
there's
Reagan
no
it's
came.
already
So
truth
you
to
happened.
that.
implying Reagan did that? No.
It's
Reagan
already
came out with that
happened.
slogan,
Can
and
y'all pull
then
that
Bill
up?
Clinton came out with
Can
that
y'all
slogan.
pull it up where it
This is
says
something
the
different.
immunities that he's talking about means that a policeman can pew pew somebody and get away with it? Can y'all pull that up?
They've been doing it for the past
They've
10
been doing
years.
it.
Hey, guess
They've been
what
I
though?
know,
They've
doing
but
that.
been
he
doing
brought
it
up
You
the
got to
fact
go
years.
after
that
the
the
Biden
new immunity
administration
that
because
Trump's
guess
100
what?
talking
years.
about.
Why do you
Hey,
I'm
always get
He
asking
some?
wants
about
them
the.
Hey,
not to
listen.
be prosecuted.
Hey,
you
this
got to
is the
go
That's
after
what
the
problem.
he's
Biden
talking about.
administration. This happened
They've
under the
gotten away
Biden
with it.
administration, not the
what
Trump
y'all not
administration. You
understanding.
cannot blame Trump right now. He's not president of the United States.
Yeah, I'm not.
See,
Okay,
I'm not.
I
I'm
don't know
not
how
blame.
you
I'm
guys
not
are.
blaming Trump. I'm not blaming Trump for anything. But see, that's what I'm talking
well,
about right
Albert's
there.
trying to.
There always has to be bring some documentation in the face of the reality of what's going on in front of us. We don't
But
need a
making,
document. We don't need a
Right.
document to
but
tell
make
us.
America great again is a slogan.
I
It has
don't.
All
nothing to
right.
do
Okay.
about the
All
justice
right.
system.
Okay. Ay, ay, ay.
Okay.
Boy.
Now, Mike,
Uh,
I
it's
came here
to
today.
me. Look,
Hello,
one
guys.
second. I
no,
just said, wait a
to me, it's real
second.
simple. To me, it's real simple. If
That
a guy
guy is
is
on
trying to,
10.
if a guy,
You're going to have to mute him.
Go ahead, Dr. Shay. What is it you came up to say?
First, I would like to say hello. Greetings.
Hey.
I want to say I heard from somebody else on another live that Duke is stating that he
Yeah.
that this whole thing.
Yes.
So it's
Yes.
true. You think that it's justified?
Yeah. He. Yes. He says he has the. All right. Hang on one second. Hang on 1 second. Albert, have a great night. I'll talk to you later, buddy. You're a little problematic tonight. I don't want to necessarily deal with that. He says that she threw the water at the officer. I've looked at the video. I've frozen it. I've blown it up. Excuse me. The picture. I've done a lot of things. I was doing a lot of that this morning for about 2 hours, hour and a half, trying to see this part that Duke is telling me that it shows her when she kneeled down, that she came and got the pot and threw it or something. I don't see it. So I've been looking. I'm going to do some more investigation on it and try to really on my laptop. I mean, I've been doing a lot of stuff to see what he's trying to see. He said it's very quick. So I don't know. That's what Duke is saying. So that's
That's
So
all.
he's trying to say after she dropped to the ground, she came back up and grabbed it, right?
correct.
That whole thought process right there is disgusting.
All right. Tell Duke. Don't tell me. He told me.
That's
What
disgusting.
you yelling at me for?
Come on,
He
Mr.
Never
Bing.
came
Mr.
back up.
Bing's
The
got his
guy
hands
walked.
up.
I didn't see any of that. All I saw is that lady had two mittens that she grabbed from the stove
Like
to
she had
take
a
the
red one and
water.
a
Duke
white
is a
one.
liar.
Yeah,
So
that's all
hang
I
on
saw.
1 second, because we were on the live last night or this morning, Tanjeez. I don't know, it was like 3:00 or something on Louisiana local news, and that guy, what's his name, Philip or something, was saying the same thing. And I'm like, ay. So I don't know. I've been looking and looking and looking. I feel like I'm looking for a ghost, and I don't see anything.
I haven't seen anything either. I just saw the lady had she had a red mitten and another
And the white
mitten.
one.
And she took they the one told her to go to the stove because they didn't want the house
Turn
burned
off the
down.
water.
And
Because he said, right, go ahead. I'm
and
sorry.
so when she picked it up off the stove, looked like she was putting it in the sink or something. And I didn't see anything where she was about to throw anything or any of that.
No.
So I don't know what Duke saw, but I didn't see that. And I looked
Yeah.
at it over and
Well,
over
my
again.
question
She
is,
got down on the ground and was speaking from there like, no, it's so sad. Duke is lying.
And
That
then
is misinformation.
even more so, the woman was saying that I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. So he unalived the woman that was
Okay,
rebuking the
here's the.
evil deed
Do you guys
in the
want to
name
watch
of
the clip that
Jesus.
I pulled up? You
I
want
know,
to watch
Okay.
the clip
The
I
one.
pulled up?
Hang
I
on
know
one
that.
second.
I know the clip that you're gonna pull up, but his arm was in the way, so nobody can say anything about that one.
Even
Well,
if, even if she was
Yes,
going
Miss
to start
Renee.
the
How you
water,
doing? Good
Are they
morning. I mean,
really
good
Denelli?
afternoon. Good
Denelli.
evening, Renee. How you doing?
Denelli,
hey,
are they really trying to justify what happened to that woman, man? Are they really
That's what
trying
I
to
heard. That's what they were
piecemeal?
saying.
absolutely
They're trying
not.
to piecemeal
Duke is
together.
Duke.
But
They're trying to piecemeal together
I'm.
a defense of this officer doing what
I'm.
he did.
I'm
That's
trying to
disgusting.
tell you. That's what Duke says. I've looked at it. I've looked at it. I've looked at it. I did not see anything that says that the woman video shows the woman go to the stove. She picks up a red pot holder and a grayish pot holder. The pot is like a grayish color, and she picks it up, and he says something about he don't want to start a fire, and she says, I rebuke that in the name of Jesus. And he said, you better fucking not, I'm going to shoot you in your face. And she says, sorry. And her hands are up, and then she kneels down, bracing for whatever she thought was coming. And Duke said that in that moment, there is a portion of the tape where she came back up and took the pot and just I said, what? I didn't see any of that.
All I know
So
is
she
she
wasn't
So
must have been
cooking.
a
so
She
the
wasn't
superhero or
cooking.
something.
Hang on a second. I think she was doing with the water was that maybe what kind of noise? Why are you playing a
so Denelli, so this arm that was in the way where they couldn't make out what was going on, that's going to be the new talking point of the justification of the officer doing what he did, is because we can't see the whole footage.
well the
That's
Well,
thing
gonna
is
no,
that
that's gonna be
because
the new talking
Duke
point.
said he sees it.
That's gonna
well,
be
no,
the new
because
piecemeal, trying to piecemeal together a justification of this savage running around with the firearm on his side with no discretion whatsoever.
I don't
but
know. Listen,
whatever happened, bottom line is we stopped it at where the pew pew happened. They have like the whole recording. So if that were to be true, what Duke is saying, it's going to play out. And if she did something, it's going to show.
well, there's two body
And if
cam
she
footages.
didn't, then it's not. I mean, if she did something, they have to be able to prove it. I mean,
Listen,
how
hey,
would you
Miss
just
Carolyn,
make that up?
Miss Carolyn, let me share something with you. When Rodney King almost got unalived over there, right? Listen to me. They had they had live footage of this man getting beat almost to unaliving. And you know what
I remember that.
listen, do you know what the justification was about that? They said that his head movement while he was laying on the ground, deranged from being almost beaten to unaliving, that his head movement was an aggressive tactic. It was an aggressive act on the footage. They got recordings of this, multiple
Yeah,
different recordings of that. So
that's insanity.
I said that to say this: even in the face of the truth that's right in front of us, people are constantly trying to pretend and come up with all of this other stuff as to how come this just can't be possible. It can't be possible. And that right there is where the buck is stopping now. It is. That's starting to stop. And it's coming in a very hostile way because we're tired of that. We're not going to be sitting here constantly doing that. We're not going to negotiate when we're looking at the same thing clearly. and and another person's trying to say, "Oh, well, it's not that bad." Well, it's what do you mean it's not that bad? We're tired
No,
of
it's
that. We're tired. We're tired
pretty
of
damn
all of the.
bad.
We're tired
Yeah.
of all of the negotiation and contract, and we're tired of that. Let's get to it. Let's get to it with us, like you get to it with yourself when something is wrong. That's what we talking about. We don't want to hear nothing else. We're not trying to compromise on nothing else. We're not trying to do it. And I'm not saying just here. I'm saying on a large scale. We're tired of all of that. That stuff is over with. It's either going to burn or we going to figure it out. And we going to be fair about it. That's just what it's coming to. Because we're tired of that. We're tired of all of we have to find the documents. We have to look at no. The evidence is right in front of you, just like it is in front of us. And if you're trying to tell me that the penny is pink when it's brown, then there's nothing for us to talk about at that point. We got to alleviate you. We got to get you out the way. We got to push everything that you're talking about off the table because it's not relevant. And it's game playing. It's game playing. And the games are up. That's all over with. I'm just saying, those are the things that we are talking about in the Black community as a whole. We done tried the negotiations. We done tried the diplomacy. We done tried the judicial system. We done tried the legislative body. We done tried
All
the
right,
state
Malcolm X.
officials.
Okay. All right. Jeez Louise, you monologuing. Okay, I got it.
We agree, Slam. We're
Malcolm
on the
Little
same
over here.
team. We
Okay.
agree.
Medgar Evers Jr. there. Okay, I got it.
I was about to say, Brother X is killing me.
What is going on? Just get right turned into Malcolm X here.
I thought he was about to say Planet Rock didn't land on your head.
Yes, exactly. Like, what is going on? Yeah.
Listen to y'all, man.
You've been running amok. Plymouth Rock didn't land on you. You didn't land on Plymouth Rock. It landed on you.
Fire the moat. Where's
your ladder? Where's your ladder at?
Denali.
Look at you. You're beautiful. Look at you. This is what you are. Oh, my God.
Hey, Denali.
Down, Slam.
Draw the bridge and fire the moat.
Here we go. He's back on his horse again. Calm down. Whew. That wore me out. I was waiting for you to finish, but you never finished. You never landed the goddamn plane.
What
ran out of fuel. Now you're over the Atlantic. Now what are you gonna do? Luckily I saved you.
I'm gliding.
You can't glide over the Atlantic Ocean. You gotta make sure you got fuel.
For a soft landing.
He got plenty of gas.
I'm just, Denali, it's just, I've always
still going.
Oh,
I gotta right stop. Through my insult of him, he keeps going.
Mr. Denali, Mr. Denali, I just watched like 3 different videos of that.
Yes, sir.
And I don't see how the other gentleman said that it was justified. I just don't see it, man.
Yeah, I'm going to continue to look at it. I think I'm going to be looking for a ghost. I think I can find Gilligan on Gilligan's Island before I find this footage of her coming back up and grabbing the pot. And I mean, that's like some Matrix shit.
Yeah.
You got a chicken? Oh, that's a dog.
Yeah. I got chickens, but they're outside.
Can I say something? They sure been talking about chickens today. Chickens.
Yes, Renee, you can say something. Yeah, chicken.
Hey, that's 6 eggs a day, man.
Go ahead, Miss Renee, the 5'2" lady from Tennessee.
You remembered.
I did remember. I looked at your profile. I remember.
Okay. So I also watched both the videos. I don't see her throwing any water. The officer did say that there was water on the floor, but we wear boots. Law enforcement, you got special boots that you wear. That is definitely not a threat. He's very unjustifiable. And he was so disgusting speaking on her. No remorse. It was horrible. And I've watched several videos. And I couldn't find it being thrown at him either. But that's what he tried to claim, that she throws the boiling water at him.
Let's have a question.
The video I saw, I didn't see no water. I just saw her put it over her head. the pile.
Go ahead, Mr. Benny. What's your question?
If
She dropped it.
if it was an officer who's unalive, would his partner had asked for permission to call it in? Because when he said I'm calling, his partner said no. He basically asked for permission from his partner to call in what he just done.
He panicked.
No, but he stopped.
Yeah, he panicked. That's why he asked him. He panicked. He didn't know what to do.
That's why I will hold him accountable as well. Because
I seen his partner have a more remorse. I really did. He wants to go out with his kit.
he had a second action response. His first response was to ask for permission from his partner to call it in.
I didn't see that part. I saw him where he asked about the kit, and his partner told him no, that she was already, she was done.
That's
What
what
you guys, if you want, there's another it's about a 35-minute camera footage of the body cam, and you can see when the other officer went to the car, he was visibly shaking, his hands were shaking, he was wiping something off his hands in his trunk. You got to watch the whole thing. I mean, you don't have to, but it might give you context, not on the living, but what the mindset of the other officer was.
Right.
Somebody said if you go to YouTube, you can find it.
It is on YouTube.
Yeah, I saw it. I watched it. Yeah.
But he did ask for permission. He asked his partner for permission, basically, to get his kit at the car. And that's when the other officer said, no, she's gone. It's no way.
Yeah, that is true. And then the partner went over and applied pressure on her until EMS came.
Exactly.
But that's okay. So answer Mr. Benjamin. Mr. Benjamin, go ahead and ask your question again, because I don't know if she heard your question.
The question was, if it was an officer who was down, would the other officer have asked for permission or just done
it? That's a question for me?
Yeah.
Would an officer have just done it? I believe, I'm going to say yes.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for your honesty.
Uh-huh.
So Renee, so you mean to tell me if you and I were officers, right, and we went to a scene, right, and something happened to me, you would have to get permission to call in for something that happened to me?
Now, see, I didn't see him ask permission to call in for anything. I heard him say that he was going to go get his kit, and the partner said, no, she's already gone. It was a headshot. I did see that, in which, I feel like his partner was very remorseful, and he was extremely in shock because it happened so fast. But no, I would surrender aid regardless. In which he ended up doing that. He did end up, he went and applied pressure and was with her until EMS arrived.
Right. Miss Mary, you wanted to come up?
Hey. How is everybody?
Good.
I gotta say, that was absolutely horrible what happened to that woman. Absolutely horrible. And that man is absolutely a demon because she rebuked it. I mean, he's got to be, because first of all, I don't understand why they went into her house.
Well, 1 second. Slam, I'm going to rotate the panel out. Thank you so much for coming up. Good luck, brother. They came in. It's on the full body cam. She said she didn't see anything outside. They said they didn't see anything outside, and she asked them to come in to check inside.
Oh, she did ask them to come in?
Yeah,
she did.
I didn't hear that part, but I don't understand. Well, from the second that they got there, they were mean to her.
Mm-hmm. They were kind of dismissive.
Yeah, they were mean to her. I guess it took her a couple minutes to get to the door, but she had to get her clothes on. She was very visibly scared, and maybe something was, going on mentally. I don't know, but she was very visibly scared and upset and needed help. She wanted help, and they came to her aid. And I don't know how the hell it turned that way. Those cops better be held responsible. They I can't imagine what her family is going through, her father, her children. It makes me sick to watch what happened to that poor woman. Because even if he thought that she was going to do something with that water, it wouldn't have hurt him anyway. He was way far away. Even if she had done something, it wasn't a threat. She was not a threat to them.
Exactly.
That's what I thought, because he backed up, and that was brought up about the hot water was why he backed up. So I didn't understand. I didn't understand what was the threat. You can back
Oh
up
my
some
God,
more.
I've seen it all.
And
She
then she put her
called.
hands up too.
She called because she thought somebody
outside. She called because she thought there was a prowler outside. The officer checked outside. Then he came in. He searched because he wanted to make sure that's anytime the officer enters a home, they will do a general search and make sure that something don't happen to them if they're to the back of them. It's just part of the protocol. But as far as like the justifying of him pew-pewing her, there's other de-escalation stuff that he could have done. He didn't even have
Well,
to pull out.
there was nothing to de-escalate.
I know. I understand. That's why let me finish.
I'm sorry.
What I'm saying is like so it's you don't always have to de-escalate something. I say that in a way is that you don't always have to pull out your weaponry, your taser. He could have just stepped back. He could have just have his other officer peeked around and questioned him. Hey, what's going on? Because she did dunk down with the pan to cover herself. At that point, I'm assuming that's when he felt that he was threatened. And this is only going by what I'm seeing in the videos. So I wasn't there, so I can't speak upon that. But as far as the pew-pewing, it is unjust. It is unjustified. I don't see how anybody can say that was justified because she wasn't doing anything to threaten. Even if she had a pan of hot water or empty pan of there alone, I mean, even if she would have threw it at him, it wouldn't have. That wouldn't have been enough to use legal force, and that's what he did in this instance. He used legal force, and that's basically it. But
that man was pure evil.
It was because the way he was talking to her.
That man
he was definitely badgering her from the beginning of him walking into her home.
Now, I will say I don't know that the other guy is as responsible because he seemed, at least he had his camera on.
Both of them did. Both of them did have.
I think only one of them did.
No, they both did. It's on YouTube. Camera number 2 and 1.
So you do have to understand is that when you go in partners like that, or if you have backup, you as an officer cannot control what the other officer does. So if the officer pulls out his weaponry, which he did, and you can clearly see that officer doesn't know, hey, he's going to pull the trigger or not. So I mean, as far as them trying to, come after him, I don't think that they will. Because that'd be like me walking into a store with you, and all of a sudden you look a different way, and all of a sudden I pull out a pew-pew and I shoot or pew-pew somebody. They couldn't hold you accountable because you would say, "Well, I didn't know he's going to do that or not."
Well, it's not. It's not that simple on legal aspect.
No, they could hold you.
It's very not that simple because they're gonna ask you what you did to de-escalate. Understand? So
right, I don't even hear the other officers.
Wait a minute. The fact that the other officer did not draw his weapon and one did is the problem with the assessment of the danger is. When you're called into someone's home to assess a problem inside of my home, how did I become the assessment? You following me?
Right, I understand that. Yeah, that's why
Okay,
one
so
pulled out the pew pew, the other one didn't.
if you understand that, then you'll
Now, didn't
understand.
they both pull out their pew pews?
No, they didn't.
See, I was thinking the
No,
other
they both
officer.
did. No, they
Yes, they
both
After the
both
pulled
did.
shot, after the shot, he pulled his.
No,
No, no, no.
before.
Well, maybe I don't know. Okay, all right, I
I'm
don't know.
not positive about that
The
one, but
two
yeah,
videos
he,
that I just
I
saw,
looked
I
right
didn't see
at him.
the other guy pull out.
After his partner pulled his pew pew and gave his two little charges or whatever and let off, is when
He
his
let out
partner
3.
pulled his. Yes.
he was so awful to her. I mean, I don't
Because
like.
he was assessing her instead of doing what she asked him to do, which was come in and assess
Well,
her.
and she was following his directions. He asked her to go and turn off the stove, I guess, and she
That's
did
what
that.
I'm
She went over
saying.
there.
She invited them into her home because she said, I would like for you to check my home.
Yeah,
They
she was
came in.
scared. She was
But what
visibly
I'm
scared.
saying is, he came in. He didn't have the focus of assessing the home. The partner said turn off of the stove. But this guy wasn't looking in another room. He wasn't looking under
He
the chair. He wasn't
he
looking in the
as soon
bathroom.
as he come
His
in,
focus was on
the
her.
video that I saw, as soon as he come in, he's looking to the right. He puts on a flashlight and he looks in that room to the right. As soon as
That's
he
the
came
other
in.
partner. The one that's talking to her, his total focus was on her.
That's true. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
that's what I thought too.
at the end of the day, I can't justify of what his partner did and what he didn't do, or what he said and what none of us can change what happened. It's just that, in my opinion, I think it was unjustified, and I think that he's going to be held accountable, and that will be the end of that. Unfortunately, there was a life taken, and I believe that it's only going to bring more scrutiny to the police department there, and maybe they need to have the top DOJ come in to see if there's other incidents like this that has happened that the news media has not picked up, because this happened on the 6th, right? And what day are we on? We're on the 24th.
What we need is
I really think that a thorough investigation for that police department, especially if this officer's been to 6 different
Six different
police
precincts.
stations.
it's not the
Huh?
police departments. It's
Six
not
different
the
precincts.
it's
He
not
was
the
in
police
he was in
department.
6 different precincts.
Yeah.
So
It's
that ought to
not
tell you
that.
something that
It's not
that
Yeah,
there's
that.
there's
something wrong.
something. There's something that you're going to find out more about this guy,
In
that
the
he has a
training,
history.
Mr. Denali made a statement earlier.
The
In the
individual,
training of the police officers,
the
at the
individual
end or
needs to be.
whatever part, they are told that if they're in a situation, this is in training, to just say you fear for your life. You have to stop telling people that while you're training them before they do the job.
Okay,
No,
so
so
in the training, hold on. In the training, we are told deadly force meets deadly force. Other than that, it's a no go. You've got other stuff that's on your duty belt. You got radios, radio in other people. What he done was disgusting, and it gave police officers, law enforcement, a horrible name. Once again.
Absolutely.
yeah, and
Absolutely.
So,
first
so
and,
you
first
are
and
you telling
foremost,
me that police officers in their training, at the end of their training, are not told or it's not said to them the words "say you fear for your life" if ever you're in this situation? Yes, we've had several police officers who are up here who have admitted that this is said in training.
Okay,
that is true, and I can
so
speak on that.
we are
I can speak on
told
that.
True.
I can
we
speak
are
on that.
told deadly force meets deadly force.
Well,
You do
we have
not
a
pull
gentleman.
a
We have
gun
another
out because
officer on here.
I mean, what's
We
the
have another
fear for the
officer on
life?
here. We have another officer on here. Let's let him
All right,
speak.
let's give Cass Gamer. What do you want to say, sir or ma'am?
So I will tell you that. Thank you for having me up, by the way. But
No
I will
problem.
tell you, that at no point in time during my military training and having to deal with situations where I'm confronted by a person, at no time are you asked to, if you fear for your life. You are always to protect somebody else's life. That's from a military standpoint. I can't speak for the the police forces, but there is an escalation of force. You ask, you tell, you assist, and then you defend. That's the escalation of force. This did not happen in that situation.
No.
And I know police officers where that's what they're taught. It's an escalation of force. There was no escalation of force. What he did was his own decision, and it's completely unacceptable. And by the way, I've watched the video a couple of times, and it's disturbing. But you are also instructed and trained. If your partner pulls their pew-pew, you pull your pew-pew as well, and that's what happens. And then the partner is also wrong because the partner wanted to assist with first aid. The partner was on his way out, and the guy that did the unaliving said, no, don't do it. And his partner turned around, probably because he was awestruck, like, what is going on right now?
Did he still go get it? I don't know. Did he still go get his kit, or?
I don't recall if he did, but I watched it a couple of times, and based off of my experience, first and foremost, the first guy's wrong. The second guy should not have listened to his partner.
Yeah, they're both going to be responsible. Definitely the one who pulled the trigger is evil.
And I agree.
Yeah, I think the second guy was just kind of shocked, and he wanted to render aid, and so I don't feel like he did anything malicious, but the first guy, there's no doubt about that.
The look on this guy's face, to me when I was looking at the first like pew pew, he had the look on his face like what the F, like yo, like it was like a look like that, like yo, what, like no, what the, like what are you doing?
So the speculation.
It was like I could see that he was in shock from the first jump because he didn't want to told her, go turn the pot off.
And I couldn't even believe what I saw.
If you felt like my order to turn the pot off was a potential threat to you, all you had to do was tell her, no, leave the pot alone. I'll turn it off.
I couldn't even believe what I saw, and I don't even know why first of all, it takes a lot to have a fire, first of all, from just a boiling pot of water. I mean, it's got to boil all the way down to get, you know what I mean? Like, well, I don't know why he was worried about it in the first place.
You're not Mary, because he was badgering her since he walked in. He was just picking at her.
Here's another thing. Here's another thing too. The first guy that actually did the unaliving, you can see in the video, his partner is standing back and to the right of him, which was his proper position, given the layout of the house. Mm-hmm. And the first guy actually stepped in front of his partner.
He definitely did.
And that's completely wrong because his partner was poised, pointing. And when the first guy stepped in front of him, I was like, oh my goodness. I thought for sure, because of the amount of rounds that went off, I thought for sure that the first person was going to go down. I thought, I was like, oh my goodness, that's a lot of shots. That's excessive. And then I thought his partner was also, doing the pew-pewing. And then all of a sudden it's like, wait, that was the one guy? And then he stepped in front of him while he still had his pew-pew raised?
What did anyone...
No, that's completely against protocol.
So wait, the shooter stepped in front of the other guy? Is that what you're saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay.
So the shooter, the first guy in, he pulled his pew-pew. Second guy responding to the pulling of the pew-pew pulled his. At this time, he is confused. I can almost guarantee this. I'm not going to sign my name off onto anything, but being in similar situations, given my career, you follow the first guy. The first guy in is who you follow, and the fact that the first guy stepped in front of the second guy, no, you don't do that. You remain in place. If there are shots fired, you remain in place until you assess the situation. That did not happen here. It could have been a lot worse. And I mean, it's unfortunate that this lady was unalived, but it could have been a lot worse had the second guy not had the foresight to be like, what's going on?
And especially, and with police, you are not supposed to even stand in the line of fire at all. Like you and your partner are supposed to be staged a certain way, stand in stance, all that. Like, yeah,
Take a look at his response to her when she opened the door and said, "Oh my God, oh my God." When she first opened the door and was like, "Oh my God, oh my God." Take a look at how he's looking at her and her responses at the door before you enter.
Yeah, they were mean to her from the second they got there.
Before
Or that
you
that one guy that pulled the trigger. I know because that's who was talking to her, right, when they first got there.
Yep. Take a look at how
He was
talking.
mean to her the first second that he spoke to her. I mean,
Yes,
it was.
he was. And she was like, "Oh my God, oh my God, I'm sorry. Oh my God."
She said, "Thank y'all. I love y'all. Thank you for like." She was being nice to them and cooperating with them the entire time, but they weren't even there to like. She called them for help. There was nothing for them to question her about.
I want to address a comment that was made. How could anything be worse? Here's how it could have been worse. So the first guy that took the inappropriate action fired. I don't recall off the top of my head because I'm still very much in shock. But we can go back and count how many times.
Three times, I think.
3 times. So there's two rounds that could have strayed off and struck somebody else. Also, if his partner had just been, I don't know, triggered or whatever you want to call it, if he had just been like, wow, there's a threat from somewhere else, he could have not only pew-pewed his partner, he could have also shot off stray rounds that could strike some unsuspecting individual. That's how it could have been worse. And I'm not excusing this situation is completely unacceptable. I'm not excusing it. I'm just saying it could have been much worse.
Yeah,
very sad.
I just would like to say I have a problem with Duke on his live saying that it was justified because the lady was gonna throw the hot water in the officer's face, and from the video that I've seen, the officer was rattled when she said, "I rebuke you in the name of Jesus," and he said, "What did you say to me? I'll pew pew you in the face." And the lady ducked because he put the 12th Amendment in her face, and she kind of like dropped down. Everything dropped. The water dropped.
I'm gonna go ahead and play a portion of it. 1 second.
How in the heck could Duke say that was justified? That is crazy to me.
I want to address a comment that was also made. So what the comment was, nobody else was in the kitchen. What I think it is it's a misunderstanding, and it's not that you're not incorrect. There was nobody else in the kitchen. However, the projectile does not just stop at the first thing it hits. It goes through. It penetrates.
Right.
I'm gonna play it. Give me a second.
Yeah, for sure. I just want to make sure that everybody knows that it's not just what you're pointing at, it's what's behind it, because it will penetrate.
Sheriff's office. One you call.
Hang on. Let me turn my light on.
And while Mr. Denali is doing that, in every case, someone is sorry and they get hit.
Somebody keeps outside my house, y'all. Is this your car over here? Please, God, please, God, please. Is this your car over here? Oh. Please, God. That's not your black car in the driveway? Oh, well, we checked your yard. We walked around the whole block. We didn't see anybody. Right? You know, we checked the whole area. There's nobody out walking around. I know, y'all. Please, God. I'm trying to get help, y'all. But what do you need help with? Nothing. Please, God, please, I don't know what to do. Do with what? Huh? What do you need help with? Nothing. I just wanted to see if I could help. What do you want help with? Huh? What do you want help with? I heard somebody outside. Yeah, we checked your house. We checked your backyard. I walked all the way through all these backyards. We checked your front yard. We didn't see nobody. So nobody's out here. You didn't see anybody? Nope. Checked the whole area. Okay. What took you so long to answer the door? Oh, I was trying to put on some clothes, sir. I'm sorry. I was trying to get... I got you. All right. Is there anything else we can do for you? Huh? Is there anything else I can do for you? Oh, no, sir. Okay. All right. You doing all right mentally? Yes. Sure? My medicine. All right. Okay. All right, God. Thank you. All right. That's not your black car, though. The SUV? Whose is it? You don't know? Is someone just parked it in your driveway? Mm-hmm. They brought it to my driveway. And just left it? Mm-hmm. Yeah, let's go back. Yeah. 19, I got a 23. Anyone else live here with you? Somebody else. David Mary, 43556. You got a name? You got your name real quick. Catch this. See who we spoke to. Simple.
So I'm going to fast forward a little bit.
They're here in my house right now. Okay, hold on, you cover that. No, hold on, wait a second, sir. You can hang up, Carlos. Yeah. For what? You're there with the deputy, correct? No, hold on, okay? You can hang up. For what? Just 1 second, okay? Okay. What's up? I got some paperwork. Can you grab that Bible, please? Yeah. Hey, I just need your name so we can get out of here. Was there any damage previous to your car? Previous, yeah. It was. Okay, what was the damage? A dent, I believe. Well, what about windows? Oh, it was something that happened earlier. Okay, perfect. What is your last name? Shouldn't have to think about your last name. You're not in trouble. I just need to text. Massey. Yeah, you have an ID, that'd make things so much easier. I just driver's license will do, and then I'll get out of your hair. I want to show y'all my paperwork. I will get your paperwork. What paperwork? Okay. I got some paperwork. Well, just get your ID. Well, let's get your ID first, and then one task at a time here. Okay. Let me grab your ID for me. Okay. Your ID. One task at a time. So let's do an ID, and then you can dig around for your paperwork. I don't know where my ID is. You see that stack right there, maybe? 1 second. Check on her. I need this. We don't need a fire while we're here. All right. Let me see. Okay. Where you going? Where you going? Away from your hot steaming water. Away from my hot steaming water? Yeah. Oh, I would rebuke you in the name of Jesus. I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. You better fucking not. I swear to God, I'll fucking shoot you right in your fucking face. Okay, I'm sorry. Drop the fucking pot! Drop the fucking pot! Drop the fucking pot! 19 shots fired. Shots fired! Shots fired! Drop the fucking pot! Bring your ass now. We got a headshot wound to the female. Headshot wound to the female. 1078. Fuck. I was on. I'm gonna go get my kit. No, your headshot. Yeah, sure. You're done. You can go get it, but that's a headshot. God damn it. God, fuck. Dude, I'm not taking fucking boiling water to the fucking head. And look, it fucking came right to our feet, too. God damn it. Fuck. God damn it. You good? I'm good. You good? Yeah, I'm good. Let's go. Let her fucking just... God, I don't know what you do, man. Fuck. You good? Alright. Fuck. Well, I mean, you know, what else do we do? I'm not taking hot boiling water to the fucking face, and it already reached us. Fuck. They got a 52 in route? Yeah, 1078. You better fucking not. I swear to God, I'll fucking shoot you in your fucking face. Okay, I'm sorry. Drop the fucking pot! Drop the fucking pot!
Anyway, that's the second camera. They had two. He had his camera on, and that's the second one.
I'm just speechless. That was so horrible to watch. I'm speechless.
You can see immediately. You can see immediately. She dropped the pot. Her hands went up over her head, and she dropped to the floor.
Let's go back to the door.
And then she got hit.
Let's go back to the door. When she dismissed herself, he dismissed himself. She was shutting her door, and he asked her again about the car in the driveway, of which she supposed to have already walked around the house and checked out already. But his focus was after everything was over and she was going back in her house, was to pull her back to the door with another question about the car in the driveway. And while one partner went to check out the car, which is a violation of protocol because he was supposed to go with him to watch his back, he was looking at a car, and the other one by himself entered the house. How did that happen?
I can't
exactly.
say
that was what I thought. Is like, why didn't they leave at that point? What was the car about? That's
because
insanity.
She was saying that the car was not hers.
Okay.
And so the lead officer stayed with her while the other one went to look at the car.
Wait a minute. You can do that. The first thing they said was, we made an assessment of your property. We went all the way around your property, which means they assessed what was in the driveway, the car, already. So making sure that there was no threat already, they came to the door. We've already done our job. Wait a minute. There's no threat. We've already checked. Is there anything else that you need from us? She said no and was shutting her door.
She expressed that the car in the driveway was not hers. So the partner went back. She expressed that the car in her driveway was not hers. So the partner went back and ran the plates. The partner went back and ran the plates.
Listen,
the partner went. That's the way you do it.
The car windows was busted out. The car windows was busted out.
If you assess the danger around the house and your statement was true, we both have checked. We've been all around your house.
And she stated again
wait a minute.
The car is not hers.
The car was not for a car. The call was for a person around my house.
Right,
yes, but and they asked her about the car in her driveway, and she said it's not hers.
My car. So she didn't say a person broke my car or broke my window.
He asked if that was her vehicle because
it was her vehicle.
No, wait a minute.
You wait a minute. You wait a minute and let us answer a question.
A phone call was for a person around her house.
Yes, right, and when they asked about the vehicle in the driveway, she said it's not mine. So
damage the car.
Okay, so when she said, I don't know, whatever, they had already assessed the car. Am I correct?
No, they had not.
That's why the partner went back to look.
Asking about the car in the driveway.
Wait a minute. So how you walk all the way around?
Why don't you wait a minute and listen to what's being explained.
How you walk around my house and my car's in the driveway, but you did a full assessment around my house, but you didn't look at the car?
He
They did
did.
look
So
at the
this
car.
is what happened. She made a phone call. They came out. They assessed it. They walked all the way around the property. They walked around the car. One officer realized that the car had damage. He came back to the door and told her that he had already assessed. He asked her about the car. Was it hers? She said no, because at that point he probably done saw damage. And then when she got inside the house with the officer, the other one went back to run the plates to find out who it owns. She said, "Oh, it was damaged a few weeks ago."
Okay, listen. When she first and foremost, the oh my gods at the door that were non-responsive, and the way he was talking to her, he could tell and did ask was she having a mental episode. So he made an assessment
Because of the way she was acting.
Those was his words.
Yes, because of the way she was acting. Now we're deflecting.
Wait a minute.
He was just making sure she was
So if you're making an assessment and you made that one, and you both have made the statement that your home is safe, we've checked all around your home, and you're telling me that you didn't check the car, then you didn't do your job.
They checked the property. It was a person on the property, not a car on the property.
Okay.
Now you're grasping at straws, sir. You are grasping at straws.
It ain't no straws. It's about do your job.
Because
I want to address this specifically.
You have a stranger's car in your driveway.
Ain't no dangerous car, no driveway, nobody in it.
I want to express this specifically.
You have a stranger's car in her driveway, and that's
It
why
could have been the Pryler.
Was anybody in the car?
And here's what you do.
No one
Here's
was
what
in
you
the
do.
car.
What was the danger of an empty car?
Mr. Benny.
Here's what you
Because it
do.
was damaged, man. He
No,
wanted to make sure that the prowler didn't damage it. He wanted to
Here's
find
what you do.
who the car
Here's what you
belonged
do.
to.
Here's what you do.
The Lord.
When somebody asks you to search their property, which I have in my military service, being at the front gate of a military installation, when you are asked to search somebody's car, I search their car.
Nobody
asked. Now listen. Don't interrupt. Please don't interrupt. Please don't interrupt. Please don't interrupt. Stop interrupting. Stop interrupting. Stop interrupting. Stop interrupting. I'm giving you experience. My experience. Now listen to me from my experience. No, you need to listen. Let me finish. Let me finish. We could have been done about 10 seconds ago, but you won't let me finish.
We're not talking about a car.
You won't let me finish. It's not a military installation. It doesn't matter. Here's how it goes. You get the call to search somebody's vehicle, to search somebody's property. When you go around the property, you make note of what's happening on the property. And then you ask the person, whether it's a vehicle, whether it's now, if she had called and said, hey, the windows on my vehicle are busted out, are they supposed to search the entire property?
Mr. Rowe. Mr. Rowe?
Yes, sir, Mr. Benny.
How are you, sir?
I'm good, Mr. Benny.
Oh, yeah, completely
Mr.
dismissed
Rowe,
everything I said. Congrats, Mr. Benny.
When we make a phone call, Mr. Rowe,
go ahead, Benny.
I make a phone call to the office.
So I'm supposed to search every nook and cranny of your house. When you say there's a person outside your house,
let him get it out.
Every nook and cranny of my body, you better.
No, I was answering a question.
Every
Mr.
nook
Benny,
and
let me
cranny
answer
of
your
her
question.
body got shot. So why you ain't check every nook and cranny of her house?
So I'm supposed to come in with an entire forensics team.
Paid to do it.
I'm supposed to come in with an entire forensics team, the SWAT team. I'm supposed to come in with every ounce of firepower that I can to come into your home to check for one person around your house.
When you drag me out my house, that's how you come.
She didn't drag them out they didn't drag them out her house.
Wait a minute. You were being sarcastic about how you supposed to come, and I'm telling you that
I'm
when
asking you a legitimate question. I'm asking you a legitimate question. It's not sarcastic.
When I get a call
about one person outside of your house, how am I supposed to respond?
It's you and your partner?
Yes.
Okay, you and your partner
It's
ride.
it's a
Okay,
show
wait a
of
minute. You
force.
asked me
Are
a
you
question.
All
kidding
right.
me?
Okay. Listen.
You asked the
So I
question. I'm
need
gonna
so I
answer
need
it.
to bring the SWAT team for
How
one
about,
No,
person
how
I'm
outside
about
your
gonna
house?
answer it.
whoa,
Yeah,
Why
that's
you
what
have to
everybody.
bring
happens.
SWAT
Hey,
team because it's a
He
black
whoa,
woman?
wants a
whoa,
I
SWAT
whoa,
team to
digress.
go
whoa,
to his
whoa,
house.
whoa, whoa, whoa.
He
Everybody
wants a
just bring
SWAT
it.
team to go to his
Give me a
house.
second one. Give me a second. Everybody just bring it down. Bring it down. I
I don't
know it's
like how they're
passionate.
diminishing her.
I got you. I got you, Mr. All right. Let's just bring it down. Let's hear from, is that Karen? Karen?
Yes, yes. Can you hear me? Can
Yeah,
you
what
hear
would you
me?
like to say, ma'am?
All right, here's what I would like to say. Somebody in the human family was killed, okay?
Oh, boy.
And,
Okay.
look, wait, please hear me. Please
You
hear me.
can't say
Don't
them
use the
words.
K word, ma'am. You have
Okay,
to use unalive. You
okay,
have to use
okay.
Second
I'm
Amendment,
sorry. I'm so,
please.
honey. I didn't know. I'm sorry.
I know, but
I
I know
didn't.
where you're going. I got it. I
Okay,
know that someone in the human
okay.
family
Well,
was
okay,
unalive.
okay. Let me finish it.
Okay.
So, what is really going on in this conversation, and I hope the people on the opposing side will understand this, all right? There are a lot of people who are in a lot of pain. They're crying out for what they feel is a great injustice. And I hope the people on the other side, all right, can hear their brothers and sisters, okay, cry. Where's the compassion that we feel for one another, all right? We lost someone, and we lost someone unjustly, and people are hurting over it. Is this really the way that we should talk to them? That's all I have to say. Thank you for giving me a minute.
No problem, Miss Karen. And then, this is a good point I wanted to say. Right. Listen, several comments is the conversation is strange. That's from my good friend Abundant. The woman was unalived in cold blood, unjustified. End the story. What does it matter about the car? What does it matter how they got in there? Let's not bring things into it that don't really do anything.
Yeah, because that ain't gonna bring her back.
It should be. Well, it's not even that. I mean, it's pretty. In my opinion, it's cut and dry. What happened? I'm not sure why we're bringing up all the other extra stuff. What you do and SWAT. Oh my God! It was wrong. It seems to be wrong 100%. He doesn't seem to be justified by any stretch of the imagination. This woman did call. Maybe there was some mental thing going on there, but I don't see any threat that she posed to the officer whatsoever. And even for him to say, I mean, I rebuke you. I'm gonna second amend you to the face. What a violent thing to say to somebody in their home, and you're supposed to be comforting and protecting and serve because she called because she's heard something. I don't
think
know.
that the cop
Thank
that
you,
pulled the
brother.
trigger is the one who's got the mental issues.
Right, I would agree because all she said was "I rebuke you," and I think from what I was thinking is that she was saying, "I rebuke the fact you think there's going to be a fire in my house."
Right.
And if you heard in the beginning, she was saying, "Oh God, please God," she was, crying. I mean, not crying. Excuse me. Kind of praying, I guess. Kind of, calling on the Lord and things like that. So I don't know why he took offense to. I rebuke that.
Well,
in the name of
only a demon would take offense.
Did you hear?
Yeah, so I'm not exactly sure what that was about. So I don't know. It disturbs me. It disturbs me that about this. She got down and did some kind of matrix move and got the water. I'm like, what? I don't see any of that. I watched that at least for like an hour and a half this morning, attempting to see this thing, and I saw absolutely nothing.
If I
saw
may,
a woman who seemed to be scared, seemed to be a little confused, maybe, but no kind of threat to the officer. I mean, she's a tiny woman, you know what I mean? And it just, I don't get it. Like, cause he moved back, and then he went forward. I don't know what to say. We talk about implicit bias over here. We also talk about how the FBI has done the investigation and white supremacists are infiltrating the police ranks. And this makes me think when I see these seems to be senseless unalivings, what exactly is really going on?
if I may, and in a situation like that, so at the beginning, it may seem like they were trying to be rude, but they're trying to be indifferent because they're trying to assess the situation.
What does
When
it
the
matter?
incident-
I don't.
No,
Do
no,
you
no.
really?
No, I'm gonna have. Okay,
You
I'm
have
gonna
to.
have to disagree.
You have
I'm
to
gonna have to
ask those
disagree with that.
questions.
Sir, I don't care. All I care about is what happened from the time she went to the stove to the time this evil man, put 3 bullets in her.
Gotcha.
The rest of it doesn't matter. I don't care.
Okay, gotcha.
Because none of that matters at all.
I agree.
So why are you talking about it? Why are you trying to put context the way that it was? I don't care. Don't you understand? None of that other matters. Doesn't matter what was going on outside. Doesn't matter about the car. The only thing that matters in this situation to me is what happened when she went to the stove.
Okay, I apologize.
You don't have to say sorry, but I'm trying to. What's your point for bringing it up? Maybe you can help me understand. What's your point?
My point was that other people were bringing it up, and I
don't
apologize.
care. I didn't address them, but I've heard you. Listen, I've been quiet, letting you guys talk, and I'm just hearing. This is why the car and this is that. None of that other stuff matters.
Right.
Do you understand? None of it matters.
Okay, I got off track. I got off topic. I apologize.
I don't need to watch the whole 35-minute thing. All I need to see is what happened from the time she left the sofa and she went to the stove and the time that he put 3 bullets in her. I'll shoot you in the effing face.
Very true. Very true.
And for what? The same rebuke in the name of Jesus? She asked, hey, can you grab my Bible? I don't know what was going on with the woman, but she called for help. And she ended up not in her own home.
And she was afraid.
I mean, like, what in the world? And we're talking about a car and why the questions? Let's get focused on why this woman is not here with us anymore. She had 2 children. Her father's distraught. Her family's distraught, especially the barbaric way that she left this planet. And we want to talk about a car and why he was asking questions to be indifferent.
Mr. Denali brought up the car, by the way.
I don't care.
Well,
I don't care who brought it up.
I agree with the host. We got off topic.
This is ridiculous. People get sidetracked with bullshit.
Yep, I agree, host. We got off topic.
Caroline, I'm going to drop you down. I'm going to bring up my good friend, Miss Yo-Yo. Don't mess with my Yo-Yo.
Cash, let me just say something to you. Cash and the one and all, and the one and only, both of you all. I just want to tell you, Mr. Denali is not upset with you all. He's just passionate, and he talks, like this. So don't think that he's targeting you or saying anything wrong.
Oh yeah, I know.
Okay.
I told him earlier it was unjustified.
All right.
I told him earlier when we started talking about that it was unjustified.
Doesn't make sense. Yeah. What's going on? We're getting sidetracked with
and
BS.
I hope that our justice system will hold him accountable. And I really think that they will hold him accountable. But at the end of the day, something has to happen across the United States when it comes to our police departments and our sheriff's department. And something has to be done. And I ain't talking about defunding them. I'm just talking about because we do need law enforcement and we do need law and order in this country. But I don't think that when a police officer takes out his pew-pew and unalives somebody, I don't think that they should be slapped on the wrist. I think they should be held accountable as if I went out and unalived somebody right now. And
yes, no immunity. No immunity.
Exactly.
Well, listen, they still got the get out of jail free card. I feared for my life. And again, most reasonable people give police a lot of rope because we put a lot of responsibility on police. They have the opportunity to arrest you, detain you, or take you to jail, and also be judge and executioner. They have to be perfect. They cannot have these type of mistakes. I'm sorry. when
Well,
you
that's why I
have the
say it needs to
opportunity.
be. They need to reform it, though, Mr. Denali. They need to be held accountable. I mean, the whole one. I mean, this
Why
is
do you think
happening.
what you have to say is more important than what I'm saying? One, I like you, bro, but like I was talking.
I'm sorry. It's just
So,
that. It's just that I was just trying to make the. I didn't know if I made my statement clear.
But
That
the one, you're still doing it. He's trying to talk and you're still
all right,
talking.
all right, my bad.
Just take
I
a
know you
breath.
got a lot to say, and I appreciate what you're saying, but I'm just saying, like, we give these officers a lot of responsibility, and they got to have really be as near as perfect. I know it's a human job, but these type of things just can't happen. I mean, like, wow. From water now? Water?
Denali, are we allowed to say that the word DEATH or no?
Just say unalive. Let's
Okay,
just be straight.
because in this case specifically, I am for the
Okay,
the
I got you. Unalive penalty.
the
Got it.
unalive penalty for this cop because there is absolutely no excuse, and I don't even see how anybody could defend him.
No, I don't see any way. Miss Yo-Yo, how you doing? Mr. Cass, I'm going to rotate the panel out, and I appreciate you coming. Like Mr. Rose said, I'm not upset with you. I just don't. I like to bring things to the center. I don't need all the other stuff. Let's focus on what actually is the situation. All the other stuff is nothing but distractions about the car and all that stuff. And I don't want to talk about it because none of it matters. The only thing matters is when she left the couch and went to the stove, and when this evil guy put 3 bullets in her and said he was going to shoot her in the face. If I heard that would just frighten me. I'm going to shoot you in the fucking face. What in the world is going on? Just doesn't make any sense.
Can you play the comments afterwards that were despicable that he played outside with his buddies afterwards?
You want to hear the comments?
I don't know if everyone heard them.
Miss Yo-Yo, how you doing today? You doing
Yeah,
okay?
I was like, yeah, that was absolutely despicable. I was like, oh my goodness, are you serious? After doing that to someone and then the comments that he made afterwards, he is truly evil. Like, this is awful.
Wait, somebody in the comments said something? Did somebody in the comments say something?
Me?
Is that what you said?
Oh no, I was saying the police officer, the comments that he made on the cam afterwards.
He told his partner, don't go to the truck to get the first aid kit. She's gone. Did you guys see his record, though? Did you guys talk about that, Mr. Denali? Mr. Denali?
I don't know.
Did y'all, Mr. Rowe, did y'all talk about that?
Yeah.
What's that, sir? He had 6 different jobs
in 3 years.
Yeah, I mean,
There's something not right.
6 different precincts.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I don't know if he had any other unaliving.
That should be a red flag. Would you think?
Well, I think there should be a national database that can, for police officers. I mean, don't they have it for nurses and doctors and things like that to make sure they're not
like from malpractice and stuff. Yeah.
I'm just saying, if you're problematic in your profession and your profession has somebody's life in your hands, there should be some kind of database that a potential employer can punch your name in to see all your record. Why isn't that seamless between jurisdictions, states, cities, towns, or whatever? I don't understand it.
Because if you're a doctor, right?
He called her the B word. He called her the B word after shooting her.
Oh.
That's what I'm saying. He showed absolutely no remorse. It was disgusting.
None at all.
None. Mr. Denali, like if you're a doctor and you have like a violation, you try to go work at another doctor's office and work under, like, let's say, some type of insurance. They do a background check on you. And if they find that background, whatever's on your background, you can't be a provider for that insurance. So I'm just giving you an example. So they should do the same thing for police departments.
They do background.
Or they didn't do it for this guy. He had 6 jobs in 3 years.
Yeah, I know that he's been in 6 different precincts, but I don't know. Maybe he transferred precincts.
There should be a database you can just go to and
Was you going to play it, Mr. Denali?
Didn't care.
I'm trying to find it. Give me 1 second.
An unarmed woman in Springfield. Family deserves justice. Police violence. The Sangamon County Sheriff released a statement on Facebook.
Everybody's stitching the video. I can't never.
She grabs the silver pot with red. You go get a headshot. God damn it. God, fuck. Dude, I'm not taking fucking boiling water in the fucking head. Hey, look, it fucking came right to our feet, too. God damn it. Fuck. God damn it. You good? I'm good. You good? Yeah, I'm good.
She's not good. He's worried about him. He ain't even off the woman aid or calling EMS.
You good? All right. Well, I mean, what else do we do? I'm not taking hot boiling water to the fucking face, and it already reached us. Fuck. They got a 52 en route? Yeah, 78.
He's trying to come up with a story right now. I can hear it. The water's at my feet. Get out of here. Jeez Louise. These people. Anyway, what are you going to do?
He could have easily left. Really?
Absolutely.
He could have left the house.
I mean, you got to ask yourself what's going on when these kind of things happen. These kind of things happen.
Denali, you can drop me down to the comments so someone else could come up.
Yeah, I've got to go anyway, but I enjoyed
And I've been up here since 2. It's after 10. So we're going to end the show. I'll be back tomorrow. I want to thank everybody who came up and lent their voice and shared their stories and everything else like that as we continue to build the most inclusive space on TikTok. We are on the road to 10,000 followers. Yay! That's
Awesome.
right, Yo-Yo. Where are you at again, Yo-Yo? What state?
I'm in Arizona.
Arizona, okay. You're on PST. Thank you so much, Cass.
Yeah, I'm out in California,
Oh,
unfortunately.
you're in California, Cass?
Yeah, SoCal.
Okay, SoCal. I like SoCal. Absolutely. Arizona. Okay.
The weather is beautiful, but everything else is not beautiful.
Thank you for
what
having
part
me
of
up.
Arizona are you at?
No
see
problem,
you.
Mary. Thank you, Mary.
Yo-Yo, what part?
Callahan, Mr. Rowe.
Are you
Yo-Yo.
in Phoenix, Yo-Yo?
I'm about half an hour from Phoenix.
Half hour from Phoenix. Hot over there in Phoenix. It's got those scorpions and
you're
rattlesnakes.
south of Phoenix or north of Phoenix?
I'm actually west. I'm in a city called Surprise.
Oh, I know where it's at.
Surprise.
Surprise. Yeah.
Bye, everybody.
Hey,
I'm
listen,
in
surprise,
Maricopa City.
Denali's at the door.
Yeah.
Surprise, guess who? Knock, knock, who's there? Mr. Denali.
Mr. Denali.
Well, I'm about 45 minutes drive from you. I'm in Maricopa City.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I know Maricopa.
Yeah.
How tall are you, Yo-Yo?
Okay, I'm going to follow you back. I don't really post anything. It's my entertainment because I'm lame. I just like to watch.
You're lame?
Yeah,
I'll
I don't
follow
do social
you.
media.
It's like
tall are you?
113 degrees today,
Give me
Mr.
second
Denali.
one. How tall are you, Miss Yo-Yo?
5'5".
5'5". Okay, cool. No problem. All right. Mr. One. Huh?
Are you trying to see if I can dunk on you or something? What you trying to see?
You trying to do what now?
I said you're trying to see if I can dunk on you or something?
Yeah, absolutely. Do you think you can dunk on me?
No, I don't play basketball. I was just messing
You don't
with
play
you.
basketball?
How tall are you?
I'm 6'1".
Oh, okay.
And I'm 6'4", so I've got both of you.
And I'm 5'3".
You're 5'3", Miss Carolyn?
Yeah.
And I'm the tallest of all.
And I know Miss Renee is 5'2".
Okay. Miss Renee, where do you live? What state?
I live in Tennessee.
Tennessee. Okay, I like Tennessee.
Yeah, she's in the humidity state. In the humidity right there?
It's awful.
Yeah, it is humid. I like
I'm in
Nashville and I
Louisiana.
like
We got it all.
Gatlinburg.
Nashville.
I like Nashville and Gatlinburg.
Gatlinburg got the cabins up there.
Yep, Gatlinburg's beautiful.
Yeah, it's pretty. I've been to the cabins there, and I also like Nashville.
Jerusha's
Nashville can get a bit wild.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, listen. Thank you for coming back, Yo-Yo, and Miss Carolyn, as always.
Definitely. I told you you're my new favorite live. Remember I told you that? You thought I was lying?
Well, listen, I hear that a lot, and I definitely, absolutely love to hear it. I love it when people return back and lend their voice and enjoy what I do. So, what do you think? Did you hear let me ask you a question. Did you hear my dunce thing when I bring the dunce thing up? Do you like that?
Nobody repeats it.
I don't like it at all. I don't like it.
You don't like it, Miss Carolyn?
No, sir.
I think it's
Hey,
hilarious.
I'm sorry. The funniest so far was yesterday when dude's wife took the phone. I said, go do the dishes or laundry. So I could not believe he let his wife take the phone like that.
I know what I'm talking about.
Miss Quantum Leap. Miss Quantum Leap. Yeah,
Listen to nothing else he has to say. Like, you can't say nothing else to me the way you let your wife take the phone like that.
Exactly.
Like, I can't respect nothing else you say. I'm sorry. I took the time I said, go do the laundry or dishes or something. I can't listen to nothing else you say. What was that dude's name? And then he had the nerve to, get tough with you. I was like, you say nothing else to nobody else. Absolutely not.
He's a good guy. He had some things to say.
He is, but I just I don't know. That's a turn off to me. I like alpha men.
Me too.
Yeah, he came on like a boss, and then he ended up being bossed by his wife.
He just, it just turned me off. I just like,
He's wearing
I like alpha men. I like alpha men.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
No one wants a weak man.
Nobody wants a beta man. That's good.
No.
How old are you, Yo-Yo?
I'm older than I look.
I don't know what that means.
When people guess my age, they say 38, 40. I'm 51.
51. Oh wow. Okay.
I was gonna say 30s from the picture.
I look really young, and that's a recent picture. So I look really young.
You have a young voice as well. 51. Okay. Who's this?
Yeah.
Let's see. I hate to leave people in the queue. Who's this person?
Well, Yo-Yo, you are beautiful, and you definitely don't look 51.
Hey, what's up?
How do you pronounce? What is that 4 doing in the middle
Scrappy.
of
It's Scrappy.
4 equals A.
Oh,
4
Scrappy.
equals A?
Okay.
4 equals A.
Is that like algebra or something?
It's more like slang.
What slang says 4 is A?
The internet, bro.
The internet says that 4 is A?
Yes.
Scrappy. Oh, I was right.
I said Scrappy, but I was wondering why I had a 4 there. I was like, what is that?
Because the A was taken, and I wanted Scrappy.
You wanted Scrappy? You think that's what?
I wanted
Scrappy,
but somebody else had the A.
Are you a Scooby Doo fan? That's why you want Scrappy?
Not exactly.
Okay. All right. What do you want to say, sir, Mr. Scrappy, with a 4?
I wanted to say hi. How's it going?
Going well. What state are you in?
I'm in North Carolina.
Okay, the Tar Heel State. What's up?
Yeah.
What you want? What you come up? What did you hear that said I got to come up and tell people something?
I said this guy looks really cool, and he looks like an awesome dude, and I want to join his live.
They're fantastic. Okay. Did you want to say something about our topic, or you want to freelance? I'll allow it.
I wanted to say, what the fuck is the topic?
Do you know the Sonya Massyv story?
Is this?
It's okay if you don't know.
Is this the story of? Oh shit! I mean, is this the one where the person got PPU'd in the face?
Yes, sir. It is.
I don't know a lot about it, but I saw some things going around about it today.
Yeah, it's a tragic story. I'm not gonna go over it again because we've been talking about it all day and we're getting ready to go. But there's definitely, a tragedy, and we were just kind of discussing it and stuff like that.
Hey, Denali, before you go, guess what I did today?
What's that?
Pete,
somebody got on my nerves today at work, and I went, ay, ay. I said, ay, ay, ay.
You say ay, ay, ay? What a compliment. Ay, ay, ay. These people are problematic.
Jeez. You had me say that today, and I'll start laughing.
I'm sure you did. That is funny. My Jerusha, Miss Jerusha, whenever I say it, she cracks up herself as well. So, ay. Yeah.
Old saying used to be, whoa, whoa, whoa.
Whoa's another one. You know, listen, I got a lot of these things that I bring out. So, depending, I'll get on a little roll.
I'm trying not
What's
to
that?
cuss, so that's gonna be. I did that instead of cussing today.
Okay, that's a good one. Oh, yeah, don't who is talking? That's right, Miss Nicole. That's another one people enjoy. Who's talking?
Oh, I love that.
Why are you talking over me? Who is that? Name names. You know what the funny thing is? I gotta say, I have friends who call me, right, and then they'll I try not to talk about myself because I got doing a show, but then they want to talk about it. The show, like, what were you thinking in this point? And then they get somebody on the phone that they introduced the show to. And then they want me to do the show on the phone. It's the funniest thing. Like, I'm trying to get away from it to have a normal conversation, and the people want me to do stuff from the phone. Can you just say who's talking? And then I have to go into this whole thing because then I don't want to disappoint. I want to make them laugh like people laugh on the show, and then it's a whole thing.
You should just say, like, Scrappy says, I'm the coolest guy in the world.
Oh,
That's
okay.
not, leave the comedy to me. Leave the comedy to me. That's not funny. Especially, you got to get that floor out.
It's not funny if it's a fact.
I know I need some practice. I know I got to practice. So I'm just saying that's my favorite so far. I got practice.
Wait, are you doing comedy about this subject or like what's going on here?
No. We were ending, we were ending, and we were just kind of saying goodbyes. But you were in the queue, and I don't see somebody else in the queue. I don't like to leave people in the queue. I always want. My young Jerusha is here. She's coming
Hey,
up.
Miss Jerusha.
Yeah.
Hi,
So,
baby. Yes,
Hey.
I love when he goes, ay, ay, ay. I lived in the Dominican Republic, and that's what they do. Hi, babies.
For money.
Yes, they go, ay, ay, ay.
For money.
Forget about it. But yeah, so that's what I don't like to leave people in the queue if I'm ending because people. I'm appreciative and I'm humbled that people push the button.
But this sounded like a serious topic, and then you said
it was, but we're kind of
comedy.
let me just turn it off. I mean,
Yeah, we left the subject and we were saying goodbye.
Yeah,
and then
and I
you
didn't wanna
rolled
leave people
in.
And then I fucked it all up.
No, you didn't do anything. If you fucked it up, I would have let you know. Listen, I am not afraid of telling people when they fuck up. So I do have a way.
Good night, everyone.
Jerusha fucked it up.
No,
Good night, Miss Jerusha. Love
you leave
you.
Jerusha alone. Don't mess with her, because then you'll have to deal with Mr.Denali. You'll have to deal with the bark, and then you're going to feel the bite. Because we are
Mr.
not
Denali
toothless
fucked it
Rottweilers.
up.
We are not toothless Rottweilers, okay? You will hear the bark, and then you're going to feel the bite. Let me just explain. Right.
I don't want to happen.
All right. Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody. See you guys tomorrow for more riveting conversation. And I believe in you. Speak of great.
I'm very confused.
What are you confused about?
I'm gonna leave confused.
Why are you
Scrappy,
confused?
just follow and come back tomorrow.
Yeah,
that sounds good.
Yeah, just come
I'll be back tomorrow. I'll be back here tomorrow, and we'll have some more great conversation. I'm gonna look for this phantom pot of water that flew up in the air like a matrix. That people tell me exists. I don't believe it. I'm looking for
It
a
doesn't
ghost.
exist. That sounds dumb.
Good night, MCM.
I'm looking for
I see
Bigfoot.
MCM in the comments. I haven't seen him all night.
Yeah, he's been in the comments.
I haven't seen
him. Producer extraordinaire, 100%. He's
Bye-bye, have a
definitely
good night.
with the show.
Good
All right, take care. Good night, everybody. See you guys tomorrow. Thank you.
Mr.
Bye-bye.
Denali. Appreciate it.
Bye.